We have riding with Biden. How can I help you?
Hi, so this topic is about blacks for Trump?
Yes, that's the topic for tonight.
Okay. Well, for me, I have no understanding about it because, like for me, looking at outside the box, it's like, for me, they're voting against their own interests because they think that Donald Trump is going to save them from the dictatorship that Donald Trump has coming up and all this revenge tour that he has going on for the country. And he has nothing for black people, nothing. And Joe
Okay.
Biden has actually a lot for every race. And that's one thing that they don't understand is that they're voting against their own interests in 2024 because he's not going to get anything done. He's going to destroy the Constitution. He's just basically going to take a big dump on the country and then take more top secret documents and sell them. That's just how I feel about it.
Okay, and are you black? Since you're speaking
Me?
for them?
No, I'm Puerto Rican.
Oh, so you're not black.
Not necessarily.
Oh, okay. Can
But
you just hold on for 1 second, please?
yeah.
Can you mute your mic for 1 second, riding with Biden? Everyone, I want to welcome our very special guest for tonight, Mother of Dragons. And that's her on the background, the picture right there, and you see her right there via video as well. I'm very, happy that she's here joining us. And tonight's topic is Blacks for Trump, very controversial. But we're going to talk about it. And we already have someone that's asking questions about it. And so let's get started. Well,
Absolutely.
how are you doing tonight?
I'm good. Thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to be here. Thank you. Hey guys.
We're very happy that you're here. So we have writing with Biden. He joined before you even came. You joined
Okay.
us. He's saying that I'm paraphrasing here, just summary what he said, that Trump is not going to do anything for the black community. He hasn't done anything for the black community, and he's not sure why any blacks would vote for him because Trump goes against everything they stand for, and that Trump is basically looking to install a dictatorship if he gets back into office. I asked him if he was black. He said no, he's Puerto Rican, and so in that moment you joined. So if you want to, reply to what he's saying, that'll be great. We can start.
Yeah. So I'll start off with this. So I'm conservative. I've been conservative most of my adult life. I'm almost 40. I've been a Republican since I was about 23 years old. I joined the Republican Party right after college. And I've been an avid supporter of the Republican Party. Here and there, I've had, not to, I don't like all of them, but I've made it a point to support the Republican Party because they stand for most of the ideals and values that I have, right? As far as being conservative, it's just a way of life. And it's not something I want to steer away from or anything else like that. So now, as far as like the Black community, right? So riding with Biden, do you know the history of the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, and kind of how these two came about, and how they actually went to go about supporting the Black
Ye-
community?
yes, I do. I do know that. Yes, it did start with the KKK party at first, but then they did away with that, and the party switched around the time of Lyndon Johnson. And moving forward, right now, the way things are, it's the Republican Party has turned into a full-fledged fascist and going towards a fascist dictatorship going into 2025. Um, Now you could say that I'm probably lying, but given all the facts on every single news aspect all the way around from everything that has been going on, it's 100% facts. And
Okay.
and and if you're still in that party, I mean, you're going to be labeled as a basic terrorist fascist,
Okay.
and that is what it
Without
is.
any proof of me being a terrorist or a fascist. So I've never been charged with a crime, a federal crime. I've never been accused of being a fascist or a terrorist. I haven't done or performed anything terroristic events. I've never been charged with any of those things. So to just say, 100% that if you belong to the Republican Party that you are a fascist or that you are a terrorist, especially
But do
when
you
you're not
know
walking
that fascist people do use people of color to get what
sure.
they want up until
Right.
the point that
Right.
that
But
you've
that
been used and
right, but
abused
that
to
would
get what
actually
they
imply
wanted, and
that I'm mindless and
then you're
brainless.
Hold on,
still
Ryden. Ryden, let her speak, and then you
Yeah.
can reply. Let her speak. Go ahead.
So I'm going to go through this very quickly. So you're implying that I'm actually mindless and brainless, and that I actually cannot tell the difference between someone
Yep,
lying to me
yep,
or someone, saying that, oh,
yep,
you're voting against your own interests. Well,
yep.
first of all, my interests are not just being a person of color. Number one. Number two, I will remind you that back in the 1860s, the Democratic Party absolutely was the party of the white man, right? And you can actually see the ideology not even shift. And a party switch, I debate a lot on here. I've destroyed the party switch through and through. Um, Number one, the Democratic Party has always been the party of the white man, right? Their number one
Mm-mm,
enemy,
that's wrong.
they were. You
So
can
you're
actually see
saying,
it on their
so you're
tenants.
saying
It's like
Hold
that,
an
on, Ryden. Ryden, let her finish her statement, and
it's
then you
like
can
an
reply.
entire sheet that says they're the
Yeah,
party
let her
of the white
finish.
man. Right. But so at the time, when they created the Jim Crow laws and things like that, the Democratic Party, their number one enemy, especially the KKK, was the Black Democrats. Look at Ida B. Wells. She was prolific in trying to stop. She was anti-lynching. She was also anti-segregation. She was anti any of those bad miscegenation laws that we had back then. Look at Isaiah Montgomery. Even though he was a separatist, he went on to have, if you know anything about Mound Bayou, which is still one of the longest standing Black communities in America, it's in Mississippi. It still exists to this day. The Republican Party. You also had John R. Lynch. He was a Mississippi congressman who was a Republican, who actually wrote a letter to the Southern Black Democrats telling them that the Democratic Party is never going to do anything for you. They will never do anything for you. And then if you actually look at their writings and their rhetoric, I come from a
Thank you,
long line of
Jason.
Republicans. Okay. So my family were Republicans. They've been Republicans, and that ideology has not changed. The ideology of the Black Republican has remained the same, which is you got to stop relying on a party who just promises you these things and tells you that you can't. You have to vote this way because we only care about the color of your skin. Well, I'm sorry. My entire existence does not surround just because it doesn't go off of the color of my skin, right? So even with that being said, I know that there are Democrats and liberals. I won't say all Democrats. I'll kind of say leftists, because usually the left are the ones hijacking the Democratic Party right now. But the left are the ones actually saying to people of color, the only interest that you should have are things that involve the color of your skin. And because in everyday life, that is something you have to worry about. But I'm sorry, I don't have to worry about the color of my skin every single day. Other people worry about the color of my skin, but my interest, the economy has nothing to do with my skin color. Gas prices have nothing to do with my skin color. Our military budget has nothing to do with my skin color. How I view the world has nothing to do with my skin color. How I treat people has nothing to do with their skin color. So I'm sorry, but I will never, ever, ever vote for a party that continuously puts forth my skin color as the basis for them to try to get votes. I won't be used that way.
Okay, Ryden with Biden. I'll let you the chance to reply, or if you want to ask one more
Yeah.
question, and then I'm gonna
No,
have to
I
let you
have
go
a
because I
lot to
actually want
say
to
actually.
interview her first, and then I will
Okay.
open the floor for discussions. I know there's other. I
All
think
right.
we have a couple of more people that want to ask your questions. So make it brief, please. Thank you.
Okay, but I have a lot to say. I mean, like for example, right
Well,
now
if you want,
the
you can rejoin
the
later.
party of
But again, I
Trump.
want to interview her
Okay,
first. So go ahead,
I'll
ask
just
your
make it quick.
question. Go ahead.
Right now, it's a party of Trump, and what's going to happen is that basically going forward, what had happened is he was a part. He had associated himself with Nick Fuentes, and then not only after that, going forward, what about Charlottesville? right? Two, they were fine people on both sides, right? What do you call that? So who was the people that were in the middle? Do you ever recall that? Because
Yeah,
I do.
I
They
do.
were black people. They
I
were
do.
black
I do
people,
believe there
and
were
he
black
said
and
that they were great people on both sides,
there
right?
were. Yeah, there
Okay,
were.
then they were just all white,
No,
Proud
there were.
Boys, and
No.
all that
Well,
racist
definitely
Okay,
people
all of
that
okay,
them
were
right. It.
attacking
You
black
po-
people.
okay? You posed your
Period.
question. Let her answer. Let her answer.
So my
And
yeah.
question is this:
go
my
ahead.
question is this: is how do you still support the Trump party when basically all he's trying to do is calling for the destruction of the Constitution? How do
Well,
you how do you how do
yeah,
you how do
Trump
you
is not a
how do you
party
support
though.
that?
Trump
But
Trump is not a
he is
party though.
he put a party, he put the himself over the country, period. And that's what
Okay.
it is
Well,
because
that
all he was thinking about was
you know what?
himself,
That's completely your
period.
opinion, but I'm
Period,
sorry.
point
According to
blank.
our
No, that's
U.S.
opinion and facts.
Yeah, but the
Facts,
fact of
sweetie.
the matter is
Facts.
that he can't touch
Facts is
the
Okay,
proof.
let her answer now,
Facts.
yeah.
Ryden. Thank you for joining, Ryden.
The problem is that Trump is not a party. Number one, he's a person. Number two,
Hmm.
the as far as the Constitution is concerned, it only states in the Constitution that you need a three-fifths. I'm sorry, not three-fifths. You need a three-fifths majority vote in the Constitution to actually change, and that's an act of Congress. That's not an act of President Trump. So sorry, he can't actually touch the Constitution. So unless somebody else wants to show me that he can,
Yeah, that's something that the
but
left tends to do a lot, and that's spreading around a lot right now. That he's going to install this dictatorship, is going to, unalive people and stuff like that. I'm not sure where they're getting that from, but
yeah.
we have Christmas. If you can go, I believe it's Christmas. If you can go ahead and ask your question real quick, as I want to interview her first. Mother of Dragons is a special guest for tonight, and then I will open the floor for everyone that wants to join a bit later. But I want to just do the interview first. I know some people want to join already, so go ahead, Christmas. I see her screen is still loading. I'm not sure if she's having some connections issues. Can you hear us, Christmas? I think something happened to her. I guess she just dropped. Anyway, so how are you? We can start now.
Good. I am good. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing great. So I just have a lot of questions, as you can imagine, right? Um, you know, how did this start for you? Were you a Democrat first? Were you a Republican first? How did it start for you?
Never been a Democrat ever.
Really?
Everybody, no. Unless like on the ballot, like where I had to vote Democrat, no. I've never aligned myself with the Democratic Party. Nothing that the Democrats have done. And I'm not going to say they're not bad people. They're not bad people at all. Once upon a time, we could actually work with Democrats. It doesn't seem that to be that way now. The only time I've ever voted for a Democrat, if it was like a friend or something like that that I knew was running, but other than that, and if I agreed with them, but or I had to vote for them on the ballot. So
So why is that? Because obviously we know that most minorities are leaning for Democrats. So for you, when you had this sort of a political sense of choosing the side, why do you choose the Republicans right away?
So I've always found that the Democratic Party tends to focus on more identity politics. I mean, it's been that way for quite some time, and it seems like when they want to, they don't really have anything of substance. They go to things like, oh, let's talk about women's rights are being taken away. But I mean, it kind of excludes any of us other women that are really concerned about things like that. Like, not that anyone's rights are being taken away. I don't want someone telling me that my rights are being taken and I'm like I haven't lost anything to my knowledge, right? Or to kind of start or play on that you're a woman or a woman of color so you should be concerned about this. I've never thought that way. I've always believed that as far as the Republican Party, like one of the biggest or most important things to me is the economy. I'm also a big 2A supporter. I don't like any sort of infringement on my Second Amendment rights. I'm also a constitutionalist and I love history. I'm a history buff. So um, I've always I've always been on the side of right because that's where my ideals and values lie.
So you don't believe in the victim mentality?
No,
No.
absolutely.
Okay. Okay. I do have more questions, but I do want to let Nat join. He's been very vocal in the chat. So he seems to have a lot of questions. If we can please keep it respectful and let's have a real conversation. Otherwise, I will have to remove the guest. So go ahead, Nad. Welcome, and you can pose your question or your statement.
Okay, I just have one question for the Mother of Dragons. You say you don't support the Democrat Party because they basically use black people and they don't support anything that they promise, and that's why you choose to be Republican. So my question is,
Mhm.
how do you support the same party that all the hate groups in the country support? So if it came down to any protests or anything, and the Democrats and the people are going to be on one side of the street, and the Republicans who are aligned with the Proud Boys, who are aligned with the white nationalists, who are aligned now with the KKK and the Confederate, they're going to be on the other side of the street. You'd rather support that side? That's all I'm asking. That's all I want to know.
Yes. So as far as the Proud Boys, I actually know a few Proud Boys, and most of them are black. That's number one. That's a misnomer that the media is trying to push, is that the Proud Boys are these white supremacists.
Hold on, Nat. Let her finish. Go
They are
ahead.
not white supremacists.
Okay.
Like I said, most of the ones that I know, and the leader of the Proud Boys is not white. Okay, that's number one. Number two, as far as the other white supremacy or hate groups, if you know who Richard B. Spencer is, if you actually look, you can go online and look this up. I can even show you. Richard B. Spencer is the head of the Triple K Mafia for the Missouri division. He's also the head of multiple Triple K Mafia divisions. He's been a prolific leader, and that the only time that he said he was actually going to support Trump is because he was running against Hillary Clinton. And he also said that Hillary Clinton, he didn't want a woman to be president because he doesn't believe in women's rights and all that other stuff. So Richard B. Spencer, you can actually find his ballot online. He actually voted he voted for a Democratic ticket all the way down. He explicitly said on his Twitter page, he said that he's voting the Democratic Party because they line more down with his ideals and values. So Richard B. Spencer only voted for Trump. That was in 2016 when it was against Hillary Clinton. Also, he votes all the way Democratic, and assuming that he has all of these followers, which he does, they're also going to vote that way too. So you would actually have to prove that first of all, we've never been able to prove that the Proud Boys are a white supremacy group.
I
Number
never
two,
said they were. I said
Hold
they
on,
were.
hold on one second,
Proud
because
Boys
she
are not
she
a white supremacy group
she
at all.
suggested to look up the name just for
Yeah,
context for
look it up.
everyone watching.
Yep, look
I,
up
I
Richard
looked
B.
I looked it
Spencer.
up. Yep, I looked it up as she was speaking, so I just want to briefly just share it, and then I'll give Nat the word. So Richard B. Spencer is an American you know what? I don't want to say the word. Anti-Semitic conspiracy theorist and white, you know what? A former magazine editor. He is a public speaker and activist on behalf of the alt-right movement, and this is per Google. Okay, and then another article that I found again as she was sharing this story. This is you can find it on Syracuse.com. Richard Spencer endorses Joe Biden. This is from, let's see, trying to find the date. Okay, August 25th, 2020. White nationalist Richard Spencer says he's voting for Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden in 2020 election. Okay, so just for reference there. Go ahead, Nat.
So see, first of all, I never said they were a white supremacist group. I said they were a hate group. And I know that the Proud Boys aren't all white, but they're still part of a hate group. I noticed you didn't mention the KKK.
I did mention the KKK.
No,
I did.
early on, you said so
Richard B.
much, I might have
Spencer.
forgot.
She
There
Yeah.
you
did
go.
mention it.
Again.
Yeah.
See, I didn't interrupt you. Richard Spencer, like I said, I never said they were white supremacists. I said those parties that you're aligned with are all supported by hate groups. That's what I said. I
Well,
never
you did,
mentioned
yeah,
any.
you did mention the KKK.
Well, the KKK
And
is a hate group, right?
right, and that was Richard B. Spencer. I said Triple K Mafia just because for
So,
TikTok purposes.
so
Yeah,
one,
Triple K.
so one Richard B. Spencer makes
Yeah,
it.
just Nat, if we can just do Triple K Mafia instead of the whole word, just so we can keep the live, please. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. So
Yeah.
one Triple K member makes it okay. That's
No,
all.
he's actually the leader of multiple white supremacist groups in this country, along with most of his supporters, and they do follow him, and they also vote the same way that he does.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that again? I have water on. Let me
So
get.
Richard B. Spencer, he is the leader of several white supremacist groups in America, and he also, well, he did seriously endorse him. Not only did he endorse him, he voted for him. You can find his voter record online. It literally, he posted a picture of it. He is the leader of multiple white supremacist groups, and most of his followers also vote the same way. So if he's preaching to his followers, just in the same way that Enrique for the Proud Boys, the head of the Proud Boys, they also will follow his lead. Richard B. Spencer being the top dog, they're going to vote the same way that he votes, and he preaches this constantly. You can see that. I mean, he's a neo-Nazi, right? So as far as a hate group, you would have to explain to me, as far as the Proud Boys, what sort of hate are they spewing? Like, what sort of hate are they doing?
What do you mean? They hate towards immigrants. They hate towards BLM. They hate towards Democrats and liberals. They always march and fight against the other side. Alongside of them, you have the white nationalists. They speak hate against Democrats, people of color, homophobes.
How would it? They
And then
speak,
the next,
they
hold on,
speak
let me
badly
finish. Let me
against
finish.
people of color, but the head of their
Oh,
group is black.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
It doesn't
I'm trying
matter.
to I'm trying to really
Let me
understand. Like,
finish.
if you
I let
could,
you finish, and you always cut me off in the
well,
middle.
if you could provide me with some sort of
I'm
information that
trying
we can
to.
look this
I'm
up.
trying to, but you won't let me talk. You won't let me talk. Just because the leader of the Proud Boys is not white doesn't mean that he's not part of a hate group.
So what have they done that's hateful?
What have they done? You haven't
Like
seen their march.
specifically,
You haven't seen their.
I'm a very specific person. You have to give me specifics.
Okay, you didn't see when the Proud Boys burn up BLM flags in front of the church. That's not hateful.
No, you're allowed to do that in this country. I've never
Oh,
seen it. Number
but
one. Number two, you can actually
I
burn
didn't
the
say
American
it
flag.
wasn't against the
Read
law.
it. It's
I
not
didn't say it
hateful.
wasn't
Is it
against the
hateful to
law.
burn? Wait,
I
is it
said it
hateful
was
to burn the
hateful.
American flag? Is
We're
that
not
hateful?
talking. We're not talking about that.
But is
Remember,
it hateful to burn? But wait a minute. If you do, you hold this position for the American flag? Because if it's hateful to burn BLM, it should be hateful to burn the American flag.
that's not the reason why they're burning. Plus,
It
my
is.
But that's a good question, Nat. That is a good question.
what is
That's
your
actually.
question?
Can you answer that question? Go ahead.
Yeah. If it's hateful to burn a BLM flag, is it also hateful to burn the American flag?
It could be, but that not going back to my original
But
question.
Nat, yes
I
or no? It's
asked,
kind of like a yes or no question, right?
but it depends on who's burning it. It depends.
Okay.
What do
right.
you?
Let me finish. Let me
Okay,
finish.
go ahead.
Let me
Let's let him finish. Go ahead. Finish your statement
Let me
briefly because we
finish.
have other people that want to
It could
join.
be
Go ahead.
hateful, yeah, to burn the American flag. It could be hateful. There's your yes, right? But what does that have to do with my question? I asked how you find it better to align yourself with those hate groups than you do with the
I'm
Democratic
not
Party.
aligning myself with hate groups because
Okay,
they're not.
Nat. So that was your question, right? But in all fairness, also to just add to her point, do you believe that there's racist people on the Democrat side?
Um, I believe there's racist people on the Democrat side too. But
Okay,
they're
so
not
then how do you align yourself to that party then? That's my question to you. The
because
same question you asked her.
the hate coming from the right, the homophobe, the xenophobe, the transphobe, it outweighs the tiny percentage of racism in the Democrat side.
But Nat, how do you know that?
don't
Where are the
see
stats for that? But Nat,
Yeah,
how do
well,
you know that? You
you
know
don't
why? You know why, Nat? Like, hold on. Let me just share this point real quick. Point of view. You know why? Because the media highlights those a lot, but they don't highlight the ones on the left. And
no,
that's
that's not true. I've been
so
out
okay.
in public with that.
Okay,
I
so give me the
I
stats.
don't
Okay,
I don't
do you have
the
this?
stats.
So then you cannot say that, Nat. You cannot. I cannot come here and say most people do this, and I don't have the numbers because then it's just he said, she said.
You don't hear Democrats hating on gay and lesbian people. You don't hear Democrats hating a lot.
I've heard him
more.
personally. I've heard him.
Yeah, well, they actually hate Black Republicans.
Yeah, well, that's a
I've been
perfect
called a
example
coon
right
in
there.
this,
No,
in
I
this
wouldn't
live
say
altogether.
no.
I've been called a coon. I've been called an Uncle Tom. I've been called a sellout. I've been called a lot of names.
What about race trader?
Oh yeah,
I wouldn't say
a
I
race
wouldn't
trader.
say
I get called all of those very, very nasty names, but But hold on, a brainwashed. I get called all of these names, despite I know that I'm a free thinker. So I'll just say this. Um, if I feel like if you hold this position that I somehow personally hate gay people, I don't. I don't. I'm actually a big proponent. I'm a constitutionalist, so I was a big proponent for gays actually being able to get married. I thought that that was a great thing. I don't think the government has the right to tell anyone who they can marry unless it's an underage person. I
For
don't.
the
I'm not.
record, I agree with that as well.
Right.
And
Yeah,
I'm a conservative, for the
yeah.
record.
Government. I like smaller government. I'm a conservative first and a constitutionalist, so I want a smaller government, and that doesn't mean I want the government to physically be smaller. I want their overreach to stop. Okay, and that happens on both sides. I want a government that is not going to be trying to nationally mandate. I'm against a national mandate for abortion. I'm against any sort of national mandate that prohibits weapons. I was against the bump stock ban. Okay, I don't agree with everything. But again, what's important to me, the Republican Party backs those up. That does not mean that I support everyone in the Republican Party. Okay, that's a huge misnomer that people have to get out of their head. That just because I support the Republican Party doesn't mean that I support everyone in the Republican Party. I support who supports me. And if it's a Republican, it's a Republican. And most times, it's always a Republican.
Okay, Nat, I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you share your response to that, and then I'm gonna let you go because there's other people waiting. So go ahead.
Copy. Got you. Dang, almost forgot what I was going to say. So you said that the Democrats, I don't think they hate you because you're a black Republican. I think they don't understand it because a lot of the stuff you just mentioned, the Republican Party doesn't align themselves with those same ideas. But
That's true.
it, you see what I'm saying? They don't hate white liberals and black liberals don't hate you because you're Republican. They don't
Oh, yeah, they do.
understand it. They
You
don't
have no
understand
idea who I
it.
am. Oh, they hate me. They
Oh,
hate me a
okay.
lot.
All right,
I
Yeah,
would, I
Nat,
would,
Nat, have you seen some of the
listen,
comments, Nat, that she's getting?
Can I finish?
They
Okay, go
actually hate
ahead.
me.
I'm reading
All
the
right.
comments now. So
Okay, go ahead.
you don't think that the YT Republicans hate you? They don't know that you're Republican? You don't think
Oh no,
they
I know they don't hate me. You can
how?
listen.
How would
You
they
can.
not know
I'll
a
tell you
party?
why. Go
How?
on my page right now. Go on my page right now. And like I said, I've been a Republican a very long time. Okay, I know some Republicans hate me, and I'm fine with that. But I'll just tell you this: go on my page right now. Look at my two pinned videos, and you'll see me confronting a white liberal. And look at the bevy of white conservatives that came out in support of me.
That's
Okay, so
because they
I'm
know.
sorry, but
That's
you're wrong
because
about
they
that.
know. No,
You're
no,
wrong. You are
no,
totally wrong.
no,
And maybe
no,
it's you that
no,
has the bias, sir. I'm sorry, but I don't
no.
hate white
That's
people.
because they know
Listen,
you're Republican.
no,
That's
they
why
don't,
they don't.
without even knowing whether I'm Republican or not. Okay, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
It
All
doesn't
right.
matter.
Check it out. You're
And
right.
I've never seen anybody treating a person of color on the other side poorly. I would be the
Thank you,
first one to
Francisco.
call them out if they did. I'm sorry,
Okay.
but the Republican Party rocks. You guys got to stop pushing this narrative that
All
the
right.
GOP is against
All
black
right. Thanks,
people.
host. Hey,
Thank
so
you, Nat.
here's my question.
You're welcome to come back a little bit later if you want
would
to.
support the same party that all the hate groups support. So that is that a
I
yes or a no?
don't.
You're fine with it.
I
That's
don't. I don't though. Have a good
that-
night.
Thank
you're
you,
fine
Nat.
with it, right? This is it. I'm done. You're fine with
Yeah, I mean, this is the narrative, right? The media highlights the bad side of the conservative or Republican, if you will, but they don't highlight the bad side of the Democrats. There's bad everywhere. Let's face it. Let's be realistic. But the media highlights that side, and that's that's what we see here. That's the result of that. Right in with Biden. I'll give you the word again in a bit, but we have other people that want to join. So, Lady Ray's here. Go ahead if you want to share your statement or question. Make it brief. We have people waiting.
Hey, I'm just gonna speak for just a second, and I just want to say, like, I love her. I don't know your name, but I absolutely
Mother of Dragons,
love
guys. Make sure to follow Mother of Dragons. She's
I
great.
love her. You are spitting nothing but facts. You are shutting him down left and right, and I support you 1,000%. I'm actually gonna go follow you.
Thank
And I
you.
don't follow many people, so I'm gonna follow you. But just keep spreading the truth because people like that are just so ignorant and clueless, and they're keeping up that false narrative that the media is portraying. So, and the media is owned by the left. We already know that. We see it every time election comes around. But like I said, y'all keep spitting the truth about everything, okay? But I'm a hop off. But thank you for letting me come up, and I just wanted to share that. But
You're welcome, and
I
that's why we're
love her.
here.
I love
That's why
you.
we are here. Thank you so much.
Huh?
That's why we're here.
I appreciate you so much.
Yes, keep
Yeah.
spreading the truth.
The
Keep
media
spreading the
doesn't
truth.
allow
And
these
maybe
conversations. You know, they don't do that.
no,
Yeah.
absolutely not. They just want to put down on the person
Yeah.
and oh no, they hate you because of this. No, I could walk up on a person on the side of the street. I don't care if they purple, yellow, green. You know what I'm saying? If somebody's being attacked for whatever reason, I'm gonna step in. I don't care if they're Republican or Democrat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But for him to say that, like that was just clueless and that was just ignorant, clearly. You
Yeah.
know. But yeah. All right, y'all. I'm gonna jump off.
Lady,
But I
you're
just want
always
to say
welcome
that.
here. So thank you for joining.
All right, and I'm gonna make sure I go follow both of y'all. Bye,
Thank you.
y'all.
Thank
See ya.
you.
Okay, I have Laramito, I believe. Go ahead. You can state your question or statement. I'm not sure what's going on with him. Is he there? Not yet. Okay, we have the great. So go ahead, the great. You can share your statement or question.
Hard time connecting. I can see the outline of
Yeah,
their
I
mic.
see that too. I'm not sure why some of them are having a difficulty here connecting. I mean, your connection is perfect, right? So it's not us.
In my phone. I have an iPhone. I just updated it. So
Cool,
if you have
cool.
an iPhone, update your iPhone because it's been
Yeah,
acting a little crazy.
maybe that's what it is, guys. Okay, as they are joining, uh, Writing with Biden wanted to join again. Let me see if I can just. I think he's here. Is he here already?
I'm
Yes.
here,
Right.
Lily.
Right. And go ahead. You can state your question again.
All right, Mom. So I got a question for you, because I mean, look, I don't clown on you for being Republican, because there was some good Republicans in the past, but right now, this is technically the Trump party, right? This is the whole thing. He took over the whole Trump party, and that's why a lot of Republicans are actually leaving the party. And I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but a lot of people in the Republican Party are leaving the party, except for a few, which is like the Matt Gaetz and the Lauren Bobos and the
Can you tell me
MTGs
who
and all that.
left? Because I can name three Democrats that actually left this year.
I'm sorry?
I can tell you three
Well,
Democrats that left this year.
well, they're
Can
being bought up,
you
but
tell me
Republicans are
one?
leaving as
Can you
well,
tell
too.
me one Republican that went to the Democratic Party this year?
Okay. Let's see. Liz Cheney was one.
Liz
Uh,
Cheney's always been. Wait, Liz Cheney has
Come
always
on
been
now.
a Democrat.
She's not a Democrat. She was always a Republican. Sorry.
No, she's
Come
always
again?
been. Yeah, she's a
She's a
name
Republican, dear.
Republican in name only, but she's always
Republican,
been a
dear.
Democratic. Yeah,
Republican,
she's a
dear.
rhino. Yeah, she's
Oh,
always
okay.
been like
So,
that. Yeah,
so,
so she's just
so,
Republican in
so,
name only.
oh,
You know
so
who her
just
father
because
is,
they're
right?
Republican, they're rhinos, right? Because they go against what Donald Trump stands for, just
Because
because he's the
no,
one that brought up
it's
that
not
word,
just
though.
hold on. Liz Cheney
Yes
has
or no?
always hold on. Liz
God,
Cheney has
Wayne.
always been a rhino. She has been a Republican in name only. She's only a Republican because her father was a Republican, right? Everybody knows who Dick Cheney was, right?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
What about
So
Adam Kinzinger?
hold on.
Let her
Liz
answer, right? And let her answer. Let her answer.
Liz Cheney has always voted more in the Democratic interest than her own party. So she was a Republican in name only. So she didn't leave anything. She just went. She finally decided to put a D behind her name. She's always been that way. She
Okay,
has
but
no. She doesn't
but
hold any
but
conservative
but
values.
going extreme right
Doesn't
is
hold any
okay, though,
Republican
right?
values. She's always been a Democrat.
But going extreme right is okay, though, right? When you're just gonna derail your whole party out the system and
Extreme
just go
right.
to, yeah, extreme right, which
What
is
is
Trump.
extreme
Trump
right?
is the extreme
Okay.
right. So you don't see Trump as a rhino, though, too, right? When he said that he was a Democrat,
No,
though, to
Trump.
begin with.
No, I believe Trump's a. First of
Oh,
all, I
he
believe
he
he's a
didn't say that
moderate.
he was Democratic.
Yeah,
He
I
didn't
believe.
say. He didn't say that.
Well, you
Oh,
got to let her answer because you ask questions. You got to let her answer. Go ahead.
Yeah. So
well, I never
so
get no answer. So
okay. You
Go
ready?
ahead, mother. Go ahead.
Okay, just check it. All right. So as far as Liz Cheney is concerned, like I said, she Republican in name only. That's it. She just finally put a D behind her name. Good for her. But you're saying that all of these people are actually leaving the Republican Party, and you name one person who's always aligned themselves with Democrats anyway.
but you said name one though,
Not
and I
it.
did.
Well, they're not leaving in droves. As a matter of fact, there was
She said that she was even going to vote for Joe
Right in,
Biden
right in.
to
You got to
be
let
yeah.
her
There's
answer. You got to
Democrats
let
that
her answer. Let her answer.
Yes,
there's
my
also
question.
Democrats that actually vote for Trump as well. There's actually a faction on TikTok that actually Democrats for Trump. You should go check them out. And they're pretty
Oh, you
big.
mean the
They're pretty
Trump
big on
guy?
here.
I know who you're talking about, David. Yeah, but
Yeah,
okay,
number. I
all
also suggest.
nonsense.
I tend to lose my
You
train.
got to let her answer. Yeah, you got to let her answer.
Yeah, I just want to make sure. There was actually recently there was a poll done, and I believe there was also some surveys that were actually done where there was a slight uptick in the amount of Black men who actually started registering themselves as a Republican and aligning themselves with Trump. Now, short of the fact that we're only about 12% of the Republican Party, that's absolutely fine, right? At the same time, we have some of the most longest running senators and congressmen in Congress right now. So do Democrats. They have a very, very long history of that, and that's perfectly fine. Again, I don't have a problem with anyone voting Democrat. I personally just don't want to. So as far as that's concerned, people
So, can I ask you a question? Can I
hold
ask you a
on.
Hold on,
question?
right in. She's not done yet. She's not
People
done.
are aligning themselves more with Trump. They're not coming to the Republican Party, so to speak, but there's more and more people that are aligning themselves with Trump and that are going to vote for him. That does not mean that they are switching their party to Republican. That doesn't mean anything. They're just going to vote for Trump, right? There's also a number of people, there's also a number of people who have decided that are Democrat to also vote for Trump. Okay, so people leaving the Republican Party doesn't mean that they're not going to vote for Trump. Now, if you want to put is Trump the forefront of our party, he absolutely is. Is he the top contender for the spot for the Republican spot? He is. But I'm also a realist. Okay,
But you're saying that it's okay
if
that the
anything
Let her
happens,
answer,
Constitution
right in.
doesn't
Let her
exist for
answer.
Trump,
Thank you,
though, right?
Scott.
And
if
the
anything
Republican Party, right?
happens with these indictments, let's just say Trump ends up going to jail, right? Let's just say that ends up happening. To be logically consistent, we would still have to pick the most viable option for the Republican Party if we're going to stay with our party. So, am I a forever Trumper? No, I'm not a forever Trumper. Do I support Donald Trump? Absolutely. Trump 2024.
Thank you so much for answering that question. Right, and hold on a second. We have the grade. She or he's been waiting there for a while. The grade, go ahead. You can state your question or statement.
Yeah, I was gonna speak on some of what she was speaking on, but I know not to ask her a question because she speaks so well and eloquent. She
Go
what three
ahead.
Republican administrations should we?
You're
I think
breaking
there's
up.
some
What
with
three
something's wrong with your
Republican?
microphone. You're coming in and out.
Okay, I'm gonna drop the question in the actual chat
Thank you,
so you
Francisco.
all can see it.
Thank you, the
Okay.
great.
Thank you. Thank you guys for the gifts. Thank you.
Guys, everyone, please make sure to tap this live and share it if you can with your family and friends so we can have more of an open discussion here. Thank you, everyone, joining. Right in with Biden. Go ahead. You can respond now.
Yes. Okay. So, moving forward, Donald Trump has always been a rhino his whole life because that's all he does is just look after number one. Number one, the reason why I say he's racist is number one was when Colin Kaepernick took a knee and he told him, "Get that BLM son beep out of there." Remember that? That's one. Number two,
No,
Donald
I
Trump
don't.
actually would not ever rent to people of color, black people. Number three, he was at the time with the Fabulous Five. He actually called for their unalivings before they even were proven innocent or guilty. on that thing. But going forward, right now, as of right now, this whole party right there is racist as hell. Period. And then not only that, but the dictating of motherhood, of either whether a woman's autonomy, to control your reproductive rights and any woman in this country's reproductive rights is absolutely wrong.
Right in. Quick question for you. What do you think of what's happening at the border right now?
There's nothing really happening at the border.
There's nothing happening.
No, sir.
It's
Because
completely safe.
actually,
It's completely under control.
Do you know
Hold
who
on,
Tally?
I'm asking you a question. It's completely under control.
Yeah.
Okay. So okay, thank you. Thank you, Ryan, for joining. I'm gonna have to let you go because I have other people waiting here. I think honestly, I think
Right
Ryan.
every single one of those points, but I'll do it next time.
Yeah.
Hey, did y'all see my question?
Yes, I did. Great. Give me 1 second. Yeah, honestly, I think riding with Biden is not living in the real world right now. That's my opinion. Yeah. So the question from the grade was, what three Republicans administrations should black people been behind and why? Should they be behind? Is that what you mean?
No, I'm asking about
What administration?
people who were inclusive in the Republican Party and they're leaving. Then we should see past data showing that black people supported past Republican administrations, White Houses. So which ones were those?
Oh, that's a great question. So we'll go back to like more of the beginning of
Thank you,
history.
Becca.
So after in 1854 is when the Republican Party started. You had the Jacksonian Democrats that were kind of more aligned with Andrew Jackson's Democratic. So they had hey info. So they had
I'm sorry. I think, can I interject though? Because I didn't get to say anything prior. If
Go
you
ahead.
want to interject with Jackson and say black people should have followed this logic
no, I
of
didn't. That's
anything.
not what I
Hold on,
said.
hold on,
That's not
hold
what I
on,
said.
hold on. Listen what I'm saying.
I didn't say
So,
that anybody should
so
align with Jackson. I didn't say
no,
that.
hold on. I didn't say that either. What I said was a statement that was half finished. So, if any Republican administration was before Jim Crow, and you use them as a reference point of
No,
any
I'm
kind
not.
in the debate standards, hold on.
It would be really
Okay,
it would be
I'll
really
mute. I'll
great
let
if
you
I could
explain.
finish my statement.
Yeah,
Yes,
let her
that's
finish.
a
Go ahead.
very, very
Go ahead.
heavy question. So I'm just trying to go through the history because there is a point in time. You said, is there any administration that they should have supported at any at any time in history? And to actually give you the history of the Republican Party, you'll see that they've always been the history. They've always been the party of the Republicans, and they've always supported the blacks. So you could say, like I said, right during that time period where you have the Jacksonian Democrats, you had the Dixiecrats, and then you had the Republicans, and then you had the regular Democrats. Now, the Dixiecrats were the ones that kind of switched. Now, there was only like two: Strom Thurmond and Barry Goldwater, right? So if you actually really want to get down to it, the administrations, it's really not about the administrations, right? It was more or less the Republican Party and black people's interest at that time. So I would say right after the Civil War, you had during Reconstruction, you had a lot of black Republicans. There were a lot of them. The number one enemy of the Triple K Mafia was the black Republicans. They were the black Republicans. So as you move through history, you could tell that most of the black vote, and I can't remember the exact president, but I want to say it was right around the 1940s is when the black Republicans, or I'm sorry, Republicans were voting. Black Republicans were voting for Republican presidents. And then if you move forward to JFK, because he was more conservative, he had more conservative values, is why they've started voting for JFK,
Thank you,
right?
Scott.
And it was because of his conservative values. So again, if you want to point to an administration in history that this like black people should have voted for, well, they should have
Thank you,
stuck with
Scott.
the Republican Party. It's always been that way. And the only time that it actually mattered was in the 1960s, when the only time, the only reason why there was a switch, which there was only one person that actually switched. Number two, if you look at the vote count, all of the Republicans actually voted for the Civil Rights Act while the Democrats didn't. And they labeled Strom Thurmond to be
Thank you,
I'm sorry,
Scott.
Barry Goldwater to be a racist because he was against Title II and Title VII because of its constitutionality. He wasn't against Black people. Okay. So the Southern strategy has always been, when they did it in 1865 and when they did it in 1964, they also did it in the 1950s. The Southern strategy was just tell the other side that they're racist and we'll get our votes. They don't care about Black people. They don't care about civil rights. Because remember, the Republican Party was only against the Civil Rights Act of 1866, 1865, and they were only against the one in 1964 because of the title provisions that actually gave the government more power. That was the reason why it was done. So
So
it
if
had absolutely nothing to do with anyone's race.
Oh,
This is the misnomer about what the people think about the Republican Party. So honestly, if you really want to talk about why the Black people should vote Republican, it's because we're not focused on identity politics. Plain and simple.
okay. So I appreciate you speaking clearly. I mean, that was a lot, but it still didn't give me the three administrations that were Republican
Well,
because
I
it
can't
does.
actually name three administrations that I say that Black people should have voted for because I just gave you the history of Black people voting from 1865 all the way into 1964.
Okay, so pretty much all the way through slavery.
They didn't have the right to vote during slavery.
Exactly. So even in that, even in
After
your example, hold on,
Reconstruction. Yeah,
even
I said after
hold on,
Reconstruction.
or in your example, even in that in that example,
Mhm.
even if it was for Democrats, they still wouldn't have been allowed to vote. So
No,
Republicans don't
they
earn.
voted Republican. So you have to
So
also
so
know
this
that
notion,
but before we had the Reconstruction amendments, there were several states that actually did grant Black people the right to vote. However, when it was formed in 1854, okay, they were fighting for Black people's rights to vote. Look at, like I said, look at Ida B. Wells, look at Isaiah
and
Washington, look at John R. Lynch. These
and
were the people that were actually
you,
fighting for Black people's right to vote.
I
In the
don't I
white
don't
Southern
doubt I
Democrat
don't
state,
doubt
they didn't
I
have
don't
the power to vote, but in the North, they did.
I don't doubt that you know your history because you actually know actual dates that
Sorry, I'm
actually
dropping stuff.
correspond to some kind of factual basis
Sorry.
in context. But if you're sitting here and answering my question when I said, "Hey, can you provide me three Republican presidents?" Right? That black people as a whole during the context of when that president was governing that they should have fell behind and why. So what I'm
I
saying is
just
if
gave
you
you
gave
the
me
entire.
the
I don't know
okay,
why
hold
you
on,
keep
but
you
asking
just
the same
spoke.
thing. I
You
just
just
gave you
okay,
the
spoke.
whole history.
See, this is why I'm saying you speak so well and loud and clear that you actually win that type of fight. So you're not answering my question.
yeah,
I
but the
did
great,
answer
but the
it.
great. Hold on one second. The great. Why? Can you tell me why is this so important of going back to these three administrations that you want?
Well, I mean, if you're claiming so much is happening on the black front in regards to the Republican Party, because I do see and have friends that do switch their votes over the years. So that's not anything new. That's something that happens.
Yeah.
But this misnomer that the Republican Party is so inclusive of the black people, and I love using your word, is crazy because you just quoted history where black people, even if somebody wanted to fight for them, still didn't have the right in the Republican Party or the Democratic Party.
They
So
did.
you
They
not
absolutely did.
so
That's what I'm saying.
In the South in
It's a
18
historical fact
excuse
that
me,
I'm
in the
sorry, but
South
you're
in
wrong. You wanted
1920,
three
hold on, in the
administrations.
South in
I gave you a
1920,
200-year history of
okay,
the Republican Party
I can mute,
fighting for
I'm
the
mute,
rights of Black Americans and
I'm mute.
civil right, their right to vote, and amongst other rights. So I'm sorry. You wanted three administrations. I gave you 200 years of history in 3 minutes.
No, what you did, so you can't do that in 3 minutes, and that's
I
disingenuous to
didn't give you
say.
a specific
So,
party. No, I
oh,
gave
again,
you
here,
the
if you
entire
ask me a
history of the
question,
Republican Party.
so if you ask me a question and I pivoted around it by
That's
talking
not a
about
pivot.
history, yes, it
That's
is
not a pivot.
because it's simple.
I
You
gave you
know what?
something
You could have
better than
said
what you
George
asked
W.
for.
Bush. You could have actually
I gave
said
you something better than what you
Senior.
asked for, which was an entire history in 3 minutes.
No, I didn't ask for your history. I asked for
You did.
three.
You asked for three
No,
administrations.
actually,
I
I'm
gave
not
you
gonna
the
get in.
entire history. I don't know
Hey,
what more you
hey,
want.
Mother of Dragons, I'm really not gonna get in a shouting match with you
It's
because
not. I'm
clearly
not
I was
shouting out.
quiet when you were talking. Clearly, I was quiet when you were talking.
Yeah, I
So
gave
what
you
did?
what you asked for, and you're saying I avoided the question. I
Okay,
answered
then.
you
So
all.
what administration did you give me that was Republican, and
I
why?
gave you 200 years of
Okay,
history,
what
and I
administration?
can't give you.
So
So I
that
can't give you.
history, in that history, what? Give me one, and give me 5 examples of that administration as to why it supported Black ideals and principles at that time.
It wasn't particularly black ideals and principles. That's what I'm
So
saying.
how? So you don't vote
The
based
more
off
of
of
the
the
identity,
ideals
the
and the
more of the
morals and
identity
principles that you
politics.
have.
We don't in the Republican Party. We don't focus on identity politics. But when it came to actual civil rights and rights for Black people,
Uh,
that the Republican Party has been fighting for that since the Reconstruction era.
okay, so like under the Tuskegee experiment, that same government that you're saying, that's what that was, because that's what's happening.
Under the same government, under the Tuskegee experiments,
Yes.
sure. Did
Oh, okay then.
everything
Yeah.
that happened in history for Black people or against Black people or in anybody for that matter? No, we don't. We have a very storied history in America, of
Yeah.
course.
So
No,
Okay.
if
there wasn't.
Okay,
There was
that great.
absolutely wasn't.
I think she answered your question. I don't want to stay too long on this topic. The comment section wants to move on. Do you have a final statement you want to share? And then I'm gonna have to let you go. We have other people waiting.
yeah,
I don't think
so
she answered the
Hold on, Smoothie. Hold on. You'll be next. Go ahead. The
so
great.
so my final thought on it is she really didn't answer the question. I mean, you're a great
I
speaker,
did.
and
Sorry.
I give you that, and quite frankly, you do well with it. So I applaud you for that. But you didn't answer the question. But
I did.
to say that Black America as a whole is moving how she's saying is disingenuous because we all know that the popular vote isn't in Trump's favor from the last election. So therefore, your whole assertion that he has all these numbers of new voters is quite frankly a little bit disingenuous
I
because
never said that. I said it was actually a
well, it's
small
the
jump.
assertion.
I
Okay,
never asserted
well,
that it was a
again,
jump.
even on my last statement, I can't even finish. We'll be out of here. So with that, I know you're going to be disingenuous, but at the same time, I appreciate y'all's
That's a
time.
large reach,
But
but okay.
Black people
Have
need
a
to
great
understand
night.
one thing: like even if Trump
Smoothie, can
loses,
you please mute your
Trump is
microphone? Thank
supposed
you.
Oh,
to
that's not me echoing, but I'll mute it.
Trump is supposed to lead just how he led the winners, and Biden's supposed to lead the winners and the losers in this election as well. So at the same time, y'all keep going with this versus. Even if whoever gets elected, they need to lead for everyone, and Trump was not inclusive of that. Whether you want to call him racist, whether you want to look at his legal battles, or whatever you want to look at, he's definitely not inclusive of leading everyone. He only wants to lead the people that support him and feed to what he wants. And I'm not gonna expand on that, but that's basically all I want to say.
That's your opinion, and
You don't have to really tell
you're
me I
welcome.
agree
You're
with
welcome
it.
to
That's
share
my
your
opinion.
opinion.
Yeah,
Your
I
opinion.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
We all got
Thank you.
opinions. We all
Yep.
got them.
Absolutely.
Y'all
Thank you
try to
so much
twist
for
my
sharing that, and thank you for
words by
joining.
saying thank you for joining and sharing your opinion.
Yeah.
So what y'all got opinions
I
on here, right?
yep. I gave you a long time to speak, so thank you so
Okay,
much for
then.
joining. We have other people waiting.
Y'all have a good one, man.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's incorrect. As you did answer the question, and you said that the Democrats play identity politics. That's what they do. Do they follow through with their words? No, because most of the cities run by Democrats are going to the toilet right now, and that's a fact. And you can look at the stats on that. But we have Smoothie. Go ahead, Smoothie. You want to share your statement here or ask your question? Please
I
make it
mean,
brief. We have other people waiting. Go ahead.
that's fine. I guess there's two ways that we can go. So we can either talk about like how because Dragons was saying that like historically the Republican Party has been like in support of Black people. We can discuss that, or you just said that Democratic cities are doing worse off than Republican cities. So we can talk about like either one. I'm fine with whichever topic you'd like to discuss.
I like to. The comment section wants to stick to the present right now, and maybe even look into the future. We she went through the history already. They spoke about the history. If we can stick to the current topic of today, the topic is Blacks for Trump, and the special guest is Mother of Dragons. She's here. She's a conservative and Trump supporter, and so I'm interviewing her and also taking questions from the chat as to why she supports Trump, or if you have any other questions, go ahead. Feel free to ask. So go ahead, Smoothie.
I don't see anything specifically about like how the comments want to like talk about like currently, but that's fine. So could you explain to me a little bit like what you mean by Republican cities are doing better off than Democratic cities? Or you don't want to discuss that?
Oh yeah, I mean, I can tell you. I mean, you can go to my page. I've actually reported on what's happening right now in sanctuary cities, backed by which are ran by Democrats. They're allowing the migrants to come to those cities, and they are being put in front of the line, in front of immigrants that are trying to do it the right way, and also their residents themselves. We have people in Chicago complaining about, they are losing the rights when it comes to housing, when it comes to other assistance, and that they need, like, food stamps and stuff like that. They're being left behind, or they're cutting their budgets, right? Like New York City. I don't know if you knew that, but New York City is cutting their budgets right now because they've spent so much money, billions, with the migrant situation, that they have to cut police force, some educational programs. Do you know that that's happening in New York?
So do you want to talk about Chicago or New York? Because I wanted to challenge like
Well, you said the cities, the
yeah,
Democrat.
but you mentioned
So I'm giving you the
yeah, I'm fine
cities.
with challenging like either one. So
Okay,
you want to
go
talk about
ahead.
Chicago or so with
You
Chicago,
you
like I
can
haven't really
choose. You're here to share your statement or your question. So go
that's
ahead.
fine. With Chicago, I haven't really seen like anything saying that like they're being put ahead of the line in terms of like access to like food stamps and like insurance, health for like healthcare and stuff like that. So could you like elaborate more about that?
Yeah. So actually, in yesterday's live, we had some guests that actually they work for the federal government, and they shared some of their experience when it comes to the money being spent, and how, let's say, I'll give you an example. One of the things they shared last night was that, for certain, of course, every state is different, right? But for certain, this was a federal worker that joined us last night. For certain cities, in most cities, you have to provide proof of residency. You have to provide, let's say, birth certificate, your ID, obviously, and income, if you will, to prove that you need the assistance. And so if you don't have that, they will deny you, or they will just tell you to go get it. And she said that they can deny you for any reason. However, the migrants logistically wouldn't qualify for that, but they were told by the higher ups that they have to make the exception and allow the migrants to get the help regardless. So she shared a story where a migrant came, and she said that she needed the assistance, and she didn't have any documentation. She said that she lost her documentation when she was crossing the river. So she had nothing. So she called the higher ups, and they said, yep, just, write her information down as she's telling it to you. And then that's just unfair. That money's being spent like that. We have citizens in this country that need that help. And, that's just being put in front of the line of other citizens, because another example she mentioned was she had this pregnant 19-year-old girl, resident in her city, and she mentioned that she had a reserved spot in the hotel that she was going to be in for a few nights, but migrants were dropped off at midnight in that same city, and so they had to take care of that situation. And she shared that the higher ups, once again, had the 19-year-old pregnant girl denied access to that assistance because migrants were priority. And this was shared last night in my live. And this was just, an example that I'm giving you. These are things that you don't really find in the mainstream media, because they don't interview people like this. The mainstream media just shows the migrants coming in, mother with kids, as usual, and they don't show the reality of what's happening. So that's an example of how these sanctuary cities are being destroyed by the democratic policies. And so does that affect the poor Blacks and Latinos? Absolutely, because they are the ones that should be receiving that help, because they have this, proof of residency, they have proof of income, they have their IDs. So these individuals don't even have that. And so to me, that's unfair, if that answered your question.
It's really important to like when you discuss with certain people like on TikTok or anything like that. It's really important to like fact check these things because the way that the sanctuary city ordinances work, they work as protections for immigrants in general. So what it would do is like, for instance, if you're applying for like a public service, they wouldn't ask for your immigration status. There's no evidence to show that it puts you ahead of the line in terms of receiving like access to aid and the stuff like that. I think maybe you should really verify that before like saying that specifically because nowhere in the sanctuary city ordinances is that how it operates. So whether it be Chicago specifically or in New York specifically, there's no evidence to show that
Well,
this is how the ordinance
can you
operates.
define an
So if you,
ordinance? Do you
yeah,
know what an ordinance is?
you want me to define the term ordinance?
Mhm.
Yeah, sure. It's specifically like a piece of legislation enacted by like a city or an authority, a municipal city.
Is that different from policy?
The term policy?
Yeah, would it be different from DCFS policy?
Oh, I'm not sure what like you're asking right now. I'm just
Yeah,
explaining
because
like how the city
ordinance
ordinance
laws
work.
and policies are all different. So even if there's a law, so just say like the border law is let's say the border law is, we're supposed to turn around immigrants right away at the border. Go back home, right? Now, the policy of Border Patrol could be, all right, we got to turn them around right away. But our policy is that we have to do ADC, ABCDEFG first, and then we have to do that in order to comply with the law. So again, just because the law says that doesn't mean that the policy itself may not even violate the law either, right? So the policies of DCFS, the law could be that, or it's not in the law that says that they are a priority, but the policies of DCFS can actually make it a policy, can actually make it a priority. So you hold on. You have videos of Black Americans at in Chicagoans, Illinoisans, or however you want to call them, in at city council meetings, telling their city council members that the fact that they're a sanctuary city is taking away essential services from Black Americans. You can also point to the
Thank you for sharing that because that was going to be my response to her in regards to people on TikTok complaining here. Yes,
Right.
I reported on this on my channel, but go ahead.
In the 1960s, they actually talked about the Congressional Black Caucus actually put out a publication talking about how immigration actually affects Black Americans because the focus is more on them than it is the Black community. So again, it's the funny part is that the Democrats will eventually move away from Black people. They're going to do it. They've already done it. They don't care. All right. As much as they can tell you to your face, you'll get reparations. Yeah, we'll take care of you. Do all this other shit, and then they'll just move in a bunch of immigrants. I'm sorry, but that's exactly what they're doing right now because you see all of these people. You see all of these people on video saying you don't care about the Black community. You're not doing anything about it. And what did they do? They gaslit those people and put a bunch of experts in front of them to tell them, oh, we're working through these processes. Look at what happened to the mayor of New York City. Essentially, he was pretty much run down by the Gestapo and accused of being colluding with foreign nationals or foreign governments for campaign finance violations.
Just for reference, he's under federal investigation right now.
He's under federal investigation. And what
after speaking out?
After speaking out, right on the heels of him saying, we're going to have to cut every essential service in the city to pay for this, and we need to hold Joe Biden responsible. Boom, there goes an investigation. So I'm sorry, but personally, I'm not even concerned about anybody's skin color. What I would be concerned about is why the Democratic Party is weaponizing the DOJ to further their interests.
Okay, so to
Go ahead,
clarify,
Smoothie.
I asked you like what specifically makes like Republican cities like do better than Democratic cities, and you said, oh, specifically the sanctuary city ordinances is what makes that the case because within these ordinances it allows immigrants to like have priority in terms of access to social services. So now I explained to you like how these sanctuary city ordinances work. It doesn't give priority to immigrants. It doesn't give priority to undocumented immigrants. It specifically means that like they do not ask for immigration status when given social
Does it give
services.
priority to Black people?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were talking one at a time. Go ahead.
What does it give priority to Black people though? Do those
Sanctuary city ordinances? No, they don't.
No, I'm just the ordinances. Period. Before they were a sanctuary city, were they doing anything for Blacks?
Oh, I'm not sure. So
They weren't, Smoothie.
maybe the point is lost, right? So I'm asking you how Republican cities are doing better than Democratic cities.
They
And
were
you're
doing
saying, okay, I'm
they
sorry, you go ahead.
specifically made ordinances just for immigrants, but made nothing for the people in their city. You don't see
So I'm asking you how Republican cities are doing better than Democratic cities. And you said that these city ordinances are providing privileges and advantages to immigrants. And I'm explaining to you that these are
yeah,
not doing that.
not for all people.
So now I'm a little bit confused. Do you believe that these sanctuary
Because
city
they don't put
ordinances? Okay, I'm
because when
sorry.
your
We
court
can't be
specific
talking over
when
each
you
other, Dragon.
okay, so you
We
keep
can't.
asking the same
Dragon,
thing over
please,
and over
just at
again,
least let me
and we
finish.
keep
Could you at least
answering
let me
the question.
finish?
Like we
But hold on,
Dragon,
Smoothie. You're asking questions as you're going along, so you cannot ask like 10 questions
what
in
I'm
one
saying is,
sentence.
I'm
Just stick to one. If you're asking a
that's
question, stick
fine.
to one.
That's fine. Just let me finish what I'm saying, please. So yes, are you saying that these sanctuary city ordinances are providing privileges and advantages to immigrants? That's the first
yes,
question.
you've said that 3 times now.
Could you
Yes,
explain that? How are the sanctuary city
I think we
ordinances
just
providing those
I think we
privileges?
just explained it.
Oh, maybe I missed it.
It's
Could you try again?
ad nauseum. I don't know. Like, do you want a different answer?
Could you explain how they are?
Because they have specific laws geared towards it's a sanctuary city. I mean, the name in and of itself is geared more towards immigrants than it actually does anything for black people.
Do you know
They,
what a
I mean,
sanctuary
for
city
anyone
ordinance
else.
is?
Okay, so we should make laws fair and balanced for everyone, but when you start making laws specifically for
Do you
groups
know
of
what a
people based
sanctuary
off
city ordinance is?
I do know what a sanctuary
So
city
what is
ordinance.
it?
We've talked about it ad nauseum. We just
Okay,
talked
what is
about it.
it?
So we just talked about it, and we're not gonna keep going over and over the same point over and over
You
again.
never explained what it
Again,
was. So could you do that?
okay, so the sanctuary city ordinances, like where these people are going to sleep at, the money that's going to be spent to house them, what the getting food.
That's
Uh,
not true.
that
That's not what the
that is
no, it's
exactly
not.
what that is.
So
Okay,
a
so
sanctuary
then
city
you tell us
ordinance, it refers to
something else.
local laws or policies enacted by certain cities or jurisdictions that aim to limit the cooperation with federal immigration forces and in relation to enforcing immigration laws.
Well,
Yeah, so
Smoothie, I
Specifically,
think. Hold
it
on a
provides
second. I think
protections.
where
Yeah,
Mother of
go
Dragon
ahead.
is coming from here is that that's what the Democrats are doing
Wait,
now.
no, she's misdefining what a sanctuary city ordinance
yeah, I
is.
don't
She's
care what
Well,
the ordinance
misunderstanding it.
actually says. I
but
care
that's
what
where
it's
she's coming
actually
from. I mean,
said.
she's coming from the sense of that's what they are making it now. But
Oh,
in
no, no,
essence,
no. I'm
that's
talking
not
about the actual
supposed.
policy. I'm just talking about what the actual
Right.
policy
Okay.
is.
So just to
She
be
doesn't know what it is.
specific, I'm just sharing that's where she's coming from. That's what they're making it
I'm just
now.
asking her like what it is, like what is the sanctuary city
Well,
ordinance? If she doesn't know what it is, that's fine.
the ordinance, yeah, the ordinance is that as you described. So policy or city employees it prohibits the
Uh-huh.
employees from questioning police about their immigration status and refusing
Exactly.
requests by national immigration. But
So how does this give priority for social
because
services?
they're breaking the law.
Um,
Right.
what?
Yes, they're
Yeah,
breaking
My
the law because
question, my
they're. Hold
question
on,
is, how
Smoothie.
are
Let
they
me answer.
priority for
Hold on. Let
social
me answer. Let me
services?
answer.
Yeah.
Because they are not. They are not. There's no law out there that says that sanctuary cities are to provide shelter, are to provide food, are to provide money. By the way, in Chicago, there was a report that I posted on my page that some get up to 6 months of free rent. They get help moving, and on top of that, they get furnished apartments. Okay, and that's what the black community in Chicago is complaining right now, that they
Right.
never got stuff like that. If
So
that answers your question.
you said sanctuary city ordinances are giving advantages, like allowing them to skip the
No,
line.
so
Excuse me one
Smoothie,
second,
we're
mother.
not
Mother, one
following the
second.
law. That's
Mother,
what
one
we're
second,
saying.
please.
The
Mother, one second.
ordinances are not giving these
Dragon,
things.
Dragon, one second. So Vega, you explained that like these specific ordinances are giving priority to these immigrants. You even gave a story in which a black person was denied access to health care because of these ordinances. So you
I
are
didn't
saying
say
these
I didn't say it was a black
oh,
person that denied healthcare. I never
you said
said
a
that.
19-year-old black woman? That's not
No,
what
no,
you said.
19-year-old girl.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, nonetheless, you are saying that these immigration ordinances are specifically allowing them to skip the line and jump ahead for
No.
social
I never
services.
said ordinances. I said from the higher ups, they got
Sanctuary
word to
city
do it.
ordinances.
No, no, no,
Sanctuary city
no, no, no.
ordinances
I
is what you
said this is
said.
what's happening in sanctuary cities. I never said that's.
Oh, so you weren't relating it to sanctuary city ordinances. You
Okay,
weren't.
But
so
no, I never said or I never mentioned that word until now.
Do
right,
you know what makes something
the
a sanctuary
ordinances in
city?
place are not stopping policy enacted within DCFS to do whatever they want to do.
Yeah,
That's what they're saying. That's what we're
So I
saying.
think what
It doesn't
Smoothie,
matter.
I think where Smoothie is coming from is that she's sticking to the sanctuary city policy that's on paper, but that's not what's happening right there, right now. That's what I mean.
So
Right.
you do not believe the sanctuary city ordinances, like them themselves, you're okay with those or no? I'm confused now because you're saying it
The
was a
same, there's
priority.
No,
nothing
I'm
wrong
not
with
okay. I'm not okay with the sanctuary city policy. Absolutely not. But but that policy is not. It's nothing compared to what's happening right now. That was back like 10 years ago. That was something.
Well, can
But
you agree that these policies are not giving priority to immigrants then?
the sanctuary city policy, the
Yeah,
ordinances,
they're
yeah, the
not giving.
ordinances is only the
Yeah.
ordinances is only it comes to the police reporting to immigration. That's it.
Okay. Just to, because Mother of Dragon said that
Yeah.
like it was specifically
Well,
No,
because
giving like
I didn't
access
say
to
that at
healthcare and
all.
stuff like that. You
No, I
did.
didn't.
When I asked you
well,
what it was, you did say that, but that's
No, I
fine.
didn't.
okay,
No,
but
I
we
didn't
we
say that.
can't
I
we
was
can't.
talking about what's
Okay, do you
happening
have
now.
another question? Because we already answered the question. Do you have another
Yeah,
question?
just clarifying because you misspoke earlier.
I
So,
didn't.
what is specifically the issue with these democratic cities? You believe they're like allowing like immigrants? What's the specific issue with them, with the democratic
Okay, go
cities?
ahead, mother. What the specific issue she's asking?
I don't have a specific. I don't have an issue with immigrants at
No, I
all.
didn't ask. That was my question. I said, what's the issue with democratic cities allowing immigrants? That was my question.
Yeah, I'm answering your question. So
Mhm.
I don't have. So personally, I don't care if they get immigrants, and they're supposed to do that. I mean, this country is full of immigrants. We shouldn't stop letting immigrants come into this country. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay.
We need to put put a button, put a pin in the amount of illegal immigration that we have going on, and there's really no oversight in that department. Yeah, even Mayorkas will tell you that it's out of fucking control. He sat in front of Congress and told them that it was out of control. Uh, thirdly, the issue is again, and we've done this ad nauseum now, that even though what's on paper is what's on paper, yeah, it looks great on paper, but what is it actually doing? And the thing about it is that putting the needs of American citizens on hold or pushing it to the back to put immigrations or immigrants to the forefront and giving them the essential services that some Americans are actually waiting for is wrong. And all of them, everyone should be a priority. Our homeless vets should be a priority, number one. Anyone that served this country should be a priority. I don't give a shit what your color is. I don't give a shit what your background is. If you serve this country, you get priority. That's
Does
number
that
one.
answer your question, Smoothie?
So there really wasn't an issue like stated with like what democratic cities are doing. You expressed a little bit that you had an issue with undocumented immigration or people who are here illegally. Are you talking about specifically people who like overstay work visas or people who like come across the border and like
I'm
later
I'm
on
talking
apply for refugee
specifically.
status?
I'm talking specifically those across the border, and the main reason is safety for me anyway, because
The main
we
issue is
have
safety? Okay.
yeah, because we have a system. The immigration system is to vet people coming in. They vet you on income, healthcare, and also criminal background. And there's no such thing right now at the border. If they were letting them in and they were being vetted, then I would be for it. I'm pro-immigrant. I'm an immigrant myself, but the right way. So if that answers your question.
So let's say there's an undocumented immigrant who came here, like across the border, whatever, and they have not committed a crime. Would you be okay with them at least gaining citizenship or no? So,
So, I've spoken about this many times in my lives. I understand there's good people and bad people, for sure. Not all are bad. I never said that. But the problem is it sends the wrong message because we have a system where there's a lot of immigrants right now waiting outside of the US that have paid thousands of dollars. And I'm telling you this because I've sponsored immigrants. Okay. I've sponsored family members. Being a Latino American, some are here, some are still waiting. Those that are here came the right way. In most cases, they cost thousands of dollars. So you tell me, how am I supposed to feel when I see some coming through the border, no fee, and then they get here, some get luxury hotels, and then some of them complain about the food. Some of them want free work permits because they don't have the money to afford the work permit fee. Meanwhile, on my side, and a lot of immigrants on my side that share my point of view have paid thousands of dollars to immigration. Immigration is very slow during this process. I've had a case where it was over 10 years. Imagine that, over 10 years, close to 15. I had another case where it was supposed to take 9 months and it took almost 3 or around 3, maybe a little bit over 3 years. And that's paying thousands of dollars, many back and forths with immigration. They vet every single word and sentence in a document that you send. Nope, this is not translated properly, or nope, this is not coming from the right department. And then you try to call them, they are not helpful. You email them, they reply a week, sometimes a month, and it delays the process even more. So when you send the application, whether it's by yourself or with an attorney, it has to be perfect, because if there's something there that they catch, it extends longer. So that's where the anger is from the immigrant community that's doing it the right way, if that answers your question. So yes, would it be perfect if all of them are good people and then we give them, the papers like you said? Yeah. But that sends the wrong message, because the moment you do that, more will come that way, and not all are good.
So I'll clarify two things. Like, I'm a second generation immigrant. Like, I'm also sponsoring someone at the moment actually to gain citizenship. I've dealt with immigrants a lot, so you don't have to like explain like the whole thing to me. But like, your issue specifically was with safety, right? Because some people who do come illegally across the border can commit crimes. But if we like look at people who have been here for like 10 years or so and have not committed a crime within those 10 years or so, I don't see an issue with allowing them citizenship. I see what you're saying by like having some like distaste towards people who may who may have quote unquote gotten here easier than the people you've sponsored, like how pay thousands of dollars to sponsor. But I don't think like a process being difficult for myself means I should encourage people it to be difficult for other people. I think what would make more sense for us to negotiate, which is a lot of the policies, immigration policies, we see a lot of Democratic cities advocate for, is specifically making the immigration process shorter and easier for people to go through, while still regulating and making sure that like people who aren't like committing crimes or whatever may have you are entering the country, just making it an easier process so people aren't waiting like years and decades to enter the country. So it
Listen,
makes sense to me that you would want to harden the process for people who are also like doing the same thing instead of advocating for it to be lesser for everyone across the board.
listen, Smoothie, I agree with that. Absolutely. The immigration process should be quicker, should be easier, to encourage more people to do it the right way. Absolutely. It's very slow. It's pretty much,
Yeah.
inefficient. So yeah, and when you asked, the first question was, if someone comes in through the border, can they get the papers if they're a good person? But you never mentioned the 10-year mark until now. That's
Oh no,
different.
that's just an analogy. It could be 1 year then. Like what? You just take an
Well,
analogy.
but that's different, because it sends the wrong message, right? So again, it sends the wrong message. So yes, and I've talked about this also. We're forgetting about the illegals that have been here for 20 years paying taxes. The hardworking illegals that have been here for 20 years and they've proven themselves. So yes, those people should be looked into first than those coming in right now. So if that answers your question, yes, absolutely. But we're not even looking at them. We're looking at those coming in right now, that a lot of them have an entitlement mentality. And you can see my page and you can refer to what I'm talking about there. A lot of them have an entitlement mentality, and it's totally wrong. Smoothie, go
So
ahead. I'll let you share a last statement, because we have other people waiting here on the live.
I did
yeah,
want to
that's
respond.
fine. So a lot of the issue that you stated earlier was that like it was a safety concern, but now you're saying that like we should give priority to people who have been here longer. So even with what you're saying, like you wouldn't be giving priority to people who quote unquote go the right way. It would be more priority in like maybe the circumstance of the individual, and that makes more sense, right? Like if you're from like a
Well, no,
refugee.
no, you're
Oh,
twisting what I
I'm
said.
sorry.
Hold on, you're
Okay.
twisting you're
Yeah,
twisting
I
what I
didn't.
said. I said, if
That's
we
fine.
were going to go that route that you said, somebody comes to the border, they prove themselves over you. The last statement was over 10 years. That's different than someone that just came here 6 months ago or 1 year ago. If we were going to go that route, I'd say we should look into those that have been here for decades. That's what I meant.
So that's still not really like
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
because.
there's
Oh, go ahead, Dragon.
I just wanted to respond to that. I kind of feel like it's self-serving for any Democrat to sit here and talk about, well, if you're concerned about the safety, you should be concerned about the safety of other people in America. Well, I'm actually concerned about everyone's safety. I'm actually concerned about the safety of the immigrants that are actually sleeping in police stations everywhere. I'm concerned about the safety of those officers. I'm concerned about the safety, the whether or not it's habitable for women and children to actually sleep on the floor of a police station. If there's an emergency or anything else like that, why are our police stations being crowded? Why are there homeless people sleeping on benches? Why is the city of New York creating park benches so homeless people cannot sleep on them? Yeah, it's public property, yes, but You all created a city. You all create your sanctuary cities, and then you have nowhere for these people to go. No sort of contingency plan to take care of them. You're making park instead of spending your money on making sure that they're housed, fed, and clothed the proper way, right? You're making park benches out in New York to make sure that they don't sleep on them. This is absolutely ludicrous for anyone to sit here and have this self-serving, high and mighty idea that the Democratic Party actually cares about the homeless either, because you don't. Look at how many of them were kicked out of hotels, right? They're all walking down the street with nowhere to go, and the Republican Party is like, I'm sorry, the Democratic Party is like, oh my God, look at the great things we're doing. How are you a sanctuary city when people are sleeping outside on the street? How are you a sanctuary city when your police stations are full of homeless people
It's
or
a
a bunch of
disgrace.
it is
Well,
a disgrace. So
this
don't
is
sit here and talk about anyone's safety. You care about people's safety. Then start with if you support immigrants so much, then start getting out there and actually helping these people, because obviously we're not going to kick them out. But don't push for legislation in your ordinances that you're talking about. The ordinances don't talk about kicking people out on the street either, but they do.
So I guess firstly, like it is hyperbolic to say that like, oh, sanctuary cities are like putting priority to like immigrants, while also saying like, oh, they're leaving them on the street. If you look at the ordinances for specifically New York, for instance, you have the Dream Act, which like allows access to financial aid for immigrants, undocumented immigrants in the states. You have like prohibition of immigration enforcement in schools and courthouses, just things like that. So we do see like in these sanctuary cities, like the state is doing certain things, is doing what they can at least for these specific individuals. So I wouldn't necessarily agree that like, oh, the sanctuary cities are just letting the people in and not doing anything about them. I think
We're
like with
not.
New York
When
having,
immigrants have to sleep in a
but
police station on the
you
floor
just said that you
for a
just said the
week and a
sanctuary
half,
city
they're not
ordinances
doing
are,
anything.
but you yourself said that they're giving priority to immigrants. So I'm a little bit confused now. Are they or are they
So
not giving priority to immigrants?
priority still in the sense they're not treating them right, but when they give priority, they're still giving it essential services over Americans who've been waiting on them. So
Yeah,
But
Smoothie,
they
you have
are
to
so
also,
helping.
again,
Smoothie, you also have to understand that it's not generalizing every migrant, right? Because at the beginning, a lot of them got a really special treatment, but now the sanctuary cities are like, oh, we can't handle this. Where are we going to
Okay,
put them?
I'm a little bit
Put them at the police
confused.
station. Put them here. So that's what we mean by that.
I'm a little bit confused because you're saying that like these sanctuary cities are like providing like more aid to immigrants, but now you're saying that like they're not providing any aid to immigrants and
No,
like
no,
they're giving
I
all
didn't.
sorts.
You're twisting my
That was from
words.
other
No, no,
examples,
you're
not you
they
specifically,
can
host. That
they
was from other
still
Oh,
they
examples.
can
okay, okay.
provide they can put priority as far as getting them off of the streets and things like that. But again, how long does it, when we say priority, we're not talking about 3-4 days, we're talking about 3 or 4 months, where you have people who have been waiting on essential services who have been waiting a year or longer. We're talking about Section 8 housing, we're talking about
Correct.
food stamps, we're talking about all of those things that generally take forever. There's most Americans sit on Section 8 waiting lists for over 2 years. These people are getting it within months. So again, you want to talk about the safety of Americans. Let's talk about the safety of everyone who's here, including these immigrants. You know you're a sanctuary city. Where are you going to house them? You saw this influx of people, not just from Ron DeSantis and Greg Abbott busing them up there, right? You saw this influx of people actually telling you where they're going to go. Because if you watch the videos, they're telling you, "Hey, what's your destination? New York, Chicago, St. Louis, Los Angeles." They're going to these cities, to these sanctuary cities, right? And they have no contingency plan to help these people.
Well, to
So
clarify,
it's like I
Okay.
said, it's self-serving for
Okay,
them.
hold on,
okay,
Smoothie. You do
my
have
last
good questions.
response.
Hold on, Smoothie. You do have good questions. If you don't mind, just holding up for a bit. I want to give Black Sugar the chance to speak, and then I'll come back to you, Black Smoothie, a little bit after that. Black Sugar, welcome back. I think you were here yesterday, right?
Yeah, we had a wonderful conversation.
Well, welcome back. So go
Yeah,
ahead, if you can please share
welcome.
your
Like,
statement.
I would definitely like to chime in. I would like to know why we as Republicans always um, want to discuss about the resources and the services that Americans offer, but often run out of when our party does not accept or will not vote for an increase in these fundings for these programs, considering our country is in an emergency situation. But yet and still, you still support the Republicans.
We do.
Wait,
We
wait,
do
wait, wait,
vote
wait,
for
wait.
them
Could I respond to
publicly.
what you said earlier first, and then also what Black Sugar said?
Okay, go ahead.
So just to
And
clarify,
then after that, the word is for Mother.
just to clarify for like the Section 8 housing, so undocumented immigrants are generally not allowed to get it because you do have to have citizenship status and you do have to be a lawful permanent resident. So
Right.
so what you're talking about like are specific like policies, right? Are specific ones that are allowed for undocumented immigrants,
Yes.
like the New York Housing Authority process, like specifically that program. So Section 8 housing does require like U.S. citizenship and lawful permanent residency to be a part of it. So maybe like there's a disagreement in like
No,
what
you don't.
policies are taught
You can
for
no,
Section
you
8.
actually don't. No,
Okay, and
not
what
for
state are
state
you
level.
referring to? Do you have a
No.
source to substantiate that?
So when I say Section 8, I'm talking about like housing vouchers. Just kind of give it
Yes,
a
that's what Section 8 is of,
yeah.
obviously.
So okay. So I'll bring it down to a microcosm. So yes, you can get public housing or some form of housing assistance from the state, similar to Section 8. So a housing voucher, yes, you can. If you're
Yeah,
not,
so I don't know, maybe you're
you're
not
not
talking
a
about
U.S.
New
citizen.
York specifically or like
I'm
one that's
talking about all
provided
over the
by the,
all
yeah,
over the
but
country.
I'm not sure which one you're
That's
talking
actually not
about.
correct. It's not a
It
housing
is true.
voucher.
So what are you
It is a
talking about
housing
then? So
voucher.
No,
what's
it's not.
the
No,
program
it's
Okay,
not.
hold
called?
on. One at a time.
Final
Go ahead.
assessment,
One at a time. Let
all of it.
Black Sugar. You have a question?
No, I have a statement.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
She's
Share Black
incorrect.
Sugar.
She's incorrect about immigrants qualifying for Section 8.
I did correct that. Like I said, when I say Section 8, I'm just talking about housing vouchers, period.
So
Like just
Okay, well, it's two different
blanket
things.
those.
Let's make
So I
sure
missed,
that
okay,
let's
so I
Oh,
make
but
missed
she
sure
that.
that
did.
our
But
comments
she
are
did correct
concise.
that though. As
Yeah,
she
so
I
which
said.
missed.
states which
Good.
states
That's good.
allow undocumented immigrants to get housing vouchers? Which ones?
Okay, so when I say Section 8, and maybe I'm just old
Yeah,
school.
just housing vouchers. We're off of Section 8
I'm
now.
almost
Housing
40 years
vouchers.
old, so you have to forgive me. So when I say Section 8, I'm talking about the blankets because under Section 8, you still have public housing, you have rental assistance, you have all of those things. So
Yeah, we're off Section 8 now. So
the
which states allow
primary
for
part of
housing
Section 8
vouchers?
is a housing
Let
voucher.
her respond. Let her
That's what they
respond.
call it. But under Section 8, you have, like I said, public housing and you have other rental assistance programs under Section 8.
Okay,
So
we're
I'm
off
just
Section 8
keeping the
now. So
blanket
which
name
states
of
allow for
Section 8.
housing
I
vouchers?
don't know why we're focusing on that. I would like to answer her question though.
No, because like this was pretty important, right? You were saying that like these
I
immigrants
already
are getting these
clarified it.
things.
I don't know
Okay,
why
but which states are allowing housing vouchers to undocumented
I
immigrants? Which
don't think that's
states?
even a part of the conversation and
You
who
brought it
actually
up. This was
cares.
your
Yeah,
point.
but Smoothie, I shared earlier that Chicago is doing some form of rental assistant program for them.
Oh, so could you like give me the title or anything like that? Chicago rental since you told
Yes,
specifically
yeah,
undocumented immigrants?
I have actually reported it on my page, and the source is right there. Let me see if I can find it for you. Give me
Yeah,
one second.
because Brother Dragon was saying like the state is providing these like aid to specifically undocumented immigrants over citizens. So it's just really important to make sure we get like what we're saying correct because that was really
So
unclear.
yeah, so it is specifically to migrants.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Yeah.
So it's not like undocumented immigrants specifically, but to immigrants in general.
No. To migrants. When I say migrants, we're talking about the undocumented that are coming through the
Yeah,
border.
migrant is
Okay.
Yeah,
undocumented.
that's when I say migrants, that's what I mean. By the way, let me find you the title.
Okay.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah. And Black Sugar, I think I do agree with that, what you said earlier with your question about like why Republicans, why people as Republicans like ask specifically for like talking about like better aid for like social programs, but vote against them consistently. I think that was a really good
Yeah,
question.
we don't actually vote against them. These are entitlement programs are part of mandatory spending. So we don't actually vote against these things. Now we may
Yes,
vote.
they have. They have singled out the bills where
I
they have
would love to
voted.
be able to finish a statement between the two of you.
I mean, you
Yeah,
can
let
as
let
well, so let's
okay.
not do that.
All right, let's let Mother of Dragons respond, and then I'll let Black Sugar respond. Go ahead.
All right. So this is part of mandatory spending packages. Now, and if you're specifically talking about welfare programs, like I said, about 16% of our GDP actually goes towards welfare programs. I think number one is our military. Number two is our welfare program. So, and if you actually look, the amount of spending over the last 10 years has actually increased. These are bipartisan bills and these are bipartisan efforts pushed to make sure that we spend this money the way that we do. Now, I will say this, Republicans, if you want to name a bill and you want to go over that bill, I would love to be able to do that with you. But unfortunately, what you're going to find is that most of the bills have a lot of pork in them. We don't have single issue bills anymore. We used to do it that way. We don't do it that way anymore. As Nancy Pelosi actually instituted, where just to kind of make things go a little bit faster, we don't have single issue bills. We have bills that have more than one issue in them where we have to vote those down, right? And that does not mean that just because Republicans vote against the bill, when it's pushed in the media that, oh, we're voting against veterans, we don't want veterans to have money, or we don't want veterans benefits to expand. If you look at the Mission Act of 2018 that Donald Trump actually signed, that actually put permanent funding into place. So they can't vote against it. Okay, so the Republicans cannot vote against that. That was a law that was passed congressionally and signed by the president, Mission Act of 2018. All right, you can look at all of these things. Republicans aren't voting against these things because they're already appropriated. Number one, it's called the Mission Act. The Mission Act.
But what you're saying is about the
Okay,
government.
let's give the word to Black Sugar. Go ahead.
But what you're discussing is about the government having appropriated funds. That issue is correct. But how do we fund those appropriations? We have to vote on that, correct?
No,
So
we
since
don't. So
yes,
Jackie,
we do. Yes, we do. If
how do
we
we
don't
vote
vote to
on them?
continue funding, the government will shut down. We just had this experience. That's why
Right,
McCarthy was kicked out of the office.
where? So can you just show me what bill specifically you're talking about that
I'm
actually
talking
took
about
away
the general funding,
what
general
general
funding
funding?
of
So
the
there's
government.
okay, so there's mandatory spending and there's discretionary spending. Which budget are you talking about?
Do you know that we almost had no funding?
Yeah, but that didn't have anything to do with
Okay.
mandatory spending. Welfare goes under
Just to pay
mandatory.
the bills. That was to pay the bills that were
Right,
already
to pay bills, not spend.
right.
Okay, so
Correct.
spending and the paying the bills are two different things, right? They're two different things. You have
Dana and
mandatory.
Smoothie, please mute your mics. Thanks.
So mandatory spending is going to be like, okay, so discretionary spending would be like things like it versus you paying the light bill or going out and getting a new Michael Kors, right? Discretionary, the Michael Kors would fall under discretionary. Mandatory would be your light bill, right?
I stated previously. General
Any of these things, if they agree, they may not agree on everything, right? But government shutdowns happen all the time. They every president, I don't know one president that didn't experience a shutdown or almost either advert one or had to experience a shutdown, right? I think Donald Trump had the longest shutdown in history, but nobody lost their food stamp benefits. Nobody lost their housing vouchers. Nobody lost any of those things.
Yes,
Veterans,
but our credit was downgraded for
under
brinkmanship.
Obama, they did lose. Veterans actually lost access to their paychecks for a quite some time. They weren't getting paid at all.
Yeah.
That was under Obama.
Yeah, and Republicans were in charge of the House and the Senate.
Sure.
And they refused to pass.
Under Obama. Sure.
Yes,
under
and they
Obama.
refused.
But
They
that was
refused to
that was
fund the
just
program.
veterans. That was just veterans. You're saying, and
It's not
you
just
don't
veterans.
like it
It
at all, right?
affects the government.
But I'm
We're-
sorry, but you can't tell me anybody that's lost
It
their food
affects
stamp
the whole
benefits because the
government.
government shut down.
It
That's not
affects
true.
the whole
It
government.
simply, it affects the entire government.
Wait.
It affects everyone that doesn't have mandatory spending, like food
Wait,
stamps
that's not okay.
and all those
Hold on,
other things.
Smoothie. Let her
Because
finish.
lost
Hold
their
Do
on.
you
food
think
stamp
the
benefits
government
because
only
of the
pays for
Republicans.
food
I'm
stamps?
sorry.
Because you keep saying food stamps. That is not the only
Yeah, but
bill
no
that
one else
governments pay
lost their.
for.
Who else lost
Governments
government
also
benefits?
Okay, Vega,
the
can I
federal
answer,
government
Vega?
also
Hold on.
funds
Hold on. Let
education.
Black Sugar continue.
It's
Go ahead,
not
Black Sugar.
it's not an isolated issue.
No
It's not
one
an
lost
isolated
benefits.
issue.
You can't tell me anybody.
It's also
that lost
Medicaid.
benefits.
It's also
Nobody
Social
did.
Security.
Nobody. No, they
Okay.
didn't. Nobody lost their Social Security
I think
either.
anyone.
This is
We were
ridiculous.
on the brink. That we were on the brink.
On the brink happens every year until you actually start caring about it because the
To.
media
But
tells you to be
doesn't
scared
have
of
to.
it.
But
I'm sorry.
To.
Okay, I don't. Okay, okay. Hold on a second, guys. I do want to share this. I believe Smoothie was asking earlier about the rental assistant thing that from Chicago. So I just pulled up the article. Again, it's on my page too, but I just found the article here. So this is per the Daily Mail. Okay, Chicago is giving $9,000 to migrants to cover their rent and help furnish their apartments. As staggering report reveals, a single medical firm raked in $7.2 million sheltering the city's asylum seekers for just 1 month. Okay, let's see. The Windy City is struggling with over 11,000 migrants in shelters and 4,000 staying in police stations and at the international airport. The city has allocated $4 million to help migrants find temporary housing, and the state has contributed another $38 million. Mayor Johnson and several city council members are scheduled to visit the border this week. And this was back on, let me find you the date here. Okay, October 16th, 2023.
Yeah, that's fine. Just to clarify though, like there aren't specifically things like Section 8 housing like to immigrants. Like
I
Well,
think we
but
covered
because
this
like
already.
but
You're
but
you're
yeah, you were
really
proven wrong
you're really
essentially.
trying to get
okay,
at our
okay.
gotcha
The
that
host,
this is
yeah, the
how
host is just clarifying for you because you were saying like they were giving the housing
I already
vouchers. That wasn't
clarified
true.
the
Well, but
point.
that is
Yeah,
housing
That's
assistance,
not a
correct?
housing
That's there.
voucher
right.
though.
We've
That's not a
already
Well,
housing
but
voucher,
clarified
which
you
is what
know,
she said.
but it is assistance. So
But it's
hold
not
on
a
one second.
voucher, and it's
Hold on
not
a second.
prioritizing.
Hold
I
on
just
a
want to
sec.
respond to what you're saying. If you want to wait for you to finish, I'll fine. That's fine then. I just want
Yeah,
to respond to what
just
you're
hold on
saying.
because I want to give the word to Dana. She just joined right now. Dana, go ahead. You
Yeah, I'm
can.
not allowed to respond to what you're saying.
Oh, okay, go ahead. You want to respond? Go ahead.
Yeah, because Mother Dragon did specifically say like they were giving like vouchers, right? But
I
she said,
already
"Oh, I'm sorry,
clarified
one at a
that, and
time. You
you
go
want to
ahead then. If
really
you want
want
to
to
speak
keep
one at a
honing
time,
in. I've
that's
already
fine, Dragon. If
clarified
you don't
it.
like, if you want to keep talking over me, that's fine. You
You
go
keep.
ahead.
I can because like you literally keep saying the same thing over and over again, and we already clarified what I was talking about.
Yeah, Smoothie, she did clarify. I'm not sure why you're sort of honing in on
Because
this.
yeah, the reason why I am is because you were still saying that they were giving priority to immigrants and to specifically migrants. My bad.
They
And it's
are.
just so explain how they
They
are
are.
then giving
So,
priority.
Smoothie, just one second. I suggest you go to my page where I've
No, I'd
actually
rather Mother
reported.
Dragon prove what she's saying because she's lying right now.
Well,
I'm gonna
hold
No,
on a
I'm
tell
second.
not.
Let's just hold on a
No.
second. I've actually reported on actual residents, Black Chicagoan residents, that have complained about migrants being a priority. Now, if they're lying, I'm just telling you what I've heard and I've seen based on reports from local news, by the way, because the mainstream media is not going to show those reports. If anything, even the local news just sort of posts them, but they don't highlight them. I'm highlighting them on my page, if that answers your question.
Yeah, so that's
So
why I said, that's why I mentioned
can I
earlier,
point
right?
something? Can I
That's
point
why.
something
Oh,
else?
can I respond to what the host said or no? Can I
Can
respond
I
to what the
point
host
Okay,
something
said?
else
Smoothie, but
about
briefly, because we have other people that want to speak. Go
Yeah, that's
ahead.
fine because you brought it back up, but that's fine. So yeah, that's why I said earlier it's really important to like specifically like fact check what you're talking about because earlier you mentioned like how specifically sanctuary city how city ordinances are like putting priority over undocumented immigrants and like we still have yet to
No.
prove. Okay, I'm sorry, one at a time, please. You still have yet to prove that how like these undocumented immigrants are being put ahead of the list. That still was not proven. So like
Okay, let
you
me know.
keep
Let me
saying
know when
these
you're done,
things.
Smoothie, and I'll respond.
Oh, I'll let you know. I would stop talking when I'm finished, obviously. So yeah, it's really important to like make sure we fact check what we're doing because you can go to individuals and you can like even like create something. It's really important to verify whatever information we're putting online and
And
instead of
please
like
mute your mic.
just simply saying that like, oh, I've interviewed these people and they say that they're complaining about this specifically. So like I said earlier, if you have any evidence to show that these specific ordinances or policies are putting undocumented immigrants above the list for citizens, for Black citizens specifically, we need evidence for this. We need proof. Thank you. I'm finished now. You can go ahead.
Okay, so we did speak about that earlier. That we moved on from ordinances. That was not the point that we
Okay, so what
discussed.
policies?
Hold on, but let me respond.
Mm-hmm.
So we discussed that there's actually no law that
Oh,
states that's supposed to happen. We spoke about that before. In essence, it's coming from higher ups that are saying you are doing this and that's it. There's no law that states that they are supposed to get this assistance. That's what we are talking about. That money could go to the Black and Latino community that live in those sanctuary cities and it's not going to them. That's what we mean by priority.
oh, so you
Okay.
don't mean that they're actually ahead of the list. You don't mean that specifically. That's what you said earlier.
They are ahead of the line in some cases. We cannot generalize
So which
everyone
cases
on
are they ahead
anything.
of the
We
line
cannot.
then?
There are reports, as I said on my page. There are some Black Chicagoans that have stated that they are waiting for this sort of rental assistance, and they have not gotten a response in over a year.
Yeah, I don't think saying that you're waiting for rental assistance is evidence that like undocumented immigrants are being
Okay,
put
so
ahead of the line. That's not
I'm
evidence.
just giving you the evidence from what's being reported.
That's
By
not
the way,
evidence,
local news,
unfortunately.
and you don't want to take it as evidence. That's fine.
No,
But
that's not evidence at all. Like that's really not evidence at all. But it's
okay, well,
fine. Go ahead. We
okay,
can move on then.
yeah.
Just
Go
to
ahead,
move.
Dana. Welcome. Go ahead and share your statement.
Hello, I'm sorry. So here's my thing. So this is where I'm on the fence between Democrat, Republican. I always have been my whole life. So, you're not originally from here unless you're a Native American. Like we're all immigrants. We are all. immigrants unless you're Native American, right? Can we agree on that? So then here we come with, you know, people from other countries coming in, taking over this, taking over that. Yes, we need to take care of our vets. We need to take care of our poor people, our immigrants, obviously. So it's just a matter of where all this money goes. You know, I've worked here my whole entire life. You know, is Social Security still going to be there? Maybe, maybe not. You know, all of these things that everybody's bringing up are true. But we also have to think of, you know, when DeSantis and Abbott sent those people to Martha's Vineyard, guess what? Okay, they've decided they wanted to become a sanctuary city. And then what's her face? Harris decides, oh no, don't come here. Well, don't come here. Well, hold on. Wait, you want to bring all these people over, right? But then you don't want to be the sanctuary city you said you wanted to be. You know, then we have also what everybody was saying, you know, the housing support, the free phones, all of the things. Right? I'm sorry. That's just all I wanted to say because I'm just
You know,
over a lot.
Okay. Do you want to respond to that, Mother of Dragons?
yeah,
Okay, let's give the word to Mother of Dragons.
Thank you.
Real quick before you speak, guys. If you're joining, the topic for tonight is Blacks for Trump. We have the special guest, Mother of Dragons. Very happy to have her here, and we have other people joining the live as they have questions and statements. And right now we're on the topic of immigration and conservative point of view and a democratic point of view, and some that are maybe in the middle. Go ahead, Mother.
All right. So I do want to point out that there was a comprehensive rule change by the Biden administration. As soon as he took office, he actually rolled back some of the exclusions for the mixed status families under Trump, where at least one person was had an ineligible status for immigration status. They were denied some federal benefits, which included Section 8. But can I also point out that the Biden-Harris administration actually enacted comprehensive coronavirus relief bills that were inclusive of mixed status and immigrant families, addressed the needs of low-income immigrant families, and reversed harmful regulations and other policies that limit the access to federal programs for which they are eligible. So in fact, it is under certain rules, you are eligible for those federal essential services. Even though, again, this is not, they're telling you one thing, or one thing may be happening, right? You may enact a piece of legislation, but we also have to remember what is actually happening. So law, just because we put a law on the books doesn't mean people are actually going to follow it. That includes the government themselves.
Okay, I want to give the word for Snuffle. Please share your statement or your question if you want to respond to what Mother said or anything else.
Yeah, I don't really have anything to say right now. I'd like to jump in like when something strikes me, if that's okay.
Okay, I'm going to just let you go then for a minute and just make sure to send a request once you want to speak. All right, thank you for joining. Okay, real quick, we have the Great is back. Go ahead, the Great.
I'm back.
Come back.
You know, my point that I really want to touch on was this immigration issue. This immigration issue is no different under a Republican administration. It's just how they spend it in the media. So trying to say Democrats or Republicans are one up on immigration, it's just not even a comparable issue. But I will say this about about the border, because it's just not open. But people that come illegal, they obviously can't pay the thousands of dollars. It wouldn't make economical sense. So I think people lose sight of, once people get here, they actually contribute to taxes and so forth. But to say they get Section 8 vouchers, because she did say vouchers, I had to actually go back and replay it. You said Section 8 vouchers.
Yeah,
They don't
and I
even qualify
clarified
for
that. I
that.
don't know why we
So,
keep doing over
and
and
I
over
know you
again.
corrected
And
it later on.
I just
So,
read to you
So
we're
I know you
moving,
corrected it
but I
later
don't know
on.
why we keep doing
But
this.
Yeah, I'm not
again,
sure why we keep focusing. It's alive,
so
guys. You know,
okay, you didn't have
you
to respond though. You literally
Yeah,
didn't have to
but you
respond. It's a
like
statement. I
I've
didn't ask
already
you a question.
clarified the point. I don't know why you can't like
You
I
don't have
know
to
that you
clarify the
like to
point when
make
I
Can we
corrected the
talk
it's
one
true
point.
if
by
you
one
keep
and
saying it
let him
over and
finish
over
yeah.
talking
So
again.
before you
so
Okay, the
chime
great.
in?
again,
Try to wrap it
it's a
up, the great, because
point
we have other
is
ones who want to
actually
speak.
just
Go
like
ahead.
you did.
Right.
So just like you did, you went through 4 minutes of history, and when I asked you a question, I didn't interrupt you. So again, you're great at interrupting and actually being a great Candace Owens talk
I
spouse.
am literally
So
the only
again,
one.
I
I'm
didn't ask
against
you a
like
question.
four of
So
you. So
again, I
it's
know how to
like,
trigger you now.
I'm
See,
not
I know
triggered
how to
at
trigger
all.
you. I know how to
Why would
trigger
you
you.
want to trigger me? That's kind of
So
weird.
you don't have to be triggered. You don't have to be triggered.
Now
You
I'm not
actually don't
triggered.
have to open your lips.
Yeah,
So
but
again,
if you're putting out something that I said
no, wait, you
or
can wait your
like
turn.
I feel like
You
I
can
have to
wait your turn.
clarify it over and over
You
again.
can wait a turn.
Yeah, but respectfully, like, can we move
Yeah,
past the whole
respectfully, like
debate?
I waited for
Because
you. I've been waiting
you
in this
keep
live
bringing it
just to
up,
get
and I
on here
really
just to
don't
make
want
a
to keep
statement.
going over and over it again.
Okay, I'll
Okay,
wait.
that great, but
Whatever.
in all fairness, you are extending and you're bringing her up multiple times. So please finalize your statement so we can move on.
So here we go.
But in all
I
fairness, if
appreciate.
you let him finish speaking, then she can give her rebuttal after he says what
Got
he
it.
says.
Okay, so the great. Go ahead.
And again,
Let's let you
Fairness.
finalize.
okay then. So again, I love being in these echo chambers for Republicans and Trump because it shows the ludicrousness of the extent of what y'all are gonna do and say and act. I didn't come on here saying I was Biden or anything against Republicans. I asked you a straight up question about how black people should be behind the Republican Party and give me 3 administrations. You couldn't do that. You pivoted totally into the history of what the Republican Party might have been because you weren't there. But I do know it was slaves back then. So black people in the context of my question don't qualify under that question. So you still explain history. But I'll give you this. So at the end of the day, immigration is going to be the same thing under a Trump administration. It's going to be the same under a Biden administration. Israel response going to be the same thing. Trump is going to support Israel and do exactly what Biden's going to do. To put this misnomer up here that black people are somehow being tricked is just a dog whistle of the worst kind.
Did I
To
ever say
say
that?
that Hillary Clinton hot sauce in her pocketbook tricked us into voting for her, and I know you didn't say that, but that's kind of the dog whistle that you put out there.
I didn't put
And
it out there.
I didn't say you said that.
I didn't
I
say
just
any of that.
said that.
I don't even
Okay.
hold those positions. So you're kind of preaching to the ether right now because I
Well,
don't even
you
hold
you
them.
don't you can say you don't hold those positions, but you
You
don't
haven't
answer
even asked
questions as
me.
well.
Your
And then when it's clear facts that's
presuppositions are
pointed at you,
wild.
when it's clear facts pointed at you, you love to
That's
pivot and
so
say, I didn't say
wild.
this. I said
I
this.
never
You
right, but
love to do that,
okay,
but
but
it's
hold on
cool.
because
So
hold
again, you
on.
don't have time to
You're
think about the
arguing
3
something that I
administrations.
never
So
said.
George Bush Senior, Junior,
I didn't like
President
either of them,
Reagan,
to be honest
which
with
one
I'll
of
you.
those
take that one.
administrations should
Okay,
black people have? Hold on.
so
Which one of those
you're
black people?
asking the question again. I gave you the answer, and I will tell you
Okay,
why.
and I didn't ask you the
I'll
question
tell.
then
Okay, so
because you
I'm
didn't
gonna
let me
clarify
finish.
this again. I'm gonna clarify this
You
again.
didn't clarify anything
I'm
in the
gonna
first
clarify
place,
it
so
again. I'm
I
gonna
appreciate
clarify
you
it
not
again.
clarifying.
If you,
I'll
It
take
actually
this when we
shows
let
the
let
me
your
extent of
clarify it
But
your
again.
hold on a second.
discourse.
But the great, you are sort of bringing up the same question that she answered earlier.
Did I
Right.
ask her a question,
But you're
or did I
bringing it
make a
up.
statement
But
about
you
what she did earlier?
okay? But can you finalize your statement then? Because we're giving you a long
Yeah.
time to speak.
So
Go ahead.
I would
again,
like to
just like the
respond.
host has to come in here and save you because you can't discourse without him. That's
I'm
proven.
his guest. What
Because
are you
the
talking about? It's his life.
because Smoothie actually gave you so much information that you can actually type in. But what you want to do is you want to go back and try to say, oh, this fact discredits that. No, it
Well,
doesn't.
that's what a debate is.
All you did was say something that doesn't make sense. Illegal
Well,
immigration
it
is not the
didn't. You know what?
problem.
Respectfully, now you're
Illegal
looking at.
immigration is
Okay, so
not the
wait.
problem for
Okay,
black
the
Okay, so
great.
people.
You
wait.
have a few seconds. Go ahead. Finalize the
Wait.
great.
Like,
Yeah.
okay,
So
so
illegal immigration is not the problem for black people, right? Voting for the Republican Party definitely is a concern for black people. And you have the right to look at the candidates on both sides and choose with your educated mindset and what not only selfishly benefits you, but what benefits us as a whole, but also you. Y'all are so caught up in talking about immigration, do
Can
it the
I
right way.
respond?
5 seconds,
What
like great.
does
5 seconds, like
hold
great.
on,
5
this is my
seconds.
last point. What
5
does a
seconds.
Hispanic person walking across mountain deserts and traversing a river with their infants have to do anything with a Republican or Democrat about your vote? It
Okay.
has to do everything about the desire to want to have better for their children and themselves. Stop painting these illegals like they're criminals, because before the Hispanic population made their migration, it was black people that the Republican Party definitely vilified, just like they doing these immigrants.
Okay, we gave you the chance to speak. Thank you for that statement. Go ahead, Mother of Dragons. You can respond now.
There's like so much there. Like,
Yeah, that's the thing, guys. When you join, you make sure to ask one question or a statement, because if you start bringing up things that we spoke about like an hour ago, then we're just gonna go back in circles, and it's just too much to
When it's not a
respond.
circle, y'all aren't answering the question.
I'm gonna
Yeah, but
try to
let's try to keep the statements short. All right, that great. You spoke already, so go ahead, Mother of Dragons. You can respond.
Yeah, so the reason why I didn't give you 3 administrations is because number one, I've only been alive since 1985, and I've only been an adult since 2003, and I didn't start voting until I was 23. So the
But
first
you ran down history
Let me
for me.
finish. Let me finish. You asked me what administrations could Black people get behind. I didn't live during those times. I can only just give you the history and what I've seen that they've done throughout history. Now, at that moment in time, if I was born back then, would I have voted? Sure, maybe I would have voted that way. Would all Black people have voted that way? Maybe, maybe not. But I do know that the majority of Black people, at least in the North, where most of them were actually voting Republican. That's what I do know. So the reason why I can't give you 3 administrations is because I've only been in 2 Republican administrations, and that was Bush and Trump. Okay, so I'm sorry, I can't give you any more than that. And I can tell you, I didn't like Bush at all. I still don't like any of the Bushes. I could give a shit about any of them. Do I like Donald Trump?
Dang.
Fucking. So that I can only give you based off of my experience, and that's why I can't give you 3 administrations. That's why I told you I would rather just give you the history, because I don't really know what I would tell Black people to vote for then, right? It's kind
Everyone, please
So
mute your
of
mic,
a
please, as
nuanced
she's
question,
speaking, because I'm
and
hearing a lot
I'm
of
sorry that
feedback.
you didn't like the answer that I gave. I thought that if I gave you a history, that would be a little bit better. But I also said I can't really give you 3 administrations, and I tried to explain why. So just to kind of hit home, as far as I feel like there's this painting this picture of this is how all Republicans think, because
no, that's
unfortunately
not
there are
that's
some
not it. No, that's not
let me
it.
finish.
No, hold on.
There
Hold
are
on,
some
let her finish. You gotta let her
Let me
finish.
interject,
Hold
because
on, let her finish first. Hold on,
so
and then
yeah.
you, and then hold on.
I personally
Go ahead.
I don't hold a position. Like I said, I guess you could say I'm a constitutionalist, right? I don't hold the same positions that everyone else holds.
Here come the rant.
I have my own mind, right? I don't always agree with the Republican Party either. But again, I know for me personally what my ideals and values are and who they align with them more. Do I like everything that comes out of the Republic? No, I'm kind of disappointed with the way they're acting right now. Okay. But I still vote Republican. So and like I said, I'm trying to remember everything that you said because I want to hit every point. But to kind of paint this entire picture that all Republicans hate immigrants, or this person traversed over mountains and all of that, and we just hate these people, we don't want to come here. No.
No, that's not what I said.
Ludicrous. That's absolutely ludicrous. Don't paint us all with this broad brush that we all think the same way, okay? And that this is the way that I think just because Republicans. Unfortunately, this is the mainstream media that is painting the Republican Party as these bigots, racist, we're all of these things, right? In the same way that we paint the Democratic Party, because there's things about the Democratic Party that aren't true either. So I'm sorry, but I don't like having to paint everybody with this broad brush. I like to stick to the facts. I see what the Republican Party is doing. I don't always agree with everything, but I also see what the Democratic Party is doing. And they are the ones that are the loudest and the proudest. And they're the ones actually making laws. The
Oh,
Democrats are
okay.
doing the damn
I'll
thing.
trust you
They are
making laws.
absolutely,
I'm
hold on,
glad.
they are doing the damn thing. But
I'm
more
glad.
importantly,
You
Hold on,
said
the
they're
great. Please don't
dealing with all
interrupt.
of
Let her
the
speak. Go
policies
ahead.
that are put forth specifically with immigration. I don't like what they're doing. And the fact is they're not holding Mayorkas accountable. That is his job. Okay. It is the executive office of the president of the United States to make sure that the director of DHS Border Patrol, U.S. Customs, and all those things, he is responsible for their policies that are being enacted to follow the law, and they are not doing that. That is why I'm blaming the Democratic Party for this. And are the Republicans doing any much better on it? Fuck no. Right
So
now,
how you
they're
sitting
in
up here
Congress.
telling
Okay,
me
hold
you
on,
don't
We've
hold
been
care
on,
talking
hold
for a
on,
long time,
hold
so I'm
on.
going to hit every
Yeah.
point. They are putting right now. They have a bill forth in the House where they're supposed to be talking about the border, and they're at a stalemate right now. The entirety of of Congress right now is acting like a bunch of petulant children. They definitely are. But I'm sorry, there's more to your vote than just a federal vote. I just do want to put that out there. I'm a big proponent for voting locally. I think that's more important than what's worrying on up at Congress. I live in Ohio. I live in the great state of Ohio. I don't really give a shit what's going down under the border because it doesn't affect me. But I can, as an American, I can actually care about it, right? It doesn't directly affect me, but me personally, I'm a big proponent of local voting because the things that happen in the world around me, specifically that affect me, are the things that I fight for. So not that I don't care about anything going on in Capitol Hill, but I'm sorry, but if you don't live down by the border, then I'm sorry, you really shouldn't be sitting here talking about you know what's being done wrong or what's being done right. Like I said, we can have an opinion about it, but the people that are really being affected are the ones actually living down at the border.
Okay, then. So with that same response, then the people in Chicago shouldn't have any words of input about illegal immigration into their city.
No, they should, because the illegal
Okay,
immigrants are
then
in the
you just
city.
said though
That's it, but
that,
that's
that-
but
hold
that
on,
city,
hold
but that
on,
city
hold on. You
legislation
I asked
that's
you a
allowing
question.
them
You
to be a
answered it
sanctuary city. It's a local
again.
ordinance.
Again, you just okay. Your
It's
exact
a
words
local
said that
law
if
that
you
was
do not
enacted.
live on the border, you shouldn't have anything to
That
say
is a
about it,
federal.
right?
Okay, so listen to me again. The
No,
border
no, no.
is
I
a
don't need to listen
federal.
to you again because you're gonna take up my time, and the
Listen,
host
the
gonna chime in
border
and
is
say
a federal
I need to
issue.
wrap it up.
Immigration is a
Okay, I'll be
federal
quiet.
issue. Sanctuary cities
I
are
love
voted
echo
Let
upon
chambers.
just
within
let
the
her
state.
clarify, and then we'll give the
They
word to the
do.
great.
They do affect what's going on if you're a sanctuary city. The border, yeah, in a sense, if you're a sanctuary city, it affects you, right? What I'm saying is that people that don't live at the border, right? And I'm not saying nobody should have an opinion. Me personally, I don't really. It doesn't affect me. Whatever's going on Congress, on Capitol Hill, right? Whatever going on in there, they need to figure that out. But local ordinances is when the city
Okay, we
starts
have to
passing
be
laws
respectful
to help
because we
these
can't be doing
people,
that.
or to put laws in place that are affecting the people that actually live there because they voted on it. That matters. That absolutely matters.
Okay, the great. If you want to reply, please do very briefly. I have other people that want to join, and then I'm going to give the word to Dana and then Black Sugar, and then we're going to move on to those that are waiting. Go ahead, the great. The great, you have to unmute the mic.
The glitch going on.
Go ahead.
So you said all that to say basically what you said before. You did say if you don't live on the border. So that don't change anything. Chicago is not on the border. You can twist it how you want to twist it. It still shows that you do not want to answer a question. And if you do, you try to pivot it in such a way that is answering with some facts that are irrelevant to the question. So again, I know you're not going to answer to my first question. That's cool because you can't name 3 Republican administrations. Because if you did, you would have named Trump and at least one of the George Bushes.
I did.
Okay,
I
and you
said
no,
Trump
hold
and
on
George
again.
Bush.
Hey,
I
host,
did
are you gonna speak
already.
to her?
Okay,
Host, you
all
you
right,
gonna speak to her?
You're
all right.
lying.
Let's.
I said that.
The great. Please finalize because we have a long list
So,
of people waiting. You've spoken a lot. Go
brother,
ahead. I'll keep you. I'll keep you on the live. I'll keep you on the live, but just finalize, and then we'll go back to you again. Finalize, the great, please.
I did
brother,
say that. I
come on.
literally
This
said
bitch,
Trump and
hold on.
Bush.
So how
I
can I talk and
did.
she steady talking?
Okay, Mother. Let's just let him
I'm
finish,
sorry, I'm
and
gonna
then
be because I literally said Trump and Bush, and he says you didn't even
Yeah,
say
you,
Trump
you
or
said
Bush,
you
and
named
I
their name.
did. All right, I'm gonna mute.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead, the
I
great. Go
appreciate
ahead.
it. Mute just a microphone with a line through it. So what you did is you did mention their names, but you didn't name their administrations and actually detail out how their policies, how their leadership would encourage or mentor black people in a sense to say, hey, I want to stop fooling with hot sauce in a pocketbook, or why you don't, if you don't vote for black people, then you're not black type of rhetoric. I should go over to the Republican Party. What you have at the Republican Party is non-inclusiveness. You are a minority so much that you don't even calculate under the 0.02% calculation. You cited 12%, and that's not right. So we'll leave that stat alone. Talking about 12% of the Republican Party is black.
The great.
It's
10
not.
seconds, please.
It
Okay
is.
then. So again, we in the echo chamber where y'all limit the opposing views. So it's kind
No,
of
no,
like
no.
what
I'll keep you on the live. I promise I'll keep you on the live.
yeah, but you
literally
limit the
opposition
talk and
to
the
the
debate.
Well, because I
Pick
have
up
a long. The great. I've had you twice on the live, so it's unfair for you to
brother,
say
you
that I'm
only
limiting.
had 5 different people up here, and 2 of them has said that they just waiting on a chance to talk about a topic.
Exactly.
So
So
you really
that's
don't
7.
have a clamoring right now.
Yeah, but
And not
for you to say
I'm
that,
taking
for
up
you to
your
say
time.
that I'm
When are you
limiting.
gonna let me go back
It
and
is
forth with
actually
her?
about
Hold
me. You
on,
know
the
that,
great.
right?
Hold on, the
That's why
great.
my face is on here.
Yeah. Hold on, the
My
great.
face will be on there too if I devoted a ton of time to TikTok to address followers to get that access.
Okay, hold on,
I
the
don't
great.
mind
So
hiding. I don't
the
mind
great.
letting you know that.
It is unfair
So,
for you to say that I'm limiting the voices of opposing views
well,
because I've
brother,
actually had you here twice.
but okay, but you are limiting because you're the only one addressing me. You don't address her when she interrupts. You don't address her and tell her, "Hey,
I
give them a
did.
chance."
I did tell her previously to give you a
It's
chance.
very minimal when I point it out, but
Okay, can you
it's no
finalize,
dig on
please?
you,
Go
brother.
ahead.
So, but what I will tell you is this: in the last Republican Party, we didn't get a health care plan. It was his mantra that he was going to repeal or give us something new in the ACA. But what he did was he gave Barbara Walters a blank binder with blank pages in it, talking about that's my health care plan. What we did get in 2017 from the Republican Party is them sending a tax cut through with sunsetting tax cuts for the middle class at a certain income ratio, which is mostly all black Americans. So when you say all this stuff, I'm trying to figure out when black people supposed to say, hey, listen, we can't get abortions, our taxes are high, and we got a liar with criminal charges on him that we supposed to say, hey, that's a good choice to do. That's a good choice to support.
Thank you, the great. So look, the thing, I appreciate the great's point of view. The thing is that, when you guys bring up a lot of points, right, and then you extend it for a long period of time, we will have to break each and every single thing that you mentioned, right? So he mentioned Trump's charges. He mentioned how, immigrants should be allowed to come in because they want a better life. So, if we can address all of those, but it would be great if you guys can address them one at a time or ask one at a time.
But again, this is the fairness to what I'm saying. She went on a 4-minute rant about the history when I asked her to give me 3 administrations. All you had to do was look back at 3 administrations that you knew Republicans had black voters saying, hey, I'm in line with your ideals and principles. Y'all don't even have inclusive Hispanic. Y'all don't have LGBTQ members in the Republican Party. Hold on.
That's false.
Yeah, that is actually false, though.
And if you're not married in the Republican Party, you're looked at as a pariah. So that.
Can I respond really? I want to respond.
Yeah,
really
go ahead.
Okay, let's let Mother of Dragons respond, and then I'm going to add 2 more people to the live. Go ahead.
Just very, very quickly here. You can actually look this up. 12% of the Republican Party, as far as in Congress, is what I was talking about, was 12%. That's number one. Number two, there are LGBTQ plus members in the Republican Party. To just kind of put them by the wayside is just kind of ridiculous. But we actually don't focus on their skin color.
Can they come out and say they gay?
Everyone, please mute their mics, please.
No, because I'm doing exactly what she's doing. They come out and say they're gay?
I'm gonna finish my point.
Let's let her wrap up. We're gonna move on.
They can be proud. Actually, I'm actually friends. His name is Preston on here. He's actually works for Trump, and he's gay, and he works for Trump. His name is
How does that work out for him?
He works very well. He's a good friend of mine.
A boss with 91 charges, 4 indictments.
It works very well for him.
That's who we work for. I would say your friend is suspect.
Number three, So number three, as far as and like I said, I want to make sure that I hit every single point. As far as all of your points, because I don't want you to come back and say that I didn't answer. Because when you interrupt me,
What
I
you
kind of
trying to do is say because I got a gay.
yeah, I can't remember everything you said because every time you interrupt me, I have to.
Yeah, you can't. You guys can keep doing that because otherwise we're gonna lose train of thought here. Yeah. So he mentioned immigration.
Train of thought. I'm
I'm
trying
being
to. I'm
unfair.
trying
Yeah,
to remind her.
just the last
Interrupt him
part
as
because I was
well.
about to hit on it and then he said something and it threw me off a
Okay,
little.
let me remind you. I'll remind
Just
you
the
since you
last part
forgot.
you said.
Just close your hand and you'll remember. So since you saying LGBT is a part of it, so I guess because they have members that can't say they're openly gay
Yes, they can.
in their party. Oh, what
Yes, they
members
can.
can say they openly gay and not a pariah
There's
in
a
their
lot.
party?
There's a lot of them. We don't
Name
castigate
one.
everyone.
Name one. Since
I
name
just
one.
named one. There's people on here that I actually
Name
know that
one. No,
I
no, no.
just named Preston. He works for Trump. He's actually gay. There's plenty of them.
And
Conservative man on
politician.
here.
Name
Huh?
one
He's
Republican
not a
politician that
politician.
can
Okay, they're
say he's
great.
He's
If
gay.
not a
you continue
politician.
to interrupt, I'm gonna have to let
Conservative
you go.
man.
Let her speak.
Brother,
Conservative
she
ant that's
been
on here.
disingenuous.
Right.
All she
Let,
got to
let
do
her
is
let
name
her
one.
speak so we can move on.
There's a lot of them. Oh, this is what I wanted to say. I said so because we don't focus on
People in the
identity
Republican Party?
politics. We don't actually focus on identity politics. We're actually focusing on the fact that people's issues matter no matter what their skin color is, no matter what their background is. And also, we don't like to tell Black people how to vote. So, again, I don't have that mentality that during, maybe
Dennis, please mute your mic.
Nixon's or Reagan's administration, should Black people have voted for him? Yeah, I can't answer that because, quite frankly, I would never tell a Black person how to vote. I would never tell a person that's a Democrat, that they're voting against their own interests. I would never tell them not to vote Democrat. I would never tell them that you have to vote Democrat because you're Black. I would never tell them that you should vote Republican because you're Black. I'm not telling anyone that. I'm not trying. This is my other thing. I don't try to win someone to my side. That's not what I'm doing here. So please don't get me wrong. I, as a person of color, I support the Republican Party because of my ideals and values. I am never going to tell another person of color how they should vote. Okay, and I'm not telling you to become a Republican. You can listen, quite frankly, I want people that are actually going to vote based on their own interests. Okay, don't vote because you're Black. Don't vote a certain way because that's how you feel. I have to vote that way because I'm Black. If you want to, that's perfectly fine. I just don't think that that's what we should do. Okay, honestly, I'm not going to tell somebody how to vote, and you're not going to get me to have that mindset because I don't. I want I want you to be an informed voter. Okay. I will tell you why I disagree with the Democratic Party. But as far as you are concerned, you vote the way you want to vote. I am not going to try to convince you to be something that you're not.
So you don't follow identity politics, correct?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
No.
So you're going on what works for you.
Correct.
Okay. Just
Correct.
just wanted to clarify that. Okay. So
Yeah,
I want to
Dr.
give the
Weinstein.
word. Yeah, I want to give. Hold on. I want to give the word to James first, and then we'll move on to Dennis, and then move on to the other guests that are here. Go ahead, James. Please, let's keep it
Hey,
short so we can
thanks for
answer
getting
two
me
main
in.
points.
Why Trump instead of any other Republican member? I mean, Biden's polling really badly. He's obviously extremely, like a lot of folks didn't really like him, and they just kind of voted for him because they didn't want to vote for Trump. Like, why risk splitting the vote with Trump and say Nikki Haley or someone like I know that like he's leading, right? But there's so many folks that are just like, I don't even care like about Biden. I'm like scared of Donald Trump. I'm just kind of wondering your guys' opinion on that.
So are you asking why we have the Republican trying to run for the position? Is that what you mean?
Why Trump over another? Sorry, why Trump over another
Oh,
Republican
why Trump?
candidate?
Okay, so in reverse, why Trump over the other Republicans? Well, to me, it's a no-brainer. He is the leader of the
Yes,
Republican.
given the fact that Biden is,
Given the fact that Biden
I
is
was just
what?
saying, given the fact that Biden is polling so low, and
Mhm.
that so many folks voted for Biden because they didn't want Trump specifically, not because they liked Biden, and they still don't like him.
So, I mean, I'm not sure if you've seen the latest polls, but actually Biden is falling behind Trump. Even with, actually, Trump is gaining more momentum with blacks and Latinos too in the latest polls. Not that I'm a poll guy, by the way, because we saw what happened in 2016. But if that answers your question.
I'd like to answer. So
Go
I think
ahead.
Yes.
I think I kind of get what you're saying. I think you're trying to say, like, if he's polling so low, why would we just stick with Trump? This may be our opportunity to find another candidate because all people are going to do is just vote for Biden because they don't want Trump. Is that what you're saying?
I thought he meant he's polling well. Do you mean Biden was polling well or low?
Yes. Biden
That
Biden
Trump
is
has
no
this
Biden is
low
polling
ceiling.
terribly. I'm saying that
Trump has a
it
low
seems
ceiling.
like
He has
it
a
seems
high
like an
floor.
opportunity for the Republicans where I think that you would get people
To
like
vote in
me that are
someone
like,
else.
I don't like
Sure.
Biden.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
so this
Like
is
I
the
don't like
chance
Biden.
to
Like I'm putting
get
my
anyone.
independence
So
vote
basically,
there.
you're
Sure.
I
saying
don't like
anyone can
Biden.
beat Biden. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay, I see.
I get
Okay,
what
go
you're
ahead,
saying.
mother. Go ahead.
Why choose
Well,
Trump
I
if
don't
he
know.
may lose again, right? I think that's what he's saying. So I agree with you. Like I said, I will support if Donald Trump is the nominee. If he is to be the nominee, I will vote for him. Um, I'm loyal to my party. Can't help it. However, if something, and I said this before, if something were to happen and he was unable to run or dropped out of the race or anything else like that, I'll be pragmatic about this. I want Trump to win, right? However, if I watch every Republican debate, I watch every single last one because I don't want to put all my eggs in one basket. I'm a realist, so if something were to happen, we have to have someone viable that's going to lead our party in the right direction. And so we're only third one in. I'm a hard sell because it actually took me like maybe almost till the midterms to actually figure out if I was voting for Trump. So I really needed to sell me, and he finally did. And that's where it took me a while to get used to Trump. It really did, because I don't just straight out the gate like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna vote for any Republican. Dirt. No, I do my research. So I've looked at every single last candidate, and I'm watching them. I'm watching how they move. I'm watching what they say. I want to see if they're consistent. So I did not choose a candidate, a second runner up yet. Right now, it's Trump for me. But until I see some action from the other candidates, it remains to be seen. So I'm still watching. I'm still watching. We'll see
I
what
can
happens.
tell you as a conservative that it's a no-brainer for me. I mean, the country did well under Trump. I don't like to count 2020 because it's unfair. COVID affected every economy in the world. As I mentioned previously, if the United States economy would have collapsed under COVID, only the US, then I would have blamed Trump for sure. But every economy collapsed at that point. So, Biden looks like a hero right now with the numbers because they're comparing to 2020. So, I mean, anyone could look like a hero, even my cat. So, if that answers your question. But I want to move on to Dennis. Go ahead, Dennis. You can say something if you want to.
Your last statement was literally the words out of my mouth. All right. However, in order to help you out, Mother of Dragons, two outwardly gay individuals who are also Trump supporters would be Straka and Dave Rubin.
Thank you for clarifying that. That was another false statement previously by another guest.
Yeah, just forgive me, but are they in Congress? Because people were like, it's like name two gay Republicans. I'm like, okay, I know two personally, but
Dave Rubin is a commentator. He used to be
okay,
part of TYT. He was used to
yeah,
be part of TYT. He left TYT and defected to Republicans and joined Trump later. And the same thing with Straka. Straka was a Democrat. He actually led the walk away movement from the Democrat Party, and he too is also gay.
yeah. There's actually a few. Well, George Santos, he's gone now. Fuck that guy. Sorry. Yeah, I like I said, I don't necessarily know all of them, but like I said, I have no problem with gay people.
And so
I
I'm
don't.
50 years old. I've been doing it since Reagan. So.
Yeah, like to say it's really interesting that it's
Isn't
like
there?
we're all
Isn't that crazy though? How
yeah,
they
like we're all
think that
playing
all
this small
Republicans
part.
hate blacks, Latinos, gays, all this
Right.
stuff. That's so that's so
It's
wild to
weird.
me. It's
It
it's
is really
crazy how
weird.
the media has manipulated most of the Democrats into believing that, and that's so false. That's incorrect. That's so incorrect.
I would like to mention something that I heard him say earlier. When he tried to reference the party switch, all right, I would just like to note there was no party switch. The Dixiecrats, there was one Dixiecrat that defected to the Republican side, one out of all of them. All right, and that one Dixiecrat is how they claim that there's a party switch because the electoral map for a one period of year reflected the way it used to look back in the South back in the old days. All right, and all that does is if you take into consideration the Republicans, the fact that most Black conservatives used to vote for Reagan and for during that period. All right, at the end of the day, it was the Southern Bible Belt that was voting for Reagan. That was the turnover of the South that became or turned that whole South red. All right, so their claim is just a complete farcical event. All right, just mentioning that.
Copy. Thank you for sharing that. Can I give the word to New Breed? Go ahead.
My bad. I'm sorry. I'm cleaning.
Am I going to get a chance to speak to?
Yes, you will. You're next. Okay, let's go to
Can you hear
Snuffle.
me?
Go ahead. All right, New Breed, go ahead.
Oh, my bad, man. I'm working right now, so I'm listening to y'all at the same time. I honestly don't know who I'm going to vote for because they're both a load of crap. The whole entire Congress, the whole entire, but like, I'm getting to the point now where it's like, it's not no more of voting for the lesser evil. It's, I'm getting tired of voting for the lesser evil. Nobody that I've come across has actually excited me. Biden, Trump, hell, I didn't even vote for Obama the first time around. Like, I'm getting sick and tired of these politicians coming in and they're not doing nothing for anybody but themselves or whoever helped them out to get where they got. So at this point, I really don't know who I'm voting for. Like, it's just, it's a mess.
What do you focus on usually? Economy or, you know, healthcare, or what do you focus on more usually for elections?
To be honest with you, I'd have to say I focus more on the people talk, the persona, the person you are. And yeah,
So
that
more
may
like
lead
personality
to,
wise, you mean?
yeah, that may lead to you being dishonest and me not realizing it until later.
I was about to ask you
But
about that because that's the problem with politicians, right? They stand there and they look pretty, and then they do what they do behind the scenes. But go
like
ahead.
they're the worst backstabbing people that I've ever met in my life. They'll smile in your face and then stab you in the back as quick as anything. And like I said, I just don't know who I'm gonna vote for. Like it's just it's I'm tired of the lesser of two evils. Like I'm tired
Listen, I
of
hear you, and I hear this a lot. So, and I understand where you're coming from. To me, I look again. I'm share the same sort of idea with Mother of Dragons. I vote for what works for me. I do talk about other topics like immigration and what's happening in sanctuary cities. It doesn't affect me, but I care because I feel bad. I love this country. This country has given me everything I have today. And so when I see stuff like that, it really bothers me. And I think, at least having these conversations sort of help me also get a sense of what other people are thinking and what other people are saying about it. Because you can't really trust the mainstream media nowadays. I want to give the word to Snuffle. Go ahead. You've been waiting.
Thanks. So my point is this: if
Breed,
you
if you can
care,
please mute, thank you. Hey,
if
Aaron, can
you
you please mute?
if you care about the Constitution and the founding of this country and the principles that we were established under, the core of our constitutional republic is peaceful transfer of power. We came from places where dictators seized control through power and held it as long as they could. We rejected that with a system where the voters get to choose their representatives. When Donald Trump pressured state legislatures and officials to find new votes for him. We've all heard the tape. Hopefully, we've all heard the tape in Georgia when he pressured people in Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania to overturn the election results. That was a crime that makes him unfit for office. When they had a scheme of fake electors that they wanted to send to Congress, they called them fake electors in the emails. They wanted to send these electors to Congress to cloud the issue in states where they lost. That's illegal. He pressured the Department of Justice to go seize voting machines to stop the count. That
It,
is illegal. He pressured Mike Pence to not certify the vote, and he called a mob to Washington, to the Capitol, on the date the vote was being certified, at the very hour when it was supposed to be certified, sent them to the Capitol to disrupt the process, throw it into the House of Representatives, and illegally seize power after losing an election. He is unfit for office. If you call yourself an American, you cannot vote for that.
everything you just said is a lie. Everything you just
Okay,
said.
Dennis, you want to reply? Go ahead.
Absolutely. All right.
I'll give the word to P-Man.
So in 2016, and I would like to point out that in every election this happens. In every election, you have a second slate of electors that belong to the other party, and they stand up and they object and blah 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 blah. But without having a state or without having a senator back that vote, they basically get discounted. So you're absolutely incorrect. That is not illegal. It's actually part of our election process. That's
That's
number
not
one.
true. That is not true.
No, that is absolutely true.
Let
They
him
did it in
finish, and then we'll go back.
2016.
We'll go back to
They
you. Hold
did
on.
it in 2016. They did it in 2016 with Biden, and while Biden was vice president, and Biden ignored them. So you're absolutely incorrect. You need to go do some history. You're clearly young, so you probably don't know this, but you should go look into it. That's number one. So number two, all right, the constitutional process, all right, that Trump was arguing for as it pertains to the president of the Senate, who is the vice president, he did in fact have the ability to push those votes back to the actual states. And if he had done that, it would have been to a state by state basis.
Thank you,
It would have
Crazy.
been a state by state vote. And in that state by state vote, it is very likely Trump would have won because they could have theoretically rejected the election. So he did follow constitutional process in suggesting that Mike Pence reject the votes. All right, because of the discrepancies that we saw happen during the election. I personally am a voting machine inspector in the state of Pennsylvania. I can tell you unequivocally that there were issues during the election. Now, I'm not going to say there was enough issues to overturn the election, but I can tell you that there were issues during the election. So that being said, all right, you are absolutely incorrect. You need to educate yourself more because you clearly do not know, or you're just advocating on part of somebody else that I just don't know where you're coming from, kid. Have a good day.
I'm older than
Okay,
you. I'm older than
let's
you
give the
think
word
I
to
am.
Snuffle to respond because Dennis did bring you up. So go ahead, respond to that, and then make it brief, please. I want to give the word to P-Man. Go ahead.
No problem. I'm a lot older than you think I am. I've been doing this for about 25 years. Um, the actions that he took were illegal. You're confusing the process in the Senate with fake slates of electors. Those two things are not commingled. You are confusing that. Only one slate of electors is certified by the states. In this case, they went around that and told the people in that state that you could certify our electors too, even though he lost. Calling up Georgia and saying, I just need to find 11,780 votes, which is
Not
one
how
more
we
than
see
we have.
it.
That is exactly the quote. That is the
We
exact
all
quote.
heard
I
the
know what I'm talking
conversation.
about. I
Hold on,
We
know
Dennis.
all
what I'm
heard the
talking about.
conversation, and that was not what was said.
Hold on, Dennis. Let him finish. Go ahead, Snuffle. Can you please finalize?
Yes, I know exactly what I'm talking about. That is the word for word quote. I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have. He
Number
tried to
one, he
steal
told
the
them
office
point
of
blank
the
to find the
president.
votes.
He tried to steal the office of the president. If you care about the foundations, the core of everything we are as a country, you must reject him.
Okay, so that was his point of view. P-Man, go ahead. You have the word.
Hey, what's going on?
Please get closer to the microphone. You sound far away. Everyone else, please mute. Thanks.
Yeah, I first wanted to say hi to what's that mother dragons down there. I think the
It's a
last
special guest
time
for tonight.
yeah, I think the last time that we encountered you snapped on me, mother dragons, because I misspoke and I was talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene. We were talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene, and I had her mixed up with with the the Karen Bovin chick, I guess. I had them mixed up with information, but never mind that. I wanted to ask I wanted to ask Mother of Dragons this question right here. This question right here. Just this question. And that is, when Giuliani and the Trump team started accusing Shay Moss and Ruby Freeman down there in Georgia, you being the beautiful black queen that you are, I want you, and I'm not saying this to try and put you on the spot or anything. I just wanted to know. I just wanted to know how you really felt, and if if you could be real with me, how you really felt, you as a black woman, and them actually picking those two out, being in the lower positions that they were, being black women, and them picking them out because they thought that they could get away with that.
All right, I'm glad you asked me that question. I have a disdain for Rudy Giuliani. I don't like him at all. I've never liked Rudy Giuliani, and I never will. What I think what he did was despicable. I don't know that it was Trump that instructed him to do that, but I do believe that Giuliani acted under his own volition, and that is why he was convicted of what he had done. So I will say this: it was, like I said, it was completely despicable. I don't like Rudy Giuliani whatsoever. I don't agree with him at all. I think he was a horrible pick to be any sort of advice to the president. And I think one of Trump's flaws is that I don't know if it's maybe that he sees the good in people, but he unfortunately sometimes he doesn't do very good picks, and that's a fact. And that everybody has a flaw, right?
Gives everybody a shot, is what it
Yeah,
is.
he gives everybody a shot, but I don't. To be honest with you, I don't like Rudy Giuliani, so I'll agree with you on that point. Now, I'm not looking at it as in a position of my skin color. I'm looking at more of a position of his actions and
But
what
I'm
he tried
asking
to
you,
do.
I'm asking you to look at it in a position of your skin color. I'm asking you to
It's
do that. How
yeah,
did that make
it's
you
kind of
feel?
hard for me to
Here,
it's kind of
I'm
hard for me
curious.
to
I
do
don't know
that
what
because I
we're talking
really
about.
don't.
Let's let Mother of Dragons finish
Yeah, I don't
answering.
really focus on people's skin color. But if you want to say so, if we're painting this narrative that he did it because they're black, it's despicable. If that's what you're implying, it would be despicable either way. His actions were despicable, and he deserves to go to jail for it. That's how I feel about it.
Okay, you've answered the question. We haven't heard from Black Sugar. Black Sugar, do you have anything to add or ask Mother of Dragons, our special guest? Black Sugar?
Hey, that's all I wanted to ask. I appreciate your answer and everything. I think you were sincere right there. The young man Dennis right there. I think Dennis, that you should maybe, I'm not once again trying to come down on nothing like that. I think either you're not being honest about the whole thing that Snuffles was talking about, or you just gonna defend Trump until the end. But once again, mothers, I appreciate your answer there. I'm gonna sign off and let somebody else get up here. I'm out.
P-Man,
Thank you,
don't.
P Man. Go ahead, Dennis. You can reply.
Yeah, P-Man, I'm curious, because I am not aware of the situation with Giuliani as it pertains to this subject. Could you clarify exactly what happened? Because I'm not aware of it, and I'm
Well,
suspect if I'm not aware, there are other people that aren't aware either.
the thing where he particularly picked out Shay Moss and Ruby Freeman to make the statement that he made about them passing around ballots like heroin vows or whatever, like something of that nature, as if he and come to find out it was actually a peppermint that she was given to her daughter. Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
and
wasn't aware
and
of the
and
situation,
and
sorry.
then it's so despicable. Like Mother Dragon said, it really is, and it makes you wonder. So like, if if someone could be that disgusting, right? And he's representing, Trump, you know, you gotta take it there too. Trump, he has to own some of that. And and then they even went as so far as to send like the what's the fella down the other black fella that got locked up there, sent him down there to try and intimidate those people. And the killer part about it all is that lady and her daughter were probably the the most honest people out of the whole situation, and they chose to try and go at them like that. It's just horrible.
All right, so I think I didn't clarify why I would vote for Trump. All right, and let me explain that position real quick.
No,
So,
no, 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 no. What I was
a
talking about,
second, Tina.
I can dig where you coming from, Dennis.
Hmm.
Okay, you're going, and he who needs convincing still needs convincing. You're gonna vote for Trump no matter what. But
No, no,
what,
no,
what
no, 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 no. You're
my
wrong.
point,
You're wrong.
my
Hear me
point
out for
was,
1 second.
okay, hold on. My point was what Snuffles just ran down, man, was dead on the money, man. It was dead on the money. I mean, those are facts. That's what happened, man. And then you come
P
right
man,
on and
I'm
said,
former
and
military. Hear
you
me out.
came on and said, everything that you just said was false. And that's
Because it
not
was.
right. It's not right, man.
But P man, it
But
was. All right, because
sir,
historically speaking, constitutionally speaking, the things that they did were not illegal. All right, that's my point. Saying that they're illegal doesn't make them illegal. All right, at the end of the day, the
The
Constitution,
United States of America says that it was. That's why he
no,
got.
the
That's
United
why he's got so many charges right
P
now.
man, understand an indictment means that someone is accusing him of something. All right, until he's convicted, all right,
It's
that is
on
So
when you
if
can
tape.
he's
say, yes, he
convicted,
did
It's
something
Dennis,
on
wrong.
if he's
tape, dude. It's
convicted,
on
Dennis, would
tape.
you still roll with him? If he's convicted, would you still roll with him?
It depends on
Of
what he's convicted
course.
of.
Of
That's my
course
point
they
right
will.
there. See what I'm saying? Right there. There you go. Right
It
there. It
depends,
don't
but hear
matter.
me out. But hear
He
me out.
who
It
needs
depends on what he's
convincing still.
convicted of. All right.
Okay.
So if
I
they can show me that Donald Trump truly tried to do something nefarious, that's a different subject. I'm former military. I'm going to back the president. All right, regardless of who that is. All right, but at the end of the day, because even with Biden in office, as a former military man, I would still back Biden. I'm simply saying, from the point of view
Thank you for
where
your
this
service,
is
by the way.
concerned, I appreciate that, Vega. So, because the military is going to back whoever the president is. That's our job. All right. So, what I'm saying is, where it pertains to Trump, the reason I would vote for Trump. Understand, I come from New York City. I know who Trump was. I knew who he was when he actually ran. Trump for years has been saying he was going to run, and all these people who used to love Trump before he said he was a Republican, they all loved him. And then when he became a Republican, all of a sudden he was the worst man in the world. Prior to that, he supported the or was it Jesse Jackson's run for president? He supported, like, he actually went out for him. He actually had. This is not a man who I believe was prejudiced by any sense of the imagination, and yet he's been portrayed as this demon. At the end of the day, we all knew he was a philanderer. Yet we accepted the fact that he was still an American at heart. Even Oprah backed him way back in the day, in the early 80s. She wanted him to run, and he told her no, he was unsure he was even interested in doing that. And he did this whole big interview that you can look up
What's
online.
the
He
point
did
here?
not change. He did not change his positions from 1980 to present. He said we were being taken advantage of then. He's saying we're being taken advantage of now. Now, does that mean he chooses the right people all the time? Probably not. Do I think he should have chosen Giuliani? No, I think Giuliani's gotten old and
This
Giuliani
wasn't the
became a
question.
liability.
check it though, Dennis. Check it though. Check this out.
Hmm.
This right here is something that I always remember. Water seeks its own level, bruh. Water will always seek its own level. We are attracted to people that are just like us. We are unattracted to people that are not like us. Every single time. The reason that I may like you, Dennis, is because I see some of the same characteristics or character defects in you that I have in me. This is why Donald Trump ended up with scumbag after scumbag after scumbag. Now I'm not even gonna disrespect your guy even that much and just say he's a scumbag. But he's not a good person. He's not a good leader. He's on so this man won't even admit. This man will not, he will not let his ego let the damn forecasters tell you where the hurricane is going to go because he said it was going one way and they said it was going another. He actually took a damn Sharpie and added the place that he said it was going to go to in.
Well,
That's
P-Man,
that's
I
how
got a I
far
got a
that's how.
question for you. I
Yes,
got a
sir.
question for you.
Yeah.
So, all right, prior to COVID, all right, were you better off or were you worse than you are
Prior
now?
to COVID, was I better off?
I was going to
Well,
ask the same
it's
question.
not.
Thanks for that.
It's not a fair question, Dennis, because
It is a fair
I
question.
happen to have I'm happy I happen to be better off. It's not a fair question. I know where you're going with that, but it's not a fair question
It's
to
All
not the
right,
to
per-
a
to raise
rising.
on the
All
live.
right,
Huh?
I'm just saying, rising seas raise all ships, and that was my point. Back in the day, all right, when Trump was doing things well, up until COVID, all right, everybody's ship was rising. Every race, everybody in America. All right, we were at the best we'd ever been as a country in over 80 years when Trump was running things up until COVID occurred.
It's
All
just how
right, would
you
you
feel.
agree
That's how
or
you
disagree with
feel.
that?
That's how you feel. That's
I
not
No, that's the way
reality.
it was, Snuff.
I what I
Hold
what I
on,
what
hold
I
on.
mean
He
when I,
he has a question to
yeah
P-Man. P-Man,
what
please
I
answer
mean
that.
what I mean when I say what I mean what I say when I say it's not a fair question. What I'm saying is personally myself, I do pretty well. I've been doing well then, I'm doing well now, so I don't really see any difference. I
Mm.
just happen to add on a store since he's been
Sound like a
gone. So
Republican.
so I'm doing better if to answer your question, but I know that the average person out there, and I'm not saying that I'm balling, that I'm rich by no means. I'm saying that I work hard and I've been fortunate in adding a store to my business now and a different business venture and all of
Well,
that. So
congratulations on that,
P-Man
brother.
got the money.
Yeah, it
P-Man
sounds
no,
like
is
no,
you
no,
picked
no,
P-Money.
no,
yourself up by
no,
your
I'm just
no,
kidding with
no,
you.
bootstraps.
no, no,
Sounds
no,
like you picked yourself up by your bootstraps.
no, don't hit me with the bootstrap. Don't do the bootstrap thing.
It sounds
Shit, you
like
got, hey, hey,
you
because,
starting to sound like a conservative Republican.
no, no, oh my God.
P-Man, you need to
No,
you
You're a
need to elaborate
businessman,
on that.
P-Man. Come on, man.
P-Man,
no,
you're one of us. Admit it.
no,
You
oh
can't be a
shit.
businessman
Sounds
and
like a
not be.
Democrat.
Hey
Sounds
yo,
like a
hey yo,
You
hey
Democrat.
sound like
yo.
a capitalist, my guy.
No, no. What I sound like is I'm trying to be decent about the conversation and
Well,
not
that's
just
good.
all out. All I'll say that you never have to worry about P-Man or this household or anybody. I don't know any blacks for Trump other than you guys. Now that
So
Mother
P-Man, you need to
Dragon.
follow my account.
Well,
Oh,
I
there's actually a
I'm
lot
not.
more. There's actually a lot more
yeah,
than what
there's a
you
lot of
think.
them on TikTok,
Yeah,
P-Man. A lot.
there's a
But
whole lot.
but
There's a
but
whole lot
see
of us.
but see but see
Yeah.
but see just know this, Mother of Dragons, just know this right here. When the
Thank you,
time
Black Sugar.
comes and the troops rally, just know that 96, 97, maybe even this time around 99% of black women are voting for Biden. They riding with Biden.
Yeah, but that's the thing. But that's the thing, P man. I'm not a populist and I'm not a majoritarian. I don't vote based off of my skin color. And just because
I
everyone
got
else is doing it doesn't mean that I should do it too.
But I got you. That's
I've
why.
never,
That's
I've
why.
never been that way my
That's why
entire
I
life.
wanted
I
to
don't really
Don't
address.
say
That's
care.
why.
Okay,
everyone else
P-Man, P-Man,
agrees.
hold on. I want to
Yeah,
give
I
the word
just,
to Black Sugar because you
yeah.
specifically mentioned the black community. So Black Sugar, go ahead.
Yeah. Don't generalize us, MLD. That's what I was saying.
I didn't generalize. I said I vote the way that I vote. I didn't say that just because what I'm saying is essentially he's saying that he's the one generalizing. I'm not. I'm saying I vote the way that I want to vote. I don't represent the entire community, the melanated community. I vote the way that I want to vote, and just because everyone else is voting a certain way doesn't mean that I need to do that too. And I'm not purposefully voting away from Democrats because of my skin color. I'm not purposely voting away from them to be some sort of pariah. I'm not doing any of that. I'm voting what's in my best interest. And that's simply it. The
I
people
got.
that want to focus on my skin color, that matters to them. That doesn't matter to me.
I
Skin color
got you.
doesn't matter
I
to me.
respect you for that. I respect you for that. That's why I wanted to come in and ask you about the Ruby, the Shay Moss and Ruby situation down in Georgia, because me as a black man, when I saw that, you know what I'm saying? And that's why I said I have to put color on that, because I saw auntie and them being, I seen family being accused of some bullshit. And I didn't appreciate that. And I wanted to know how you felt about that. And it was just like you said, disgusting. So
P-Man, yeah, so I don't want to just keep going in circles. She didn't answer your
okay,
question already. I
okay,
just
I'm
I
a
just
bounce.
I
I'm a
just
bounce,
no, I just
man.
want to ask you something. Hold on.
Yeah.
I want
What's
to
up?
ask you something. Do you think that maybe also your your feelings and stuff are also being I don't want to say manipulated, but maybe sort of instigated by the mainstream media and everything you're watching in regards to Trump and all these criminal cases?
I I I
I guess
I
my
wasn't.
question is he guilty already before having a fair trial?
Well, well, well. You
Because
know
let's
who you
face it, the
should ask?
media, the mainstream media, most of
You
them have him guilty
ask.
already.
Hey, watch this. Ask Mayor Giuliani after they get these
No, but I'm
millions out
asking
of
you
Trump's.
specifically. I'm asking you specifically. Is he guilty
Right.
already?
I, myself, I feel like he is. And that's just my opinion. I feel like Trump is going to be hit with at least half of the 91
Do you think it's going to
charges.
jail?
I don't. Now that's a question that I don't know. He
Okay.
should.
Okay,
I
so do
think
you
he
think
should.
that even when he gets where you think he's going to get, he'll still be president? He'll still become president?
Oh well, it would be the damnedest thing. I guess we'll be at a new low in the country, voting for somebody who can't even vote for himself.
Got it. Okay. Thank you, P-Man. I want to welcome Big Al. Go ahead.
I'm out, y'all. Have a good
You
night.
doing?
Thank you, P-Man.
Hi, P man. Thanks for coming in, man.
Uh,
Yeah. I was just, sitting here listening to, Blacks for Trump or whatever, whatnot. Me personally, I vote Democrat most times, but I'm really an independent. As far as like, but Trump for me, like I don't even go into the political where he was in politics. I remember he tried to run back in '99. I remember that. One thing I do, I got a very photographic memory, so I do remember him running in '99 as an independent. But what I also know about Trump, if I go to Trump and from Trump to his daddy, I'm gonna start back with his daddy. His daddy was sued, and I'm pretty sure he was a part of the business at the time. He was sued for discrimination when it comes to his buildings and letting people rent it, and he lost that suit. And I also remember Trump wanting to hang 5 innocent black boys from New York, and he wanted to literally hang them boys. So like I don't have to go into. I just see how he moved. I know, yeah, he was awarded by the NAACP, but I don't think that represents every black person in America. Uh, I don't think no organization really can represent because everybody fundamentally different.
So do you believe he's a racist? Is that what you're implying?
I mean, his father was arrested at a Klan rally back in the day.
His
So,
father. So let me ask you this: what
but hold
about?
on, hold on, hold
Okay,
on.
go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm because I got a son. So that's my son is very much like me. He's very intelligent. The difference is I toned down his temper, and I made it that so if you're around that, I'm not saying he racist. I'm not saying that's not for me to hear to say. But do I think he has some prejudiced ways and the way he talk? Yeah. I mean, like when the hurricane happened down there in the Bahamas and he was shooting hoops to the folks with the paper towels and the toiletries, I was like, yeah. I mean, but that's just my opinion, though. Everybody, you know, got
Okay. Do
different
you know
opinions about it.
anything about Biden's father by any chance?
I know a lot about Biden. I ain't never see that's an
No,
assumption.
I'm just asking you.
Oh, I mean, I don't know about much about his father, but I know about Biden. I know he ain't got the best pass either. So
So do you know
I'm
about
not saying that.
Hillary's father and Biden's father?
I don't even want to get started with Hillary and
Well,
them.
no. And the reason why I'm asking is because you brought up Trump's father. So I'm asking if you know the same history for the other side's family history.
I mean Biden, not so much. I mean
What about Hillary?
Hillary, I forgot her daddy.
So the reason why I'm asking, Big Al, is because the media loves to look into all of this stuff and promote it big time, right? And
I'm
we don't get to hear, and I don't blame you for not knowing because, you know, it's unless you do like extensive research, we don't really get to hear that side of the other side. You know, maybe they are or aren't racist. Who knows? But the media loves to, you know, go into Trump's history, what he's doing, what he's going to
hold up.
do. Hold on, let me answer. Let me answer
Okay.
your question and statement because you
Not
know
that
then
I
we're
asked.
gonna get into a lot of other things. So
Okay. Okay.
you know you mentioned his father and then you weren't sure if he was, but you're basically saying that his father, you're pretty much saying that his father was, so that makes him sort of automatically also racist because you are surrounded by it. As you mentioned, your son, he's very much like you. And so you feel that Trump's father and Trump will be pretty much alike, right? You also mentioned the what's it called? In New York,
Central Park
the
Five. Yeah.
Central Park fight. Thank you. Yeah. So you know, I also spoke about this previously too in another live. And if you look at Trump's quote on that, he specifically denounced those crimes. Specifically, he never mentioned anybody by name. It was very general, and the media themselves actually had those men guilty before they had a fair trial. So Trump was watching what we were. Well, I probably was not even born at that time. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But Trump was following what everybody was saying at the time because the media promoted it, you know, and that crime was heinous. It was a horrible crime, and that's exactly what he said. He never said these, you know, specific names of people or
Yeah,
certain
I
color.
gotta stop you right. I gotta stop you right there because in 2017 or 18, when they were found, when that documentary came out about the Central Park Five, he still doubled down on saying that they were still guilty.
Fact.
So even
Fact. He
What
in
did
his
that.
current time, he doubled down on that. So
No, he
we
was
can't
what
we
talking
was?
can't
about
give
Hold
the
him
on,
we
hold
can't
on. What
we
was the
can't give
quote
him
on
a
that? Do you have
no,
the quote on that?
he didn't say that. He was
Yeah, that.
specifically speaking about because some of them were still in jail, and some of them had committed crimes that they
no,
were guilty of.
all of them are out of them are no, that's
Yeah,
false.
at
All
the
of them were out
time.
of jail
Okay, so
during the
She's speaking
hold
documentary.
at the
on,
time,
hold
though.
on. At the time, okay, so in 2002 is when they were exonerated of that crime, but some of them were still in jail for other crimes. Okay, so what he
No,
said was,
Hold
hold
on.
on,
Let her
quote that
respond,
he
and then I'll
made
give you the word. Hold on.
hold on.
Let
yeah
her
He was
respond, and I'll give you
talking.
the
okay.
word.
He was talking about them being guilty of those, not that specific crime against that woman, because we did find out the DNA evidence later in a confession that those people that person was convicted of it.
They were exonerated for that crime, but that does not mean that they were not guilty of other crimes, which they were. And some of them were still in jail for
That
other crimes.
no.
Not all of them were set free. I think all of them are out of jail now for their crimes. So if we're gonna quote
No,
it,
all of them were set. All of them were set free
Let her
when
finish.
he.
Let her
All of them
finish,
were
and then
set.
we'll go to you.
Okay.
if we're
Hold
gonna
on.
quote it,
I
then
was
make
just
sure that
told
we
to shut
quote.
up.
Okay. We'll bring up your quotes because I
Well,
just
Afro,
told
hold
you
on a
that
second.
that
You're
it
the one
was.
that made the point. So do you have the quote?
Right.
Yeah, it was. I told you it
Can
was
you give me the exact quote?
2018.
Okay.
2018. They asked him. They were like, do you? He was like they asked him about when they got released or whatever, and they were proven innocent. And he says no. He still believes that they are. He says he still believes that they were guilty.
Can you share the
The same
exact
as he
quote,
did
please?
back then.
Yeah, he took out full ads in the New
I
York
have a quote
Times
here.
against you.
Okay.
I
Can
have
you
the
share
quote.
it? Can you share it, Mother, please?
Hold on.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and
Hold
read
on.
it.
I'll go
Hold
find
on,
it.
Afro, because
I'll go ahead and
she
read
pulled
it.
it up already. Go ahead. Go ahead,
So
Mother.
this was from the New York Times. So this is President Trump on Tuesday said he would not apologize for harsh comments in 1989 about the Central Park Five, the Black and Latino men, yada yada yada. They said Mr. Trump was asked about the newspaper advertisements he brought back for the New York State to adopt the death penalty after the attack. The ads never explicitly called for the death penalty for the 5 defendants. It says that in this article. He said you have people on both sides of that. He said they admitted their guilt. If you look at Linda Fairstein, if you look at some of the prosecutors, they think that the city never should have settled the case. So we'll leave it at that. Referring to the former prosecutor who was running
That's
the
exactly what
Manhattan
he said.
District Attorney's sex crimes unit at the time. Mr. Trump's remarks about the Central Park Five were strikingly similar to comments he made, yada yada, about there was blame on both sides.
So Big Al was right.
Yeah,
Okay,
no,
so
he
doesn't that sound
wasn't.
like he's doubling down on what he said
No,
before?
he's not
That's
doubling down
just
on it.
yeah.
This is
Yes,
exactly
he
what
is
he
doubling
said.
down on what
He
he
said
said.
you
That's
have
you just
you
read
have
it.
both.
Hold on,
No,
Snuffle. Hold
he
on,
said
Snuffle.
you
Let her
have
finish her
people
statement, and
on
then we'll let
both
Afro
sides of
respond.
that. They admitted their guilt, and then he also said, but also look at the fact that the prosecutor at that time said that the city should have never settled the case. So we'll leave it at that. That is what he said.
Go ahead, Afro.
And basically what you just read, that he doubled down on what his stance was before
Based on
about them. You know,
admitted.
they're
Yeah,
even though they were proven innocent though, but he still doubled down on
Right.
that, and then
But
he
he's
said,
Were
and
they?
then
But
but
if
he
he's
they
not
doesn't think that
admitted
doubling
it,
they
how
down.
are
he
they
does
He's
no
not
proven?
doubling
hold
down
on,
on it.
hold
He
on,
specifically
let
said
me
that
talk,
on both sides, you have
let
people
me
on
talk,
both
and then
sides of that. They admitted their guilt. But you also have the prosecutor who also said that the city should have never settled the case. So we'll leave it at that. So essentially what he's saying is it's not me that has to have the issue. It's actually the prosecutors at that time
double
that doubled down
down.
on it.
We heard him
He
double
didn't double
down.
down on
Of course
anything.
he did.
So
he
no, he's
did
not going
double
to
down. He
apologize.
doubled down on
He's
what
not going
that
to
he did double.
apologize.
Nancy,
If they said that they were guilty and they confessed to it, why should he apologize for something if
That's
they
what you call
confessed to
double
that?
downing.
And then you
wait,
have the
That's what you
process,
call
and the city should have
doubling
been
down.
responsible. It's not Donald Trump's
Wait a minute.
responsibility
First
to
of
take on.
all,
Hold on, it's
they
not
were
his
first
responsibility
of all, if
to
you read
take on
if you
what the
saw the
issues of the
documentary,
prosecution were at that time.
if you saw the documentary, those boys were
They
coerced
confessed,
into saying
yes,
that.
and
So
they
they did.
were, and they confessed to it.
So it's not.
They confessed
Yeah,
to it. They also confessed to it.
that's why they
So
have laws now that you
at the
can't
same time,
Well, why we
ask
get
sure,
children,
but
people under 18,
at the time,
teen
sir,
under.
at the
Hold on,
time,
Afro. Let her
everyone
respond.
else, the newspapers were calling for their death. Everyone else was, and you want Donald Trump
Yeah,
to
you hold.
apologize.
Yeah, she could talk over me, but
That's
I
pretty
have to be quiet. All
self-serving.
right.
I'm
you're
sorry,
doubling down
but
too.
I'll give you
You're
the
just
word
saying
after
I
that
she
think you're
finishes.
ignoring.
I'll
you
give
didn't
the
prove
word to
your
Afro when
point.
she's done.
You didn't prove your point at all.
Okay. Mother is done. Go ahead, Afro. She's bringing up a good point. You're focusing on Trump, but what about the media and the prosecutors that did all this to these folks?
I brought this up.
Well,
Yeah, Big Al, we'll
the
go to you,
justice
but
system,
Afro just jumped in.
the justice system already apologized by giving them money. And exonerating them.
Did the
But he
prosecutor
could have just said, "Hey, I
apologize?
was wait, okay, see, look at and then she's interrupting me while
Go
I'm
ahead,
trying to
Afro.
talk. Could you tell
Okay,
her
go
something?"
ahead. Go ahead, Afro.
No, that's all right. Yeah, I'm about to get out of here because it's double standards up in here. The
No, no, go ahead. You
Republicans
can
get
speak.
to
It's your
interrupt me, but
the
I
floor.
can't.
The
Go
floor.
ahead,
The
No,
floor is
man.
no.
you. Go ahead. It's
Goodbye.
your floor.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Well, if he gonna leave, I'll say what I got to say. Cause I
Okay, Big Al, go ahead. Unfortunately, Afro couldn't handle the conversation. Go ahead, Big
I'd
Al.
like to weigh in after Al, if that's okay.
Yeah, we'll give Snuffle the word after Big Al. Go ahead.
I mean, it just my total opinion, and I was trying to stop you when you was going on speaking to me, because I actually kind of changed my mind. My real reason why I think he racist is the way he treated Obama, because ain't never in the history of this country has anybody been asked to present a birth certificate. So I think that was just, and he wasn't the only one. Don't get me
You're
wrong.
wrong,
He
buddy.
wasn't
You're
the only
wrong,
one.
Al. All presidents are required to present a birth certificate at the time they get
Hold on,
elected.
Dennis. Hold on,
But
Dennis.
it's
Let's
never been
let Big
done
Al
publicly.
finish. Let's let Big Al finish, and then we'll move
It's
on
never
to
been
Snuffle.
done
Hold on.
publicly.
Go ahead, Big Al. Can you please
It's
share your
never
statement?
been done publicly. They never asked Clinton. They never asked Bush. Never in the history of my lifetime have I seen that. So I'm just speaking on what I've seen.
Okay, so we were speaking about the Central Park Five, and now he brought up Obama. Snuffle wanted to share something. Go ahead, Snuffle.
Go ahead.
We're talking about Trump and racism.
Yeah.
And what it comes down to is the actions of these guys. One guy approved a child separation policy, taking children away from their parents at the border. He also appointed justices to the Supreme Court who are systematically dismantling the Voting Rights Act. President Biden appointed Ketanji Brown Jackson, who is fighting those decisions with all of her power. And if one day she gets in the majority, she is going to leave a lasting mark on the court. That's the difference, the actions.
I'd like to respond to him.
Let's give the word to Dennis. Go ahead.
All right, so Snuffle, I'm going to ask you a couple questions just so I can make a point. Say, have you ever been arrested?
I'd prefer if you just make your point.
Well, so, all right, so if someone gets arrested and they have kids in their custody, are they allowed to keep their kids?
No.
If it's a misdemeanor, like crossing the border.
No. If
asylum,
you're being
or
arrested
if you're
and you're
applying
being
for
brought to, let me
asylum.
finish. No. You're making up rules that don't exist. All right. They don't understand the people that are getting put into these camps or whatever you want to call them on the border. They're not the people that are coming in through the ports of entry. They're the people that are crossing across points where they're not coming through the ports of entry. All right. When they don't come through the ports of entry, they get picked up, they get brought in.
That's
All
actually
right.
not
So
true.
when that occurs, that is absolutely true. You're wrong. All right. The people who are being
You're
booked
wrong.
for illegally crossing, the people that are being booked for illegally crossing into the country are the ones that are not passing through the ports of entry. And the proof of that, let me finish. The proof of that, all right, is during the actual congressional hearings, the actual guy who's in charge of doing that openly stated this, all right, because he was basically saying, he was arguing with AOC specifically, and AOC was like, "Well, what about these people at the border? They're asylees." And he said, "No, these are people that are crossing specifically not at the ports of entry. All right, if they're coming through the ports of entry and asking for asylum, they get processed one way. It's the people that are not crossing at the ports of entry that are getting processed as committing a crime. And when they commit the crimes, that's when child separation policy kicks into effect." All right, because it's just as if you broke the law as an American citizen and had a child in your possession, your child would be sent to DCS and you would go to jail.
Okay, I want to give. Hold on, Snuffle. I want to give the word to Black Sugar because she was also responding to that. Go ahead, Black Sugar.
Yeah, that's actually not true. And it was also people who were coming in through the checkpoints that children were separated.
Okay, do you know if they were checked for DNA evidence of actually being the parents of the children that they were bringing across?
Irrelevant.
It's completely irrelevant because that's child sex trafficking, and that is illegal in this
Okay,
country.
Snuffle. So why is that irrelevant? Can you elaborate?
Because this policy was in place for approximately 2 months. As soon as it became public, they immediately ended it. We all know this is 100% inhumane to take a child away from a parent, ship them across the country, and some of these kids still haven't been reunited with their parents. This is inhumane. Everyone knows it. And the minute we found out about it, they stopped it.
Who stopped it? Let's be more specific, because that same policy existed pre-Trump. It existed during Obama's administration.
Wrong.
No,
You're
That's
did not
Only
have a
You're
separation
incorrect.
policy.
One at a
You're
time. One at a time.
incorrect.
Dennis is
Children
asking.
were held.
Hold on. One at a time. Dennis is asking Snuffle, and then we'll move.
Children
Then we'll
were
move on down the
held
line.
in a separate facility from their parents, even under Obama. So you're absolutely
Child
incorrect.
Okay,
separation
Snuffle, you can
policy.
reply to that. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're talking about the child separation policy that took children from their parents and shipped them across the country. This was only done for 2 months in the Trump administration, and like I said, as soon as we found out about it, they stopped it because it is clearly inhumane.
Black Sugar, do you want to add something to it?
Mentioned.
And then we'll go to. And then we'll go to.
That was not the
Okay.
policy under Barack Obama. He did not.
Black Sugar, and then Mother of Dragons.
He actually kept
Go
those
ahead, Black
families
Sugar.
together. And actually, the one who started this particular
You have proof of that.
policy, because it wasn't a
Hold on,
law,
Dennis.
was Stephen Miller.
Okay, Mother of Dragons. Go ahead.
All right. So back in 2011, they actually had a mandatory DNA testing in U.S. Refugee family reunification program. This was actually instituted in 2011, and it was under Obama. So first of all, that's a misnomer. It was instituted. Number two,
DNA testing, they didn't separate the
yes.
families. That was the
Well,
testing.
I'm talking about. Okay, so I'm hitting one point at a time.
You said it was a
Okay, so I'm hitting
child
Let her
one
speak.
point.
Let her speak. Let her finalize. Go ahead.
Okay, so there's two different things here. I'm not talking about family reunif. I'm not talking about the separations per se. I'm hitting two different points here. As far as to say that DNA testing was not mandatory under any other president when it started with Trump, that's not true. We've been doing it before Trump became president. We did that. As a matter of fact, the Biden administration, they just awarded new contracts for rapid DNA
Can
testing.
we keep it to child separation?
Okay,
That's
so
what it's
I
talking
no,
about.
because it was brought up. So I respectfully, I'm going to hit every point that I heard. I'm sorry you don't like it. Okay. So while it's not a perfect program, right? We've seen this happen for a number of years, and every president has maintained this system since it was first implemented. So you can't really blame it on Trump that it's an inhumane thing to do when at least since Obama they've been doing it.
So it
And
was
as a matter of fact,
inhumane to do
hold on.
DNA
Okay.
testing. What we were talking
Okay, so
about
let
was
me
child
okay, so let me
separation. So
finish,
let's
please.
Let
get
her
Give me
finish.
focused.
let
Let's
me
Let her
not
finish
finish.
the
try to
statement,
jump
and
Let
then
me
we'll let
finish.
you
I'm
reply.
trying.
I
I'm
promise we'll
not
let you reply. Go ahead, Mother.
Clouding the issue with nonsense.
I'm not clouding the issue. Like I said, you brought up two different points, and if you let me finish, I'm trying to tie this together. Okay. So like I said, Obama and Trump and Biden have actually instituted these rapid DNA testing because it was important to make sure that people coming across the border and they claim that these are their children, then they should do that. Now, while it is true that under Trump, the separation, he did sign an executive order in 2018 promising to keep these kids together. And it was court ordered to end those separations and require families to be reunited. Now, in the beginning, was there a policy, a very, very strict policy? And this was happened in 2017. Was there a very, very strict policy to do that? There absolutely was, right? But again, he wanted to make sure that that policy ended when he signed that executive order, and that's exactly what happened. So no, we don't want children and families separated at the border, but can we please not put misinformation out here when it comes to whether or not Trump supported it or not? Because
You are
he
putting the
absolutely, no, I'm not. He signed an executive order ending that
We are.
practice.
ending it because they started it because we found out
Yeah,
about
and
it
I
and
already
they got him
acknowledged that. But
shamed. They
again,
got
he actually
shamed.
signed it
Yes,
in
and the only reason
2017.
he
It was
signed,
the policy.
One at a
well,
time.
In
One at a time.
2018, he signed an executive order.
are you going to let her continue to do her
Okay.
monologues?
Okay. Go ahead, Blood Sugar.
I
Go
mean,
ahead.
my
Okay,
face
the
is
only
on the
reason
background.
that this policy that he changed his mind on this policy is because the courts overturned it and because all the outrage in the country. That
I
is
already
why
said that.
he changed direction.
I already said that.
Yeah,
I said
Yeah,
that
she
already.
did say that. Go ahead,
they
Snuffle. You
designed
want to
the
respond?
policy. Yeah, to say that because he ended it under force of the entire world doesn't change the fact that they are the ones who did it. If we hadn't found out, they'd have kept doing it. Don't
Okay,
shield for that nonsense behavior.
different.
Well, who's making?
One
Wait a minute.
isn't.
Who's making
One
that
had an
claim?
Hold on,
official
Dennis. Let Mother
policy.
reply to
Wait.
that, and then I'll give the word to
Making this
Dennis.
claim that it was a good thing? I've never made that claim.
Okay, Dennis, you want to
It
respond?
was it was I'm sorry, just one other thing.
Okay,
It was
go
a
ahead. Let
continued
Mother
it was
finish.
a continued practice started under the Obama administration, which it was. All right,
Well, it was a practice under
ran through. Hold
every
on,
administration.
it ran through 2017. Then he signed an executive order, whether it was under pressure from the government, whether it was pressure from Congress, whether it was pressure from the American people. He signed an executive order.
Okay, what you
Look, the
just said
So the
was
difference
not
is.
policy,
true.
excuse me,
Let me
hold on.
finish.
So the
Let me
policy
say
was
something,
already
Frank.
there, correct?
No,
Policy was already there.
No, it was not there.
no.
That is
There
a
was not
lie.
an
Let's
official.
give the word to Dennis. Hold on. Let's give the word to
There
Dennis.
was.
Go ahead.
All right. So there was not an official policy, but it was done in every presidency. All right. The official policy
Oh,
was created in the Trump administration. That's not wrong, Snuffle. That is true. All right. It was an unofficial policy, and it became official under the Trump administration temporarily until it ended when
So it
Trump
was
got
an
involved.
official policy, if you will.
Yeah,
it
it
was
became an
never
official
done.
policy.
It was never done. It was never a policy. You are lying. You will never find that information. It
Oh, it was
does
all.
not exist.
Actually, yeah,
It,
I do have
Laugh,
that.
It's a
too much
crime to enter the
because
country.
the guy
Say
who came up
separate them
with it,
because it's a
the guy
crime,
who
dude.
came
Hold
up
on. I
with
have
it,
a. Go ahead,
the guy
Snuffle.
who came
I
up
do
with
have
it.
one question, Snuffle. So how come there are pictures of kids in cages under Obama?
We're not
Can you?
talking about kids in cages. We're talking about the child separation policy that was designed by Stephen Miller in Trump's cabinet. That's why it wasn't in existence before Trump.
Want to focus on just that. You want to focus on just that and ignore the fact that
Right.
there was a separate policy, all right, where the kids were separated from their parents under the Obama administration.
No, they were
Okay,
not.
Clearly,
so
there was.
Lie.
They
can
were
I
literally in a separate
can I read
jail.
this, please?
Okay. Go ahead.
So actually, it was stated that there was a pilot program. So the government was separating migrant families from their kids months prior to the official introduction of the zero tolerance policy, which was under Trump. One official called it a pilot program, right? But if officials have at least 2,342 children that were separated from their parents after being apprehended across the border since May 5th, right? Now, the numbers that we're actually showing per the Department of Homeland Security shows that another 1,768 were separated from their parents between October 2016 and February of 2018, right? More than 1,000 children were separated between October 2016 and September 2017. And then, so it's unclear of those 1,768 were separated after President Trump, but there's clear data that shows that between October of 2016 and Trump's inauguration, that there were families being separated at the border.
Can you state the source for that, Mother of Dragons?
I found this on, so
Under
one of them is
the
Southern
Trump
Poverty Law
Hold
Center,
on,
administration.
Snuffle.
and
She's
the
giving
other
us a source. Hold on, Snuffle.
Southern
She's giving
Poverty
the
Law
source.
Center. Right at the top of their thing, it says long before Trump administration implemented its zero tolerance immigration enforcement policy in 2018, it already was separating children from their parents as
It,
part of a
it,
pilot program.
the
Yeah, so
Trump administration.
and they
The
have
Trump
that.
administration.
Hold on. I know this is difficult, but let me finish. And also NBC News ran the story, and there's a couple of other sources. I mean, I can find 10 or so policies. We're not saying that Trump did not institute a policy that furthered that, right? But he
This
did
was under
end
the
up
Trump.
signing.
What you
He
just
did.
described
He
was
did.
under the Trump
Okay.
administration. What you
Under
just
in
described was a pilot
2016, who was
program
the president?
under the Trump
Who was
administration.
the president in
It started
2016?
in mid 2017. Read your
No,
source
it
again.
started in
Read your source
2016.
again.
Listen,
Under
it
the El
started
Paso
in 20.
program was
Dude.
There
begun
was
in
no
mid
official
But she just gave you.
2017.
She
until
just gave you
Trump.
the source.
I'm reading
But
her
in
source. That's what it
2016,
says.
2016, he was not the president of the United States.
And your source says under the El Paso program begun in the
An official program. What I read to you under the Southern
pilot
Listen
program you were
again.
just
Snuffle,
describing.
I know
The
this is
pilot
hard for you.
program. The
I'll read it
pilot
again.
program. The
Long
pilot
Hold
before
on,
the
Snuffle,
trumpet.
because I just for clarity, Mother of Dragons, can you reread that part again, please?
I'll read it one more time. Long before the Trump administration implemented its zero tolerance immigration enforcement policy, it already began separating children from their parents as part of a pilot program. Now, if you go to NBC News, when you look at the pilot to the hyperlink, it shows that between 2016, so starting in 2016, and this is the numbers that they're looking up, in 2018, there was a separation of at least 1,768. They don't know how many of the 1,768 children were separated under Trump's administration. But what we do know is that at least as far back as 2016, children and families and their families or their parents were getting separated at the border.
Okay, go ahead, Snuffle. You can respond.
Yes, I was quoting from her source, talking about the pilot program, and she said herself, under their administration, they
Oh my
had
goodness.
she had
No, it
instituted
started. Okay.
the El
So the
Paso program,
officially,
which you were quoting,
Okay,
the
let's give the word to
pilot
Snuffle, and then we'll let Mother reply again. Go ahead,
the
Snuffle.
pilot program, which you were quoting 2 seconds ago, that took place in El Paso, began in mid 2017. It's in the source that you gave us.
we already acknowledged that, Snuffle. Like again, I think you're just arguing just to argue. We already stated that he officially, just like Dennis said, he officially made it a policy, correct? And then he signed an executive order 1 year later ending the practice. We already acknowledged that it happened. We said it 3 times already. We've already stated this. But again, to say that it started under Trump is false. It started under Obama.
Okay, I want to give the word to Pablo.
Not in
He's
the
joining.
Sorry.
It's okay. I want to give the word to Pablo. Go ahead. You want to share something, and then we'll continue on the topic. Go ahead, Pablo. Pablo, we can't hear you. Maybe on mute. Okay, I'm not sure what's going on there. Big Al, do you have something to say? I heard you were trying to say something while Mother of Dragons was speaking.
Yeah, I mean, I like I say, this went off topic from where I was at on Trump. As far as
I believe you brought it up though, didn't you?
Yeah, I brought up the fact of the Central Park 5, and that part of the conversation went way left field. But as far as just like I say, I just look at him. I was the one saying that his daddy was at a KKK rally.
Can we just say Triple K? Can we just avoid saying that, please?
Okay, Triple K, my fault. I apologize.
We'd like to respond on that, by the way.
You say what now?
Dennis wants to respond to you once you finish. Go ahead, Big Al. You can finish your statement.
I mean, but yeah, basically what I was saying, like from what I know about Trump, I mean, he's just a businessman. He's an opportunist. I mean, I done seen him from where I'm from, where I come from. I mean, he good. Just like The Apprentice, all that. It's so much with Trump that I could say. I mean, I ain't never in my life ever heard some of the stuff that came out of his mouth. The grabber thing that really got me. That was like, whoa, bruh. Never even heard nobody even refer to it like that. So it's just like, but that's what with money come power. I mean, and then I don't look at Trump as just, oh, he's such a great businessman. His daddy were rich. I wish I could have been a Trump. If my dad were rich, come on, man.
Copy. Okay, Dennis, you want to respond?
All right. So, in reference to his father, I think his father was a racist. I do believe that. All right. However, in Trump's defense, he bought his father's business and fired him. I'm not sure if you're aware of that or not.
Okay.
Right?
Okay,
So,
go ahead.
okay. And so when he bought his father's business, he fired him. I don't know his reason for doing that, but it occurred. All right. And then beyond that, all right, he went on to so my question to you would be this. In all the time growing up, all right, because I'm 50, you sound like you're a relatively old guy. All right. I come from New York. I come from New York City myself. I actually graduated in Brooklyn. All right. And my wife is from Bay Ridge. All right. So in the grand scheme, all right, I've been exposed to Trump my whole life. All right. The man hung out with everybody. I've never seen him witnessed as or came across as being prejudiced to anybody. All right, other than that whole Central Park 5 incident, and even that was based on media portrayal. So I don't think that that could be referred to as a racist incident. I'm sorry. Because everybody thought those guys were guilty in New York at the time that that occurred. All right. And whatever came back later. All right. So, in my opinion, all right, do I think that that was a racist thing that he did? Absolutely not. I think that he responded the same way everybody else did, with disgust, and we thought that it was something that basically caused fear within New York City, so people didn't want to go out at night. All right, and over a period of time, it changed in New York. New York's got a lot more police on the street and all that stuff. It is what it is. All right.
Okay.
So for that,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Finalize. Go ahead.
All right. So I'm just saying, from that perspective, I've never seen a racist bone out of Trump at all. All right. Now, if you feel differently, all right, I'm happy to hear your arguments, but the arguments you've made so far fall short of that statement. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with that for sure. I mean, this always comes up, and I haven't really seen enough evidence to support that he is a racist. I know that's going to upset a lot of people, but I haven't.
I mean,
hold on. Hold on
okay.
a second. I do want to give the word to Pablo. I want to give him one more chance, and if he doesn't respond, then I'm going to have to just add someone else. Pablo, go ahead. You want to say something? You got to unmute your mic.
Hello.
Go ahead. Welcome.
Listen, I'm from New York City. Trump is not a racist, man. There's a bunch of lies that the media pushed for so many years. Okay. I just believe that we have these schools that are teaching and brainwashing our kids to hate this country. And it's starting from the universities all the way down now to these public schools. And there's, parenting, they're not involved because two parents now are working. So the school have taken over these kids' minds. Growing up in New York years ago, there was a lot of tension with race. But I don't see any race. I see people working together, people dating each other. Italians date Puerto Ricans, they date whoever they want to date, Jews date whoever they want. But I'm just going to say that our country is divided. And the reason why it's divided is because they want the country to be apart. They want us to fight with each other. We need to learn how to come together and love each other because they're not here to help us. And if you look at everything from even Republicans, you have a lot of rhinos that are involved with the Democrats. And what they do is they're against Trump, So he can get a lot of things done, but I think he was the best president in my lifetime. I've never seen someone that said he was going to do something and he did it, whether you liked it or not. But look at what's happening with all these wars now. I mean, and these borders are open. You think people are coming over that border that are legitimate? I mean, there's a lady that I know from out of Chicago. She's every day flying somewhere to a different state, dropping kids off. I'm like, where do you drop where are the parents, She's like, they just came here by themselves with someone, and now I have to drop these kids off to, like she can't even get into details, but it's sad what's happening. And we got a lot of these leftists that don't realize that we got these kids 8 years old, 7 years old that are not here with their parents, and they're being dropped off to different states every single day on a
But the media's not reporting on that.
Of course.
They're not reporting on that. Just for reference, can we ask how old you are?
Make 51.
Okay, because you said Trump was the best president you've seen in your lifetime, so that's just for reference.
Better than Carter, than everybody. But what I'm saying is they got little kids where this girl flies every single day to a different state and drop kids every day to different places. And I'm like, where's the parents? She's like, I can't really get into details, I have to fly them somewhere and drop them off. So where's the humanity for that? I mean, these are kids. These are kids that don't know anything. Like, they're in a different country. They don't even speak the language. And they're being dropped off to who? Who are they being dropped off to? So people, wake up. People have to start learning how to wake up and realize like there's something going on deeper than what we're thinking, than what we know, because the media has been brainwashing people for so many years.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Big Al.
Go ahead.
Okay, I know you say Trump is the best president you ever seen in your lifetime, correct?
Yes, sir.
And like I say, I'm looking at it from a whole totally different perspective. And like, I'm gonna go back to Obama. I voted for Obama. I'll be honest why I voted for Obama.
I did too.
I never thought in my lifetime I ever see a black man president. That wasn't even real to me when I was growing up. I'm from the South.
Right.
I'm from Athens, Georgia. University of Georgia, that national championship back to back, yo. I'm from that city, but it's I'm from the South still. So how New York and how that goes, we don't know.
Right.
But we just go by what we see. And what I seen in my lifetime, like I said, I've seen a bunch of presidents. I think the first president I actually remember was George Bush versus Clinton. First president I remember. I'm not that old. Somebody said they thought I was a little older. Nah, I ain't number 37. But a lot of people got to realize my mom was born in 1950. My dad was born in 1951. So they came up in segregation. So I know about a whole different teaching of
Right.
perspective. And when you say, Trump was the best president, for me, especially, I'm glad I had a son in 2010.
Did you have some? It's real.
I'm glad I had a son in 2010 so he could actually see something that I
Well, can
never
you please
thought
mute?
would exist in my lifetime. I never thought I'd see a black president. So,
you're welcome.
for my son to see it.
Want avocado with it? Like slices of avocado?
Oh, okay, I don't know what's going on.
I had to mute him. Go ahead.
For my son to see that, you know what I'm saying? Something I thought that would never exist. And he born into this. And see a lot of people, and that's why I always will say, no matter, I have faults against Obama, but I don't look at presidents how y'all looking at them. Because I know it's somebody over the president controlling it. That's how I feel about it.
Okay, so you disagree with what Pablo said in regards to Trump being the best president in history. Snuffle, can you? I think you wanted to say something in response to Pablo in regards to the immigration and what he mentioned about the kids. What do you think about that happening today, according to what he said?
Yeah, you have to refresh my memory on what he said. I apologize.
Pablo, can you reshare that statement again of that lady that you said that she was working with the kids? Thank you, Rocky.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I did hear that. Yeah. So yeah, people are desperate. They're coming here for a better life. They're coming here to have for their families to have a better life.
No, but that
Just
wasn't the
like
question.
well,
The question was there are kids being by themselves that come here by themselves,
right. They're
according
desperate.
to Pablo said, and they're being dropped up, and he doesn't know to who. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think it's crazy because the reason this happens is because families are desperate for a better life. Kids are being sent here because their parents know that they're going to have a better life if they can get here in America and make it here. That's why our families came here for a better life. In our immigration, we all admit that our immigration system is broken, but Congress is the only one that can fix that. And until the parties can get together, we'll never get it fixed.
Can I?
Mother wants to say something, and then we'll
Yeah,
give the word to Dennis. Go
real
ahead,
quick.
Mother.
And this is like I'll agree to a degree that well, I'll agree wholeheartedly that the immigration system is broken, but it seems like the only time that and I'm not that much older than Big Al. I'm 38. Um, but I do read a lot and I do know a lot about policy and law and things like that. I'm just going to say this. I didn't see this much talk. If anybody remembers, the Obama was actually called the deporter in chief. He actually deported
That's correct.
more people than any other president. What's interesting is when the Obama administration announced in 2015 that they were going to ramp up their raids against Central Americans. Jay Jackson, who was at the time, he was the Homeland Security Director, began a new wave of arresting people, and he says that they had actually arrested over 121 people in Georgia, Texas, North Carolina, and then soon are going to face more deportation. I mean, they were ramping it up. People who had just come over the border in 2014, they were basically arresting these people and sending them back across the border. These included, now this happened back when in El Salvador. I'm sorry, for people coming from El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras. The
Go,
problem
you can
being
serve
is,
yourself.
yeah. So
You're
the
welcome.
the problem being that in 2015, you had over 12,500 families that were apprehended. Um, there was a couple of lawsuits, not lawsuits, but actually uh, kind of legal stuff that went up that actually was talking about the number of clients that they had who's when they were actually visiting mothers in jail were separated from their children during those raids, and their children were put into DCFS custody. And I think this is what Dennis was trying to hit at. A lot of these people don't speak English, were not aware of their rights. A lot of them were inadequately informed about their rights, and even though they had very strong asylum claims, they were also afraid to be sent back home to their countries, which ranks some of the most dangerous places in the world for women. Okay,
So
uh,
you're for asylum?
so I've never been against asylum. I don't know why we keep, again, these like, it's crazy because I feel like I'm fighting the media narrative. All the time. It's
That was a
always, I
question.
have to
That was a
fight this
question.
media narrative. But I get
You're
it, but
for
it's just,
asylum. Got it.
it's the presupposition that people are against it just because you're Republican. We're constantly have to fighting this narrative that the media has put on us unfairly. And then now when people, it's the questions that people ask us are stuff that the media has said. And it's just like, well, why do you guys do this? Well, first of all, I'm not in Congress. I have no power to affect any sort of change in this country because I don't have the power to do so. I'm not sitting in Congress, right? I
You
am
More
do
just
have power,
I'm an
grandstanding.
but you
angry,
More
do have
but
grandstanding.
hold
power.
on. I'm
You
an
vote
angry
those
American just
people
like every,
in.
hold on, I'm not done. I'm not angry American just like everyone else. I feel the same exact way as a lot of people do. All right. But my voice, and you're right, I do have the power to affect change if I run for office, right? Other than that, again, I like to focus on the things that are important to me and the things that directly affect me, right? But I don't want to be painted with this broad brush of, oh, you're against asylum. No, I know the immigration
Good,
process
good.
through
So
and through.
good, good. You're for asylum. Good.
So I've never made the claim that I'm against asylum.
Nobody said you
Never
did.
said that.
But
Nobody
you
said
vote
you
for
did.
people who are against asylum.
No, I
So
don't.
make it make
No, I
No,
don't.
sense.
difference
You don't
between
know who I vote
legitimate
for,
Hold
asylum
respectfully.
on.
claims.
Yes.
You don't
Thank you,
know who I
Dennis. I
vote
was going to
for,
bring that point.
respectfully.
Trump
I was
does
going to bring that point.
Trump doesn't
So there's,
support the asylum law.
well,
Yeah, they
because
do.
he does, by the way,
Says
he actually enabled protective status for
no, he
Venezuelans
doesn't.
before he left office.
No, he does not.
He
No, he does
did.
not. He didn't
He
even
did
abide
before.
by the asylum law.
No, but
Yes, he did.
the thing is that what we're against
He
is
made arrangements
fake.
with Mexico to make asylum seekers stay in their country to apply for asylum. That is
Black
not
Sugar,
what
Yeah,
how
Biden
because
many
we're
did.
being
asylum claims
overrun.
are
So did
approved?
Biden. What
Yeah.
he just
How many
passed a law
asylum?
this
No, no, no.
year. So did
Wait, guys,
Biden.
guys.
Hold on. Let's give the
Sugar,
word to Dennis. He
how
wanted to
many
reply.
how many asylum claims are approved by our courts every year? Do you know?
We are behind.
No, no, no. You're not answering the question. How many asylum? Give me a percentage of asylum claims that are approved by our country
Percentage, but
every
I
year.
do know we are behind.
It's a very low percentage. You do realize that, right? So a lot of these people are not coming for legitimate asylum claims. Ergo, when we release them into the public, and they don't report, now they're illegal aliens. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Hey, I'd like to clarify something about the remain in Mexico policy.
Hold on.
So,
Can Black Sugar, can you respond to that question?
What was the question?
Dennis, please repeat.
He
Okay.
made a statement. He didn't really ask a
No,
question.
I asked you a question.
He
I
did.
said, I said, I said that there is a very low percentage of people who are actually approved asylees, meaning people who are legitimately fearing for their life, and that's why they're coming here. All right. So if that's the case, all right, and all
It
these other, I
doesn't
think it's
speak
like
to
I
the
think it's like
validity.
11%.
That doesn't speak to the validity of the person's case. That just
It
is telling
does.
you how many percentages. No, it does not.
No,
Because I'm going
that's
to
when
tell
the
you why.
judge says,
Because the
that's when
cases
the
are
judge has
backlogged.
said your reason for asylum
Yes,
is not
because
legitimate
they're
according to the United
backlogged.
States.
Do you know how many years that people are waiting to get their cases heard?
Thank
We
you.
are backlogged. So
Black Sugar,
it's not an accurate depiction of the situation.
it is from the point of view that in a year's period, if only 11% of the asylees' claims are legitimate, all right, if
That's not
that's a
what
true
that says.
statement,
That's not what
that's
that says.
exactly what it says, Snuffle. You
That
can try and
no,
argue for
Read
the
the
it's
quote
not what
again.
statistics
that
are real,
says.
Read
dude.
the quote
The
again. Read the quote
statistics
again.
are real.
Read the
All
quote
That
right.
again.
is no,
It's not
no.
a quote. This is
You have
this
no
is our
idea
government
what you're talking
reports.
about.
Right.
You have
This
no
is
idea
our
what
James.
you're
government
talking about.
reports.
So that doesn't tell you how many were denied. It tells you how
That
many
is
were.
how many. Those are people who have
No,
been.
no.
Who are
That's
those
what
are
you're
people that have been
missing.
approved.
That's what
All right.
exactly. That is not.
So,
That doesn't exclude other people.
That is
That
the
just
percentage of cases that have been processed.
and how many have been denied? Well, the point is,
aha.
if only
Exactly. Exactly.
11%.
Thank you.
Let me finish because you're missing the point. You haven't aha
No, walk
nothing. You
yourself
don't.
right into
You're
it.
not
Go ahead. Walk
listening.
yourself right into
You're
it.
not listening. You're running your
I'm
mouth and not
listening.
listening.
Mute it.
Mute yourself. All right. So here's the thing: if only 11% of the 11% of the cases in an entire year are approved, all right, that means that 90 or is it? I'm sorry, 89% of the cases are not approved. And
Not
if that's
approved. Not
true,
approved.
not
Does not
You
approved
mean
as
okay?
denied.
asylees,
You
Not
okay?
approved does not mean
Are you
denied.
okay?
that is denied,
You
dude.
No,
cannot
that
count.
is
You
not.
cannot count 80% as being not approved if they were never adjudicated. What are you talking
No,
about?
I'm talking about ones that
Exactly.
have been adjudicated, Black Sugar. These are the cases that were brought up, processed, and 11% are approved. 89% were disapproved. And if 89% are disapproved and they don't know where those people are, now they have to go through the process of trying to find them to deport them. Did you ever consider that?
I'm not even going to go back and forth with you. We're going to agree to disagree because you have no idea what you're talking about.
Are you?
So I wanted to just bring up a point because it was mentioned earlier too that another issue is to legitimate asylum cases, right? A lot of the cases that I've heard, they're fake. They're not legitimate. And so that's also another issue because even when you see these interviews from the migrants, right? They're saying we want a better life, which I think Snuffle mentioned this, or a better life, a better job, a better income, et cetera, et cetera. But that's not what asylum is all about, right? So I just pulled it up here via USA.gov. To seek asylum, you must already be in the US and believe you will be in danger or persecution if you return to your country. Okay, to be eligible for asylum, you must be inside the US, able to demonstrate that you were persecuted or have a fear of persecution in your home country due to your race, religion, nationality, social group, or political opinion. And I can tell you, as a Venezuelan American, because we within the community, there's mutual people that know other people and know other people that have entered and asked for asylum. They are not being persecuted because of race, religion, or anything about that. They just heard that they're giving entry. You say, I'm seeking for asylum, and they're giving a temporary
How
status
would
in
you
the.
know?
I'm
How
telling
would you
you.
know?
I'm telling you. I'm telling you what
You're
I've
telling me
heard.
what you've heard. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's
Dude,
exactly what I said. I'm a Venezuelan American. I have Venezuelan family, and
I heard
we
that
have.
they all have legitimate claims.
Well, what I'm telling you what I've heard within my community, right? Within my community, a lot of them they do not have this proof because it's not true. I'm
Yeah, then
telling
those will
you.
probably get denied. A lot of those claims get denied if they don't have proof. It's not
Exactly.
easy. It's not easy to get asylum here.
I
So
know, but the
But
problem
everybody
is,
has the
but the
right.
problem is this: a lot of them, most of them come because they know that they're going to have that window, like you said. It could take 5, 6 years. I'm not sure if you said that, but someone said it. It could take 5, 6 years, and in the meantime, they can come here and do what they want to do. But that's not valid. And it's right. It should be quicker. It shouldn't be taking that long. But that's the
That's
problem.
why we need the reform. You're right. You're right, and that's why we need the reform, and Congress has to do that.
But also, we need the borders to be shut down because it's not right.
Not shut down. That's absurd. I
No,
mean, how do you shut down the borders? That's where our international trade goes on. People are coming back
by
and forth.
respecting the
My
law.
brother.
Go ahead, Dennis. You
Yeah,
can respond.
people are going to sneak in.
Trump legitimately had the border shut down toward the end of his presidency until Biden came in. All right, we were down to the lowest levels of illegal immigration in this country in its
COVID.
history.
COVID-19 happened.
No, it had nothing to do with COVID. They were coming in during COVID, dude.
It had everything to do with COVID.
No, it had nothing to do with COVID. That's your excuse, dude.
No, that's exactly when the rates
yeah,
plummeted.
no, that's not. Well, COVID had a great deal. The Title 42 being instituted had a great deal to do with it. The drop
That's what I
off.
was going to add.
The
Thank you.
number, yeah, but the numbers were actually dropping before COVID happened, and the reason for that is if you actually look, I want to say it was the provisions when he did the use the did away with NAFTA. I'm sorry, I'm drawing a brain freeze. I'm getting a little tired. But it either way, when Mexico was actually forced to secure their southern border, is when we saw the drop off, and then actually Trump threatening to send down the military, and as well as him incentivizing Mexico to be able to secure their southern border, and they did a very good job of it. You could actually see the videos from it where I mean they actually put in the effort to do so. Now it seems Mexico is not as cooperative as they were before. So yeah, so both things are true. You're right, Snuffle. Under COVID, that had a lot to do with it. But if you actually look beforehand, when he redid the NAFTA agreement, they were actually securing their own southern border, and that's where you actually saw the drop off. That was in
And they
2018.
didn't just stop doing that because Biden became the president.
No, I didn't say that they stopped doing it. What I said is that Mexico has not been as strict with securing their southern border as much as they did when it was under Trump. I mean,
I think
And the
that's just an
title and the Title
assertion.
42 policy too that
That's an
you mentioned earlier.
assertion. It's an assertion without any evidence. I'm going to say
It's not an assertion. That's an actual fact. Are you telling me that that Mexico did not secure their southern border?
what you just said was, let's be clear, was that Mexico has loosened up on their securing their border since Biden's become
No, I
president.
didn't say they loosened up. I said they
What did you
weren't
say?
as stringent about securing their southern border when they were under
Because
Trump.
so that's your claim, is that because Biden's the president, they're not as stringent about securing this border, right? So that's not true. That's just an assertion without evidence.
No, that's not an assertion without evidence. That's clear because you see huge crowds of people coming to our border.
You remember the caravans? You remember the caravans?
You still have caravans, Snuffle.
Right, exactly. We still have them. Exactly. They're not going away. People are still going to come here. They've been coming here.
But
They'll
they
continue to come
were
here.
less.
No matter
They
who's
were much
president,
less when he was making
they're
them
going to come
secure their
here.
own border.
Hold on, Snuffle. Where are the numbers bigger now than before under Trump or no?
Yeah, there was a huge drop during COVID.
Yeah, but COVID
and
was
numbers,
just COVID
and
was
numbers have
2020.
increased. Right, there was a huge drop during 2020, and the numbers from before 2020 to now they could very well be higher. Yeah, people are going
Okay,
to
so
come
why
here no matter
is
who's
that?
president.
Why do you think that is?
Who knows? I mean, like I said, people are going to come here no
Do
matter
you think
what.
like the Democratic governor of New York saying you guys are welcome here, we'll give you shelter? Do you think that would help?
Well, I know that Kamala Harris told them, "Do not come."
Yeah,
So
after a lot of them said you can come, and they were already on the way.
a lot of them, like I don't see any governors out there encouraging people to cross the border illegally.
You can go to my page and you can check the governor of New York. They actually encourage them to come. Go ahead, Dennis.
They said cross the border illegally and come here.
No, but they said you can come. We'll give you shelter. What does that mean?
Who is you? Who are they talking to?
The migrants. because
I
this
like
was
to hear the quote. I like to hear the quote. I hear what you're saying. I like to hear the quote.
So can I?
okay. Go ahead, Mother of
I
Dragon.
wanted to clarify a point because that you're saying that NAFTA had anything to do with it. Actually, he got rid of NAFTA. So under the U.S. Mexico agreement to curb immigration flows, Trump, and this is what he did. So basically, Trump said that he said on June 10th, the United States will impose a 5% tariff on all goods coming into our country from Mexico until such as time as illegal immigrants stop coming through Mexico and into our country. That is exactly what he said, right? Then, right after that, Mexico proposes a new approach to immigration. And then eventually they reversed themselves under US pressure. And so you saw that. So again, that is exactly what happened under the new US Mexico Canada agreement. He was going to impose 5% on the tariffs if they did not take care of their southern border. And that's exactly what they did.
It would
That's
compound
exactly what they did.
waited.
I'm sorry.
He said it would compound the longer they waited to secure their southern
Correct.
borders.
And then the Mexican president Obrador said that the government of those three Central American countries, they signed a decree to promote the region's development. Their foreign minister pledged $30 billion to the regional development over the next 5 years, and then they were actually working with El Salvador, Guatemala, and Venezuela. And those were the three key governments that were they saw people coming over the border. So so again, I don't know why people keep saying, hey, no, this is not true. His policy is what made them do that. Now, when the problem is that when Biden got into office, he actually relaxed those tariffs, and he actually kind of scaled some of them back, which started ramping, which kind of that whole thing dissolved. Now it could be out of pure coincidence that treaty kind of dissolved, and they didn't strike while the iron was hot. But there's a clear indication that the Trump putting the pressure to Mexico to actually do something actually worked.
Nope.
And you can find this. You can find this. You can find this information. I'll give you my source for it. It is, give me 1 second, WOLA.org. And this is the Advocacy for Human Rights in the Americas. It was a publication that prints out. There's hyperlinks to everything that I just said. You can see the tweet that he actually put, and the actual US Mexico Canada agreement where he imposed a 5% tariff. And
Thank you for
also
sharing.
you can also look at the hyperlink. It actually shows the apprehensions at the border and the treaty done between those three countries.
Yeah, I would say that's probably a pretty decent policy. I wouldn't disagree with that policy.
Okay. Pablo, go ahead, and then we'll give the word to Uncle. He just joined.
Here's a man from Venezuela, right? And he's telling you what they're doing. And you guys are going to continue arguing with the guy about how they're moving. He knows what's going on. He's from there. He knows exactly what's happening. You guys have to get away from that mindset of thinking we want to divide each other. No, we just want to let you know the real information, what's happening. And you guys will continue still not have that respect for that person who knows what's going on. You still will overlook of what he's telling you guys. Listen, before this all happened, there were people going from the United States down there explaining them to what to say when they come through that border. So it's been a setup a long time ago for these people, these migrants to come in and say, hey, this is what's happening, because they were already programmed. They were told already. They had people from the United States go down there into those countries and tell those people, this is what you need to say when you get to the border. Okay. And now it's so funny because there's a guy out of Chicago. He's saying there's nothing but homeless people and kids at night sleeping at the bus stop. So how do you feel about that? You got little kids 5 years old cuddling up with their mothers on the damn sidewalk on the bus stop because they don't have anywhere to go. And it's cold in Chicago. People, wake up. You got to get out of your feelings.
We feel bad about
I
that.
think just to add on to what Pablo said, yeah, when it comes to kids, I think it's a disgrace what's happening, no doubt about it. I did share also this point yesterday during yesterday's live. there are two Venezuelas. Okay, whether you want to believe me or not, that's your opinion, and I respect it. But there are two Venezuelans. There were and there are now, and I can tell you that those crossing the borders, you guys should be scared. Most of them, you guys should be scared of what's coming here. I'm just gonna say that. I don't want to stay too long on this because I want to give the word to Uncle. Go ahead, Uncle.
Why would they be scared of what's coming across the border now?
Because those that are coming are from the hood, if you will, what we call the hood over there. And the hood over there is a place where you don't want to walk by. You don't want to live by.
They say the same thing about the hood here, but I love my.
No. This is different. This is different. Over there, you get killed over a phone. Over there, you get
Well,
killed. Over there, you get killed for a pair of nice shoes.
That's
Over
exactly
there,
the shit they say here.
no. It's not because if you
no,
look at the
that used to
stats,
happen here back in the
let
80s.
you asked me a
That used to happen
question.
here back in the 80s. It
If
was
you look at the
19 that it
stats,
started that.
if you look at the stats, the capital is one of the most dangerous places in the world. At some point, I'm not sure if it's up right now, but at some point it was even more dangerous than Iraq itself. So when I'm telling you that it's very scary, those that are coming through the border, not all, I don't want to generalize, but most, you ought to be scared. Go ahead, Uncle.
Well, I mean, thank goodness for the removal of Article 42 because that would have kept those individuals in Mexico instead of sending them back to their country of origin, which meant that instead of having to go back to Venezuela, which they have to do now, they just get to sit in Mexico and come across the border again. That was the big thing about removing that. That was a that was a crisis situation resolvement for the issue. Um, and the reality is when you send people back to their country of origin, as well as give them a way to apply legally within their country and then bring their asses back over here, then you have legal entry.
But that's not what's happening, Uncle.
That is what's happening. You guys
No,
don't want to see it because what you get fed is the borders are open, the borders are open, the borders are open. That narrative didn't start until Article 42 was about to be removed. That's when the borders are wide open narrative began. And it was
Well,
only one side
can
pushing
I
that
ask a
narrative.
can I ask a
explain
quick
the buses
question?
being shipped all over the
Okay, let's
country,
give the
Uncle.
word to Dennis, and then Mother of Dragons has a question. Go ahead, Dennis.
Explain the buses being and the plane flights all over the country, then, Uncle.
Perhaps that was for people that had made it here legally the right way and they were moving them. Or
No, what they did is they made an asylum
hold on.
claim
That was only
and they
half of the
distributed
answer.
them.
That was only half of the answer. Or it was the Texas governor and the Florida governor deciding to move people to Martha's Vineyard in the off tourist season.
No, that's one or two buses.
That's an asshole move.
That's a misnomer. No, that
That's
was
an
a
asshole
completely
move.
fair
That's what
thing
that
for
is.
him to do.
If you send people to a tourist town in a non-tourist season,
He
that's an
sent them
asshole
to
move.
places that claimed that they were asylum cities.
Promising them jobs when they got
Yeah, they claimed they were asylum sanctuary cities, so he sent them to the sanctuary cities until they said, "Oh no, we're not a sanctuary city anymore."
But
You
those
screwed
same
those
places
people
are still
over.
taking infrastructure money, right? Okay.
If they're claiming to be
They're
sanctuary
still
cities,
taking the money that Biden has given them, but they're just trying to give themselves a feather in their cap by moving them somewhere else. Ha ha ha. Who homeless wants to live in Chicago? Why do you think states like Florida, like Texas, like California have such high homeless rates? It's because of the climate. It has nothing more to do with anything else but the climate. Why do you think so many other homeless people have, just like they ship
and
them
you
to
think
California, just like they ship them to Hawaii,
and you
they
think all
ship
these
them there
people that are
because
just
it's
coming
a warm
here,
climate.
and you think all these people that are coming here are simply being given housing immediately?
No,
Some of them are
absolutely
sitting on
not.
the streets.
The only people that got housing when they came here immediately were the Cubans in between Lyndon Johnson and Bush #2.
Well, let me
They got
educate you a little.
immediate privileges,
Let me
and
let
when
me
they were
educate
very
you a
fair
little.
skinned,
I've
not trying to
actually
point anything
seen.
at the
Okay, let's
host,
let Dennis
but
finish
when
his
they were
statement,
very
and then Mother of Dragon has the word.
All
Go
right,
ahead,
go ahead.
Dennis. Finish his statement.
I live in Reading, Pennsylvania. All right, and in Reading, Pennsylvania, you have a huge portion of a lot of people that have been sent north. All right, and of those people, say the average person who is out there, let's say that applies for benefits, that needs money to be able to help survive and pay bills. What are they getting from the government? $1,000, $2,000 a month? All right. Yet these people are being given little credit cards with anywhere from $9,000 to
Wait, wait, wait.
$26,000 on them.
Do you think that your state taxes actually pay for shit in your
I
state?
do.
Look
Do
at
I
mutual
believe
bonds.
that's
Look up mutual bonds. Please do me a favor and look up mutual bonds and educate yourself and come back with a better argument.
Uncle? I'm 50 years old. You think I don't know what mutual bonds are? Come on, dude. All right. So, but anyway, let's go ahead and move forward. All right. So ultimately, what we're talking about, these people are literally being given credit cards with between $9,000 and $26,000. That's more than enough for
What's your
them to buy a
source? What's
house.
your source on that
Yeah,
one?
show yourself.
I've actually seen it myself with my own eyes when they went. I actually had somebody who couldn't speak English. Let me
With a
finish. Let me
balance
finish.
ticket from a credit card. Right?
Well, she already mentioned to you earlier that they did it in Chicago. Do you think they don't do it in other places?
That's
All
a
right, let's
preference.
be realistic. All right, no, she gave you an article earlier. I'm not going to argue the point because it's already been made. I'm simply telling you that
Okay,
as
so then why do you
Americans, we have
let's just move
people.
past
Let me
that then, because
finish.
you don't have
Let
any
me
sense
finish.
behind your
Stop
argument.
interrupting. Let me
Let
finish.
him finish real
Stop
quick. Go ahead.
interrupting. What I'm saying is that we have Americans who are homeless. We have service members who are homeless who don't get enough money from the government to survive on a day-to-day basis. Yet
Which
we're
is
going to
not
bring
new.
people. Let
That's
me
a false
finish.
narrative.
That's a
Let him
false narrative.
finish.
Are you
Let him
kidding?
finish.
Have
Absolutely.
any
We
of you
had
served in the
homeless in our
military?
country for decades.
Have any of you served in the military?
That
Because
has
I
zero
served
bearing
8
on that being a
years.
false narrative.
Oh, absolutely it is. I know a
It's
lot of guys
zero
who
bearing.
actually go, yeah, there's a lot of bearing. There are a lot of guys who had
Nah,
trauma
because
that came
Hold on, Uncle.
home
Let him
that
finish.
literally are
okay.
incapable of holding down jobs. All right, and they're sitting out there barely making it. All right, so I'm just saying, in the grand scheme, if you're handing all these illegal immigrants that kind of money
Oh
that
my
could be
God.
allocated elsewhere within our own for our own people, that is where that money should be going. And it should also be going theoretically, Black Sugar, to black people in the South or white people living in Appalachia, all right, who are all super poor, all right, that all need that kind of money.
Hey,
Okay.
I don't know
Okay.
what.
Hold on. Hold on, because Mother of Dragons asked for the word. Go ahead, Mother of Dragons.
Yeah, just to I kind of wanted to go back because there was some demonization of the stay in Mexico agreement or remain in Mexico agreement. But do we want to acknowledge just to preface when the Guatemalan president uh, basically said, I think it was last year or the year before, when Mayorkas and Blinken they went to him for help and said, "Hey, we need help with closing our southern border." They rejected that offer, right? And now, if you know anything about the Guatemalan president, he's actually pretty pro-life. He's pro-Israel. He's pretty conservative. He's a pretty conservative president, and he's been asking for.
Reading an opinion piece.
No, I'm not reading an opinion. This is a fact, and I'm not reading. Um, as far as the legislation that the Guatemalan Congress wanted to propose was to increase like human smuggling penalties and things like that. Well, after they turned down his offer, remember just this year, um, they did the State Department actually announced in April of 2023 of this year, they established processing centers in Latin America where migrants would be processed for legal pathways, right? So this was this would have been something similar to the Remain in Mexico agreement. So to demonize the Remain in Mexico agreement, but then agree with this, essentially they were setting up processing centers all across Latin America. And even though the Guatemalan president didn't want to do any of that, they also asked in June of this year to expand the effort. He's like, look, I just want help securing my fucking southern border. Why do you guys keep setting up processing centers? They pretty much ignored him and just say, yeah, let's just set up these processing centers. And as a matter of fact, October this year, $1.3 million actually, um, they're seeking another $1.3 million to expand these efforts into our hemisphere and actually add more. And I will actually read a statement that the president of Guatemala said to the Biden administration. He said he warns the Biden administration that the dangerous consequences of open borders, saying that the United States has its process of invasion. A Guatemalan intelligence reported that 20,522 people from 9 nationalities of interest for terrorism and drug trafficking, Afghanistan, China, Iran, Iraq, Pakistan, Russia, Syria, Turkey, Yemen, arrived in Guatemala between January 1st of 2022 and August 31st of 2023. He said there will be terrorists. Director Wray confirmed the warnings this year when he said that the war in the Middle East has raised the threat of an attack against Americans in the United States to a whole other level. We
And they
also
are
cannot
abundantly
and do
taking care
not
of it.
discount the possibility that Hamas or another foreign terrorist organization may exploit the current conflict to conduct attacks here on our own soil.
And
So
that is
please
their
explain
main
to me. So
focus.
please explain to me how you can one way demonize the Remain in Mexico agreement, but then applaud Biden for what he's doing, saying that there's pathways, legal pathways, which still puts our American citizens at risk because of the people that are coming into this country.
So
Okay,
number
Uncle, you want to
one,
answer to that? Please keep
yeah,
it brief. Thanks.
yeah, yeah. Number one, what you just said was Republican talking points. The borders
No,
are
it's
open. The
not. This is
borders are
fact.
open. The
It's not a
borders are open.
Republican talking point, bro.
It is. It is.
No, it's not.
She was
This
Hold
clearly
on.
reading
Is
an
this my
opinion
this
time?
is
piece.
a fact.
Is
How do you
is this
demonize
my
the
time
Remain in
or is it
Okay,
your
Mexico
time?
okay.
agreement,
All right,
but
mother.
then say that this is okay?
Let them finalize. Okay, Uncle, please finalize. Go ahead.
So what go back to your country of origin means is you go back there, and if you don't get the green light to come through, don't come through. He also increased the prison penalties for if you come through illegally and if you got caught coming through a second time. So what the president of Guatemala is doing by my first question would be, if these people are coming into your country, why are you letting them remain? That would be my question to the president of
Yeah,
Guatemala.
you're
If you
you're
know
kind
all
of
these
running
people are
from what I
coming in,
said. I
why are
said,
you
why
still
would
letting
you?
them remain? So
Okay,
again, it's a
okay,
Republican
you're
pushing
literally
point.
not answering my question. I
I
was
did answer
simply
your question.
talking about
I did
why
answer your
to
question, and I answered you some
demonize the
good
Remain in
questions
Mexico
in
agreement
response.
when this is the exact same thing. It's pretty much you
Why is
remain
remain
in
in
your home
Mexico better?
country, you apply for asylum, and then you come across the border, which was the same thing as the Remain in Mexico agreement.
So you
Why is
understand that
under the
there's a
Trump
whole nother
administration it's a
continent
problem,
below
but
Mexico,
under the
right?
Biden administration it's not? That's
There's a
all I'm
whole other
talking about.
continent below Mexico, correct?
Who doesn't
South
have a real
America.
answer?
All right,
So if they have to go back to
but,
South America and
but they're
then
not going back
prove
to
I'm
that
not
they
South
are
talking
America.
about
worthy of
deportation. I'm
Let him
talking about
speak. Let him
before they,
speak.
hold
Let him
on. I'm
if
not
they
speak.
talking
have to
about
go back to South
deportation,
of
Elko.
America,
I'm
Let him finish
talking
his
about
thought.
them
Let him finish
already
his
in
thought.
their home.
Vega, get
They're
control
Okay,
already
of
okay,
in their
your
hold
home
on.
live.
country.
They're over talking each
Okay,
other.
hold on one second. Let's just one at a time.
I'll
Uncle,
wait. I'll wait.
when you're doing your statement, if you're asking a question, then you're asking her to respond. So
Thank
if you're
you.
doing a statement, then do a statement. But you can't say I have a question and then you don't want her to answer the question.
No. I'll wait. I'll wait.
So okay, so go ahead, mother, answer the question, and then Uncle, please finalize your statement when she's done. Go ahead.
I did. I did already answer. I already answered the question. I still want to question I'm simply, so just to round this out, I'm not talking about the deportation. I'm talking about Remain in Mexico agreement, the Remain in Mexico policy, and this policy being instituted by Biden is the exact same policy. You just got two different countries. So why is it demonized under Trump, but when Biden did it and is seeking to expand this, it's a great thing. There's no difference here.
Okay, Uncle, do you want to finalize your statement or respond?
Again, when even if it is an actual asylum seeker comes to the border and they are denied, they are sent back to their country of origin, and they are giving a process by which to gain entry. Once you get the green light to get that entry, you can come on through. By putting them just back in Mexico, that's when you had the heightened illegal crossings. And once Article 42 was removed and done with, you saw an actual decrease in border crossings. You saw a build up to that because, oh shit, this is the last chance we could try and get up in here. This is the last chance we got before these rules change. And you had Republicans in Congress, in the Senate, and in the House continually saying the borders are open, the borders are open, the borders are open, the borders are open, which that was not an actual fact and has never been anything that's factual. So I don't understand where that comes from.
I'm asking you to address the policies and why they're exactly the same
So the part,
policies and
so
why
the
you have a
biggest,
problem
They're
with
not
one and not
exactly the
the
same.
other.
He just
they're not
described they're
exactly the
different.
same. And
They were not different. That there is okay. So whether or not they're be sending back to Mexico or whether or not they're being sent back to their home country, I don't really care if they're being sent back. I'm talking about the way to seek asylum if you're in Mexico. So let's just say again, right, you're deported back to Guatemala or you're deported back to Mexico. Whatever. Okay? The policy is that you can claim asylum in a different country and then be brought to the United States. When they did the policy, they said they can come by boat or not boat, airplane, and busing or whatever the case may be. Okay?
right,
This
okay.
is okay. So it's exactly the same. It's exactly the same thing.
But it's
It is
different though.
exactly the same thing.
But it's different though, because again, if you're seeking asylum and the next country over is, let's say, Venezuela, but Venezuela is hostile towards you and your people, then you go to the next country after that. And let's say you get to Mexico, and if you're not willing to be a mule, if you're not willing to uh, be part of trafficking, you can still claim asylum. The difference
I'm
is
not I'm not
the
disputing that.
right.
I
So
think
so the
I think
difference
you're kind of
is
missing what I'm saying.
no,
Okay,
I'm not
so
missing what you're
okay.
saying. I'm trying
Let him
to I'm
finish. Let
building
him
up. I
finish. Let
haven't
him
landed the
finish.
plane.
I
Let
am
him finish.
Okay,
listening.
Uncle,
Let him
I
can
haven't
finish.
can
landed
you
the plane.
please finish your statement because you've been there for a little
Yeah.
bit.
Get ready to land the plane. So the big difference between what's going on now and what was going on under Trump and Article 40, and I'm not mad about Article
This
42,
is prior to Article 40 or Title 42. This was in
Title
2018.
42.
Yeah, this was way before COVID. We're again, Title 42 came after. Remain in Mexico was in 2018. So forget about COVID.
Okay, so when we're talking about remain in Mexico, what we're saying is, regardless of if you came from Venezuela, regardless of if you came from Chile, regardless of where you came from, we're just going to send you back across the border. Which, in actuality, if you just send me across the border, I'm going to try and come across again. I'm going to try and come across until I get all the way across. As many times as I can, I'm going to continue to try and come across. If you send me back to my country of origin and you say,
I'm
here
just
is a
talking about
pathway
the
for you,
policy. I'm not talking about them. Okay, so I really don't.
but that's part of the policy.
Yeah,
The
it's not
policy
a part
is
of that.
the
You're
policy is
literally
stay in
you're
Mexico.
like putting yourself in the mindset of the immigrant. I'm not talking about that. What I'm asking about is if the remain in Mexico policy is essentially almost the same policy as the one instituted by Biden,
But it's
basically then
not
you are because they are applying for asylum in their
in their
home
country
country,
of origin,
in the country,
which
right?
means instead
Whether
of
it's the
going to
country, okay,
Mexico, they
whether it's
go
the
back to
country of
Chile.
okay, whether it's the country of origin or not,
It
right?
has a big difference
Okay, so
on
please explain to
All
me
these
why
people are coming
one
from
policy.
Guatemala and Honduras. That's not in South America.
I
That's in
haven't
North
I have
America.
Saying like
that's in North America or
Yeah,
Central America.
that's in North America. Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, those are all North
Those are
America.
part of Central America.
They're at the southern portion. No, they're southern
they're
portion.
on the
Well,
border
yeah.
of Mexico. They
Yeah, they're
border
on the border of
They're
Mexico,
on the
bro.
Mexico.
border of
They're
Mexico,
right
which
next
means
to
that it's
Yes.
Mexico.
Central
That's what I'm
America.
saying.
Exactly. It's on the other side of.
It's
So
it's
if you go
literally
back to
not,
your
dude. If
country
you
of
look, okay, if you
origin,
look at the map of Guatemala, it's literally right next to Mexico. They
but how do
border
you
each
get
other.
here?
Okay, so
Other
I don't think he's understanding what I'm saying.
Okay,
I'm
so
understanding completely
uncle,
because you guys
what
were
is your
talking
main
natively
point?
about Venezuela.
Uncle, what is your main point?
The main point is when it becomes a situation of, look, we're going to send you back to your country of origin. We're going to give you a way to apply. And if you get the green light, come back.
That's what they did with Remain in Mexico. It was the
That
same
is not
thing.
what they did. Oh my
It's
God.
That's the way it used to
essentially
be
the
way
same.
back in the beginning.
Right.
That's normal. That's what we would expect and agree with as all American citizens. But that's not what's been happening.
So briefly, Dennis, what has been happening? Briefly.
Essentially, you have people coming to the border. All right, they're crossing either illegally or through the actual ports of entry. And when they cross, they're either getting caught and brought to the centers for processing, in which case they claim asylum. And once they're given asylum, they've been shipped all over the country to God knows where. All right, or they're not given asylum. They're given the opportunity to wait for
Correct.
a trial, and
Right.
then feed into the country.
Right.
All right.
That's if they are detained, right? There are some that are not detained and
Exactly.
they just enter. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
So that's what's been happening, and that's what we disagree with.
Okay. Guys, I do have to, end the live because we, already out of time here. But I want to thank everyone that joined. I think we have some people joining still that want to join. I'll give them the word too. Just give me a minute as I'll start dismissing everyone. I was going to give Uncle the word to, finalize his statement, but I'll give the word to, I think Black Sugar left us too. I'll give the word to Dennis. Dennis, do you want to say something to finalize this live? You can, share your main point, try to make it brief. And again, this topic is so complex. We'll still have to do another live on this again, and I'll have Mother of Dragons back again if she wants to join, of course.
Oh, absolutely.
The
So
only
go
thing
ahead.
I want to say is, Mother
Go ahead,
Dragons,
Dennis.
it was always a pleasure to hang out with you.
Thank you.
Vegas, I
Vega,
wanted to say something.
Hold on. Yes, I'll get to you. Let's let Dennis finish. Go ahead, Dennis.
and Vega, now that I've met you, I think you do a great job of running these lives. I will definitely be hanging out with you when you come on.
Thank you so much. Yes, I'm trying my best to be here every day after 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern, weekdays only though, okay? I need a break on the weekends. Okay, thank you, Dennis, for joining. Pablo, go ahead. Oh, sorry, hold on. One question for Dennis, real quick before you leave. Dennis, would you allow any of these migrants that are coming across the border at random to live into your home?
To live in my home?
Yes.
Well, this
At
is going to
random.
be, well, at random, no. All
Okay,
right.
that's just the question. Just a yes or no question. At random, you cannot pick mother and kids. Just whatever comes is your number. You get it. Yes or no.
No, randomly,
Okay,
no.
got it. Thank you. Okay, Pablo, go ahead.
I want to say you did a great job with monitoring this show. I would love to see you again. I want to tell that young lady as well. She did an amazing job answering the questions. So this was great, and my favorite of all time as well. You have a great show going. So
Thank you, Pablo. I appreciate you joining. And
Thank you.
actually, I want to ask you the same question. Would you let any of these families at random? No, you didn't even let me finish because you said no right away. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, I want to give the word to America. Go ahead, America. I know you just joined, but unfortunately we have to go. So go ahead. You can share your
That's
statement.
okay. I appreciate it. I just wanted to say something to the effect of what you said earlier, that people should be scared about the folks that are coming across our border. If you are fighting for women's rights, just stop and think. The folks that are coming across our border, the countries they're coming from, they don't believe in women's rights. And you're allowing them to come on American soil and want them to vote and want them to have a place to stay when they believe in communism. I don't understand that. I don't feel safe. I'm a single mom.
Copy. And America, I want to ask you the same question. Would you let any of these families at random stay in your home?
Absolutely not. Absolutely
Okay.
not. My
Thank you so
taxpayers is
much.
paying enough. My taxpayer money is paying enough for them. I am not going to support them by putting them in my home.
Thank you so much, America. I appreciate you joining.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to give the word to Big Al. Go ahead, Big Al. Please share your final statement.
Back to my final statement, like I said, I've been on here for a minute. My statement, like I said, Trump ain't for black people.
Everyone, please mute your microphone. Thank you.
I seen Trump for black people. I don't feel like he for black people. I don't feel like he. I mean, and it's not just like I say, it's not just Central Park Five. It's just stuff I done seen over with him over the years. That's all I got to go on. And I don't feel like he's for black people. And like I say, I mean, for me, I can't speak for nobody else, but I'm voting for what's gonna help my people out.
Copy on that. That's your opinion, and thank you for sharing. I do want to ask you the same question. Would you let any of these migrants' families at random live into your home? So whoever enters at a certain point, they say, hey, this is for Big Al. Would you take it? Would you give them shelter in your home? Yes or no question, please. Big Al, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Well, I don't. As far as the migrants,
Yes.
I
So
mean,
so
yeah,
the migrants are crossing the border at random, right? If we were to give every citizen a number at random, would you let any of them live into your home? Yes or no?
I mean, as far as
It's a yes or no question.
it's not a yes or no question because do you have the same home that I have?
That's
See,
why I'm asking. It's a yes or no question.
when you asking me to speak for my home,
Hmm.
okay.
Yeah, your home,
I'm
exactly.
I'm not trying. I don't think there's anybody in America that's at this point right now trying to incorporate somebody into their home.
Okay. So the answer is no in your case.
I mean, in my case, I mean, it depends on who it is. If it's my family, then
No,
yeah.
it's no family. It's at random, sir. Any of these
Okay.
migrants, because they're coming at random, right? Mother with kids, some single man, some
Are they,
handicapped people, they're coming at random.
hold on. We can solve all their problem. Are they coming with any financial benefits?
Nope, they're coming. We don't know that. They're coming across the border. There's just most of them are poor from what we've seen. So would you take a random? You
I
cannot
mean,
ask you cannot ask any questions.
we can't assume they're poor. So how do I mean you just can't assume if you're coming across the border. Now if we're going on that measurement,
I don't want to get into the debate because what we've seen is that they lack finances. That's why they're asking for help, most of them. So my question to you is yes or no, will you accept them? Or you have conditions for it?
I mean you're asking
Why are you struggling to say yes or no?
yes or no. I mean if I can help somebody, I'm gonna help them.
So would you take them
That's
at random?
what you're. I see. This is what we mean by gaslighting.
It's a crazy
You're
premise.
Okay, so you cannot answer the question?
you're not giving me something that can.
I am. And for the chat too, by the way,
Gotcha.
would you? No,
Okay, okay.
no, because the same way they're coming to the country, right? It's at random, right? So would you let them live in your house at random?
Who is? I mean, who is randomly? No, no. I'm just asking you a question with this. Who is randomly asking for somebody to come live with them and they don't know them? Who is
So
doing it?
that's how they're entering the country at random, and so a lot of these states like Texas, and they're dealing with that at random, and that's why they're shipping them on other states. So I'm asking you, as a citizen or someone that lives here in this country, would you take any family at random just like they're entering the United States?
Look, if it when it comes to,
We cannot check the criminal background. We cannot check their finances. We cannot check if they're healthy or not.
I'm not asking their criminal background because one, people that if they feel like a criminal background mess you up, then that's the majority of America.
Okay, so you
Because
can answer the question.
what do you mean? I can't
Okay.
answer something that you're giving me. You're not giving me a goalpost. This is
I gave you the basic information is a basic question, yes or no, and you cannot answer. But it's okay. I appreciate you coming,
it's
and I
not a
appreciate
yes
your
or no
opinion.
question
It
though.
is.
No,
It
it's
is.
not. You
It is.
cannot tell me yes or no. Okay, you got A, B, C, A, B, C. You got
No,
3 choices.
no, because they're coming into the country at random. Some are good, some are bad. The question is, would you take them at random into your home the
Okay.
same way they're entering the country?
The point you're trying to say, okay, if they coming in the country at random,
That's what I've been saying. So
then people come into this country before we can go to Christopher Columbus.
no, we're talking about right now, but present time. I don't live in the past. I live in the present.
Okay, you live now.
Yeah. So
Okay.
can you answer the
So
question, yes or no?
you're not get you're
Okay.
telling me
I don't want to stay here forever. I gave him the chance. He didn't want to answer. Okay. I want to give the word to the great. The great is back. Go ahead. Please share your final statement, and then we'll move on.
I wholeheartedly believe the Republican Party has not shown any elements that align with any black thought. I personally believe that Mother of Dragons is a great speaker, but unfortunately she tries to play both sides and actually end up on the side of collecting a bag. To demonize illegals in the sense of crossing a imaginary line is crazy, because year to year, and I'm 46, finna go on 47, I've seen the history of Republican and Democrat illegal immigration, and it is the same. Y'all are sitting up here demonizing these people in sanctuary cities, and I'm gonna do a step further. No, I would not take an illegal immigrant at random, nor would I take a homeless vet at random. Just like Mother of Dragons or anybody on this panel should not just go out and seek out somebody at random. So to ask that in regards to illegal immigration is disingenuous to prove a point of you wouldn't take somebody in your house. But you're not taking the before the illegal immigration, nobody was taking homeless vets in, homeless black people, 3-time felons that have been excluded under the 94 crime bill. So to say this all night about I protect my people and so forth, Mother of Dragons is definitely disingenuous. And I would guarantee you, I love this live because I stayed on here trying
Thank
to
you.
get back on, because at some point it's gonna have to become fair. I do feel like you were biased, host, because she was clearly taking the airwaves and being able to go and research while other people made people busy with commentary. So, but I will say this: at the end of the day, it just boils down to this: no matter who wins or loses, the winner still has to encompass the losers, and that is the problem with our politics.
We would hope.
There's no reason why Trump shouldn't have came in and expanded the Affordable Care Act, because at the heart
Dennis,
of
10
it,
seconds. We have to finalize.
okay, at the heart of it, the ACA still covered people that are in West Virginia and these red states. So, hey, y'all take care.
Thank you, thank you, the great. Thank you for answering the question too, and thank you for waiting and being patient to return again. And you're always welcome here, even though we have different opinions. But that's okay. I want to give the word to Dennis. Please be brief. A final statement. I know you're joining right now, but be brief. Go ahead.
Well, I want to collect my thoughts for a second because part of me wanted to respond to DeGrate, but his last statement actually made me double think what I was going to say, because I agree. In the end, we should all be able to come back together. All right. There should still, we are the United States. All right. Just because we disagree politically should not mean that we shouldn't be united as a group at the end of the day. All right. So the problem is there's too much demonizing of the other side. All right. And that's really the unacceptable process. All right. We don't always, it's not that we disagree that people should be held. I think it's that we disagree on how to go about making that happen.
Copy on that. Thank you for joining. I pose the same question to you. Would you accept any random migrant, any family from the border at random into your home to give them shelter, food, and help them, advance?
That was the reason I hopped back in, because I, in fact, did accept my brother, because it turned out that I had a half brother from Colombia who I didn't know about, and he actually moved in with me for a period of time.
Yeah, I've sponsored immigrants too. I don't want to cut you off, but we're talking about random.
He wasn't sponsored immigrant. He actually came illegally, reached out to my daughter. Let me know that he had my father's birth
but there's a
certificate and all
family
that
connection though. I'm talking about at random,
yeah.
completely at random. Would you, yes or no? I don't want to say too long on this.
Completely at random, I would
Yes,
not.
the same way you see in the news. Yeah, at random.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for answering. Okay, I want to give the word to B. Go ahead, B. Please share your final statement and welcome in.
Hi,
Thank you.
thanks for your time, host, and thank you for letting us gather together. To answer your question is a simple no. I would not. And I think most of us won't. Home is a safety net for us. And that's it, period. It's very clear. It's a no or yes. When we come home from work, from the gym, wherever, we need to have a safety place where we call home. And for that reason, it is clear no. And that's it.
Thank you for
Um,
joining and answering the question. You had something more to
thank
say?
you. Well, I can't believe the stage we're in. I cannot believe the stage we're in, and because of the stage we're in is where you bringing up this question. You're amazing. It's a simple question, but it should make us all wonder, because once we step out of home, we have problems. I don't take much of your time. I want to say thank you. Thank you so much, host, for your time. You really don't need to be doing this, but you take the time to do this, and you know what? It's appreciated. Okay?
You are more
It's
than welcome, and
appreciated.
thank you for appreciating. You're right. I really don't need to do this, but
No, you
I really
don't.
care
No,
about
you
the U.S.
don't.
It's giving me a lot of
Yes, you do.
opportunities.
Yes, you do. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for
Respect.
joining. I want to give the word to Jiz. Go ahead, please share your final thoughts.
Hey guys. The question would be no. And you gotta ask yourself this: if the table rules were turned, I mean, would these other countries accept us and help us? Because I mean, even going into Mexico, I know for me to become a citizen and buy a piece of property, it's an act of Congress. It's super hard.
Thank you, B.
It's not super. So I think for anybody coming into America, it needs to be the same way, and that's just kind of a standard going into any country at the moment. And another thing I actually wanted to say is I am half Hispanic. I actually lean more towards Hispanic because I was brought up that way. And in my opinion, the Hispanic culture, the Hispanic people have been reliant on the Democratic Party for years and years. And I can't speak on the Black community, but I know that it's the same way in their community as well. It's just a fact. And look at where the brown community is. I mean, we've been reliant on them for so long, and we've gotten nowhere. So I think if we're looking for a change, that might be our answer. Just my opinion.
Thank you for joining, and thanks for answering the question. I appreciate you coming here, although we're closing the show here. But I appreciate that. I'll give the word to Snuffle. Thanks for staying for this long. I really appreciate that. And again, the same question to you: would you let any of these migrants crossing the border stay and live in your home at random? It's not a gotcha question. It's a real question. Yes or no? And you can share your statement as well. Go ahead.
So yeah, first I'd like to say I heard somebody say in their statement earlier about you better be scared of these immigrants. You better be scared of these people coming from Venezuela. I know you said Vega. Don't be scared. The Republicans and the right wing is selling so much fear. Don't be scared about the border. Don't be scared that they're coming to take your pew-pews away. Don't be scared that your fellow citizens on the left want to destroy the country. Don't be scared about a civil war or world control or the elite. They are selling you these fears for a reason. I heard somebody say earlier about that the military unequivocally supports the president. Do you think they would support a president who stole the office, who lost the election, but remained in power? That is what is at the core of the Constitution and at the core of our country and our ideals that makes Trump unfit for office that I went through earlier. When it comes to this question, would I allow a random immigrant to stay in my house? No, nobody would. These people come and they usually stay with their family and their friends, or they make a life for themselves because that's what they're here to do. They're here to make a better life. 99% of them are because you've met these people, because you know them, because I've met them, and I've run across a bad one or two, but 99% of them are good people here to make a better life. I don't welcome them into my home to live, but I welcome them into my community. I welcome them to build my roofs. I welcome them to pick the crops right down the road from me. I welcome them to work in the kitchens where I get my food. I welcome them to do all kinds of jobs in my community, and they're good people and they do a great job, and our communities would fall apart without them.
Thank you, Snuffle. But you did say that 90% of them are good. So why wouldn't you accept them if most of them are good? Wouldn't that be, a positive thing to do?
Because we're talking about your home, right? And when you don't know
But America is our home, no?
these people, right? But like I said, our communities, we do welcome them into our communities.
So the communities have to take the burden of shelter and food and all that stuff.
They do that for themselves. That's why they come here, to make the life for themselves. They stay with family and friends. They live very meager to make it, just to have kids born in the United States, to have this citizenship.
So then what's happening in Chicago and New York, that's just like, you haven't seen that? I'm asking that like it's a real question. I'm not trying to be funny.
What's happening in Chicago, New York? Anecdotal what?
Migrants in police stations. They're cutting budgets in New York because they spend so much money on it.
Yeah, it's a tough problem. It's a tough problem.
But you're saying that most of them go to their families. So if they go to their families, they wouldn't be living in police stations.
Yeah, well, most of them are not, because there's 8 million here, and how many are living in police
stations? But you said most of them are good. And
right, they are.
And they go stay with their families. So then if most of them... But then why is Chicago and New York struggling right now?
Because a few of them aren't making it. Because that's happened. That happens to everybody. Oh, and when you talked about homelessness earlier, the Democrats passed a bill under Biden that allocated $50 billion to deal with housing and homelessness. We can deal with housing and homelessness at the same time that we deal with these other issues.
Okay. So just to clarify, most of them, according to you, 99% or 90% are good people, but you wouldn't accept them to live in your home, just your community.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for joining. I appreciate your time, Snuffle. Okay, so I want to, before I give the word to our co-host and our special guest here tonight, guys, I really want you to go on YouTube. Don't take my word for it, okay? And type crime in Venezuela. And I want you to watch the video from Al Jazeera. Venezuela has the world's highest murder rate. I want you to watch that. It's about 3 minutes. It's not that long. Okay. I want you to watch it because, we have individuals like Snuffle here that are in denial. And I mentioned this last night too. There are some people that are living in fantasy land. And, I hope, and I really hope that Snuffle stays safe and he remains safe and everything goes well for him. But the safety of Americans is at risk right now. And I need you to watch that video so you can refer to what I told you earlier, okay? Because not all people have a halo above their heads. And with that being said, Mother of Dragons, I didn't even really get to interview you. What the heck?
Okay, maybe next time.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as I started the live, I had people trying to join in already.
Yeah, no, I get it.
and we never got to it. But I will have you back for sure.
Sure.
Maybe even next week. You
Yeah,
know.
that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, I think we can do that. So I'll go ahead. If you can share, whatever you want to share. You're a special guest. I appreciate you coming. I really do. And I, the same question for you as well. Would you let them in your home at random? So go ahead. You can share whatever you want to share.
Just like every other guest, I'll be honest. No, I wouldn't, and I'll be even more honest than most of the other guests were saying. And the reason why you're not going to let them into your homes is because you want them to be vetted. You have no clue who these people are. It's fine, it's for them to work down the street and work in your stores and serve you in the community, but they're not good enough to live in your home because you want them to be vetted. You want to make sure that these people don't have a sketchy background. You're worried about the safety of those people. You don't know what they're going to do. Are they going to do something to one of your kids? Do something to you in the middle of the night? Like having a stranger in your home would be unnerving, right? This is the same thing across America and in the border states that people are experiencing. The amount of insurance claims for broken fences or broken windows, police reports of people coming in through yards and trying to break in homes and things like that. So, again, it's it's like, yeah, let's say this. Let's make it sound really, really, really nice. That yeah, I welcome all these people here. They're all welcome. They're welcome to work in the stores, but not live in my home. I do also want to point out the fact that in the state of New York, the Mayor Adams also said that if migrants, it's not about migrants. If they're going to sleep on the street, it's when. They also said that they're having influx of more than 4,000 immigrants in the city. They have limited shelter. The head of the coalition for the humanitarian emergency relief centers also stated that New Yorkers will be turned away. Um, they said the New Yorkers will be denied shelter and they will end up on the streets. There's really no exception about that. He says that, but if is to be implicit, if not explicit intent, it does seem that their hope here is that the public spectacle of human suffering will serve as some kind of deterrent for more people coming into the city. So in fact, there are cities across America that are sanctuary cities that are probably experiencing the same thing. And for us to kind of sit here and just say, yeah, they have somewhere to go. Well, I would challenge that if you have an influx of 4,000 people a week and you can't even house the people, provide shelter, food, clothing, or whatever, all these needs to these people now, and that they're going to end up on the street. This is a humanitarian crisis, not only at the border, but it is now in within our borders. And so for people just to sit here and just act as if like the reason that they wouldn't let these people into their homes is because they're good people. I loved your question, and I'm glad you pressed him on that because it's kind of like, I kind of cringed when I heard him say that. Oh well, they're welcome to get crops out of the ground or to work at the store. These are things that serve you as a citizen, right? As long as they're doing those things, that they're fine. But God forbid they come and knock on your door and ask to sleep there. And like I said, I'll be all the way honest. I'm not going to house any person in my home that I don't know.
Yeah,
You
it's a
know,
typical Democrat speech, right?
right,
Let Texas take it, but not in my house.
right,
Yeah.
yeah, like
When they come to New York, they're like, "Oh, we're full. We can't handle it anymore."
right,
It's the same speech.
right. Just be honest about it. You don't want to let these people into your homes, just like the other guy was saying when he was kind of dancing around the answer. I think it was Big Al when he was
Couldn't
talking about,
answer.
well, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure. Like, how do I answer that? Because what type of home do I have? And, do they have any money coming with them? These are the same questions that we're asking. Like, it's ludicrous. Like, we're asking the same questions. What are these people going to be doing? Who are they going to be living with? Or do they have a background? Like, these are all questions you would ask someone if they came into your home and said, hey, I need a place to stay. Well, where are you coming from? Where are you going tomorrow? How long you need to stay? Do you have any money? Are you going to pay for your own food? Do I need to pay for it? Is somebody else going to be paying for it? Do you have some family to stay with?
What if they get sick? Healthcare.
Right. Yeah. What if they get sick? Am I going to be responsible if they fall and break their neck? Is my insurance going to have to cover them? Like, I know that, I mean, that might be a ridiculous question, but obviously there's going to be questions that people have. And these are the same questions that most Americans are having with these influx of people. And it's not because we don't want them in this country. It's what is the country actually going to do? What are these state governors going to do? What are these sanctuary cities going to actually do to help these people? You call yourself a sanctuary city, but you're not offering sanctuary, right? So you think 4,000 people a week by the end of the year, that's almost what? At least 60,000 more people. And they just had 120. Right now, there's 120,000 living in New York. I mean, that's a lot of people. And if this continues, then what's going to happen? I don't want to see people sleeping in police stations. I don't want to see people sleeping to women and kids, elderly people, disabled people. Why are they sleeping out on the street? Your sanctuary city actually provides sanctuary and not just, virtue signal for the rest of America and act like you're actually doing something.
I mean, I couldn't agree more, to be honest with you. I mean, that's why I want to have you back, really. Next week, we're gonna try to do something next week for sure. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Again, it's a typical Democratic speech, right? It's nice for me to sit here in my nice home and say, "Oh, let them in," not into my house, but let Texas take care of it, or Arizona, or whatever. It's so comfortable for us to say that, but when you bring it to their home, they don't like it. That's when they draw the line. So, final question for you, Mother of Dragons.
Yes.
You as a Black American, Trump 2024 or Biden 2024?
Oh, Trump 2024 all the way, ultra MAGA.
Okay, good. You sure? Because people are going to be mad. Some people are going to be mad.
Absolutely sure. I've been sure since 2016 that Trump is the right candidate for the job. So
cool. We have a lot more to talk about for sure. Thank you for joining. Thank you everyone again for joining for sure. And I know there's people that are requesting to join right now. Unfortunately, we have to go. We've been here already for more than a couple of hours. Tomorrow, we have a special guest. Tomorrow is the subject is Mexicans for Trump. I'm going to have Cynthia back here with us tomorrow. So please feel free to join us tomorrow. And next week we'll have a Mother of Dragons again, Blacks for Trump, Black Trump supporter. And so, yeah, we have a lot of more topics coming, guys. Thank you for joining. And I will see you guys next time.